What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from Pyongyang. That's right, Democratic People's Republic of Korea, best Korea, also known as North Korea, popular Korea. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one on this wonderful day. It's that was Cholima on the Wing, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea music video. Live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one. It's 67 degrees and partially sunny here in California, Los Angeles on this beautiful Thursday, November 16, 2023. And I am right on time. I am right on motherfucking time. To all the FBI in the chat, I do condemn hummus. I condemn hummus. I condemn Hamas. I condemn Osama bin Laden. Obviously, you guys know. I just want to fucking get that out of the way. You know what I mean? We just got to do that every day. It's like, you know, Muslims, they say Bismillah for engaging in an action, right? Like, Ar-Rahman Ar-Rahim. And it's like, it's basically a secondary. It's kind of similar to that. I condemn the 9/11 attacks. Absolutely. Every day of my life, I do. Anyway, but having said all of that, you condemn the Swifties going after me, Canyon? No, I would never condemn the Swifties. The Swifties are good. Guys, you have to understand, there's paramilitary factions that are good and paramilitary factions that are bad. American aligned, good. Against America, bad. Do you understand? And the Swifties, as far as Taylor Swift still is, maintaining the same positions that she does, which is usually a strategic ambiguity as it pertains to like a lot of American foreign policy, the Swifties are going to be considered a good paramilitary until further notice. Anyway, we got to make a TikTok about the Osama bin Laden thing. It's going off the rails. I feel like it just is popping. I don't know how to describe it other than, we'll get to the Osama bin Laden stuff again, I guess. We'll talk about it again. Anyway, did you buy a new OLED Steam Deck? I did not do that. Okay. We're gonna fucking talk about a lot of stuff, okay? But this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on. And honestly, there isn't really much going on in my life or in my personal news. Let's be real for a second. I don't do anything. My life is just a endless sequence of boring, monotonous coverage of death and destruction, which is taking definitely a mental toll. It's taking a toll on my mental health. But yeah. Make yesterday's coverage of Osama into a TikTok? Potentially. Need to go back to Japan? Maybe. This morning I walked Kaya. I didn't work out this morning. I did not. I woke up and I did not work out this morning. I just kind of walked Kaya. That was it. I don't know. I just been real tired. Your uncle been shitted on lately because of the Young Turks' name and the connection with the Armenian genocide. I'm sure this has been brought up before, but I've just started following you. Yeah, I know. Pretty funny that like a lot of people who are currently defending the Israeli ethnic cleansing campaign are like shitting on Jank for in his youth denying the Armenian genocide, which was foolish and wrong. But at least he's like, he recognizes it now. You know what I mean? As opposed to the dudes who are actively defending an ongoing ethnic cleansing campaign. You know what I mean? So. Are you going to the Nick and Milena event? No, I'm not. Don't care. Still voting Jank. Two bears. So, the North Korea poster is sick. I forgot Boy gave you that. I missed him so much, dude. I legitimately, I missed the boys real bad. I do. And now that we've like, now that we have both my mom and dad here, like the rooms are limited. The room allowances in the house are now limited. I can't even have both of them come and stay unless they stay in the same room. You know what I'm saying? Which kind of sucks. But if you were all from Bangladesh, all your haters would be Bangladeshi history experts. Yeah. Yeah, we're going to talk about the military body. Israeli military says body of hostage recovered near Al Shifa hospital in Gaza, which is another way to say that the body wasn't in Gaza. I mean, the body wasn't in Al Shifa hospital, but like it was near it. You know what I mean? I don't know why they just don't say it was in the hospital. Like, fuck it, YOLO. It's not like they care about credibility at this point, but whatever. We'll get to all of that. So, you do at least 2 fun days a week. I agree. There's some fun stories that we're going to talk about today. There's some fun stories we'll talk about today, but get to that in a little bit. What I will get to for now, however, is what else? What else is going on in my life? Really nothing. Nothing else is going on in my life. I'm reading. That's all I do. All I do is read every moment that I'm not live. My dad is literally trying to get me to leave. I'm caught up to Jujutsu Kaisen. Yes, I did watch that last night. Jujutsu Kaisen has the greatest fucking action sequences out of any anime that I watched in recent years that I can think of. It's really interesting because like there's a lot of stuff that happens in the fucking anime that's like confusing to me. Like the way that they basically like move the plot along, like they'll introduce random new characters where I'm like, where'd this person come from? Like, what the fuck's going on? Like, I'm oftentimes confused. I'm oftentimes confused as to what's happening when I'm watching Jujutsu Kaisen. But the one thing I'm not confused about is how incredible the fight sequences are. Like those animators are, god damn, they're so crazy. There's absolutely no character development. Yeah. They are incredible, and from what I understand, the most overworked in the business, and they deserve the world, okay? They deserve the greatest things. They deserve everything good. They deserve all of the demands that they make. It is so insane. Yeah, apparently for Jujutsu Kaisen Season 2, animators have reached a breaking point at MAPPA. Anime's future is uncertain. This is an anime that is, in my opinion, entirely carried by the animation. Like, I'll say it. I think so. I think the animation itself, like the fight sequences and the animation and the animated fight sequences are probably some of the best I've ever watched. I think you meant Demon Slayer. I mean, Jujutsu Kaisen and Demon Slayer are very similar in that regard. Like, I feel as though Chainsaw Man is unique, at least, right? Like Jujutsu Kaisen versus Chainsaw Man. I've said this before. I said Chainsaw Man is like horny Jujutsu Kaisen, but I fear that actually betrays the complexities or the unique nature of Chainsaw Man and its plot line to a certain degree that Jujutsu Kaisen doesn't have. Jujutsu Kaisen is like very. I talked to Joey Binzinger, anime man, about this, and he actually put this in my head a little bit, but it was so convincing. It took only a moment for him to go, Jujutsu Kaisen is a perfect anime, and that's why I don't like it that much. Like, he thinks it's good, but he he believes that it's like lacking the oomph, lacking a unique character. Whereas, it's kind of like Bleach, he said. It's too perfect, which is why it's kind of mid. Like, everything is just like perfectly crafted. Characters all look good. Jujutsu Kaisen manga is so mid, but anime is good. Well, you probably feel that way because like I said, the animation is incredible. So my point is this: give these guys everything. Give these guys the motherfucking world. Okay? Are you going to grow your hair again? No. Character, fight choreography, and the power system are why Jujutsu Kaisen is really good. I think character, Fight choreography, absolutely. Power system, also, Like, I'm telling you, I think, like, those things are just basic. Kind of basic. Characters are kind of basic. Power system's kind of basic. Fight choreography is literally out of control. It's so good that on a 10 scale, it hits like a 15. So it ends up carrying the other like 5s and 6s. Like if I give the characters a 6 and the power system a 5, the fight choreography is at a 15, so it literally carries the rest of it. It carries the rest of it up so much. Anyway. Unrelated, but I just want to thank HasanAbi for the motivation over the past couple of years of stream. I'm a legal aid attorney, and last night I joined the bargaining committee for my union. Wouldn't have been engaged if it wasn't for this community and the streamer. Hell yeah. Good luck. Godspeed. Power system, because you don't understand it, lol. I will admit, that's true. I don't understand the power system. Anyway. What was I saying? Oh. Jujutsu Kaisen. It's good. I mean, it's fun. It's fun to watch. Anne? It's good. It's fun to watch. I like it. But it's like bubblegum in many ways. No, nothing. I was just wondering what you were up to. Okay. Hope everybody enjoys this arc, because posted it kind of falls off hard. Uh-oh. So, the persecution of George Santos is kind of homophobic. We'll get into all of that. Yeah. We're going to talk about the ethics report that conclusively found that George Santos is that bitch. Like 100% that bitch. It does not fall off. That person is stupid and hates women. Okay, got it. I believe you. Uncritically. If you tell me somebody hates women as an ally, I say, okay, that's probably true. Anyway, let's blast off. That's all I got. I'm on here early. Anne imkanı ve ihtimali yok şu anda. Başladım. We'll do the Travis Kelce tweets on the podcast later tonight. Okay. Progressives. AIPAC setting up 100 million attack on progressives. DNC protest. DNC Palestine protests met with police violence. Everyone's been lying about it, though, as far as I understand, at least from people who were on the ground, like actual journalists and reporters on the ground who were like, no, I filmed it. It's not the way you are claiming that it is, you know, the way you claim that things were happening. Biden unsubstantiated claims regardless. Elon says deeply anti-Semitic conspiracies are true. And more. Get in now. So, early pod recording because Billy goes country. No, Billy Ichiban is gone. He's not coming. A federal jury in San Francisco found David DePipe guilty of attempting to kidnap a federal official and assaulting a family member of a federal official. What he should have been found guilty of was love. Was gay love. Wow. The federal government has it out for the gays. I don't like that. First, they come after David DePipe for a lover's quarrel with Paul Pelosi. Then they come after George Santos. If you think that I'm not aware of what's going on here, I mean, let me tell you, seems pretty obvious, sweaty. Yeah, I'm here to defend gay rights and gay wrongs, okay? Yeah, to all my gays out there, they're coming after you. They're not going after George Santos. They're going after you. He's just standing in the way. Okay? Funny thing about David DePipe is that he is exactly what happens when you get really, really invested in the Gamergate narratives without like checking yourself at all and without having like a healthy hobby. And so many of these like weirdos online that engage in lolcowing shit are oblivious to the reality that they themselves are turning into a similar thing. Like there's so many people out there who are deeply antisocial that then have a negative parasocial interest in content creators online, following everything that they do, hoping to be able to change the outcome of their lives, the trajectory of their lives in some way. That's where it comes from. You just call having gay sex an unhealthy hobby? Fuck no, I would never say that. It's the healthiest hobby. Anyway. Can we welcome this propaganda in our homes, please? What is the Samson option? The Samson option is the secret, not so secret, but maybe kind of secret Israeli military policy that if they feel like Israel is under threat, they will just nuke the world, kind of. I guess that's the easiest way to describe it. You know, even though Israel doesn't have nukes. Or is that true? No, Israel does have nukes. They said they have missiles pointed to Europe when Nixon argued with them. Nice. Hello, Hassan. I don't know if you heard about the teacher strike happening now in Morocco, the biggest in our history, and hopefully the unions will reach a deal with the government. Would love to see you covered if possible. That sounds awesome. More power to the teachers in Morocco. Hassan, we have to start building the anti-Israel lobby, babe? Yeah, okay, dude. What are you, a fucking federal agent? Yeah. I've talked about this before, but good luck on an endeavor such as that one. Okay? You cannot lobby the government to, like, get socialism. You cannot lobby the government to no longer be aligned with a strategic partner. You can protest it, but I doubt that you can, like, create something within the legal structure, the legal framework that is offensive rather than a defensive posture. Like Pal Action, for example, they have like legal aid, Palestinian legal aid, and things of that nature. You have the ACLU and stuff, like some of these organizations that defend freedom of speech, but the reality is, like, those are all defensive, last-ditch efforts to ensure that there's some semblance of free speech in this country and that people can protest peacefully. And even then, we know how not successful those moves are, especially in comparison to the lobbying behemoth of AIPAC, which has been able to successfully push anti-boycott, divestment, and sanctions initiatives and legislation in 36 American states that go directly against, and these are not just my words, it's the words of Bernie Sanders and even the late and great Dianne Feinstein, completely and utterly against the First Amendment. And yet, we have them in 36 states. So the idea that, like, you would be able to combat that lobbying behemoth by pumping more money into it without being called a terrorist is silly. Anyone that tries to set up a 501c4 in that regard would absolutely get obliterated. They get doxxed, maybe even go to jail. Think about it this way. CARE, Council of the Arab, American Islam Relations. I always fuck their name up. Council on American Islamic Relations, CARE, is probably the largest, like, Muslim defense. Like, they're the largest group that defends Muslims in the country. And they are routinely considered, Hamas supporters or ISIS supporters or any number of different things by actual congresspersons. So you can't really move beyond that, unfortunately. Anyway, let's get to the news. Israel's getting cooked by everyone. Is there a big, like, everything that Israel has lied about so far kind of listicle that because I want to do that. I want to go through a lot of the Hasbara failures thus far in this last month and a half. It's going to be a really big. You're wrong. I've never heard free speech advocates talk about these anti-BDS speech laws. My friend, I talk about anti-BDS speech laws regularly. You have to remember, the real free speech activists, the ones that get the most prominence in media, are not actually free speech advocates. They just care about hate speech. They literally are only there to criticize those who shoot down hate speech. So that's the difference. What is the wire in? Did you see the IDF Air Force commander saying they will strike Yemen? Are they that insane? Or will they actually do it? Or are they bluffing? Wait, why wouldn't they? That's the most... out of all of the targets that the IDF has struck, Yemen is like the most understandable one because they've been dropping... well, unsuccessfully, but they've been trying to strike Israel proper nonstop. That was expected. The Houthi government knew that it was it was inevitable. That was like part of what they were doing it for. They wanted to take away some of the Israeli Air Force away from. But won't Iran help them? I mean, Iran has helped Yemen thus far. I don't know what else they would do to help. The entire goal of, like, the Hezbollah in Lebanon taking pot shots on northern Israeli territory. And the same goes for Yemen. Lobbing missiles all the way from Yemen into Israel proper is so that they can separate the Israeli forces and their limited resources, I guess, which seemingly is unlimited, especially when you consider that there are American aircraft carriers in the region. But also more than just the American aircraft. Like, there's also the American aligned regional operatives like Saudi Arabia, which not that long ago was already invested in committing a genocide in Yemen. So there's that. Anyway, I did see the dude dressed as a king emperor fighting a PRC dude in San Francisco. I did. I saw a lot. Dude on his Twitch channel keeps talking shit about you. Tired of it. Keep Hassan's name out of your mouth. That's a lot. There's a lot of people that could be doing that. So, it's not new, but I'm tired of it too, brother. Thank you. So, let's get started on the most important news story of the day. Al-Shifa. This is the largest hospital in northern Gaza, and Israel has been sieging it nonstop for the past couple of days, and they finally assumed control over the hospital. And lo and behold, much to everyone's surprise, their reasoning for why they were using drone snipers on nurses inside the hospital, or artillery shelling on the hospital itself that killed a shit ton of patients and people that were hiding inside of the hospital. The reasoning for why they did that, I said sniper. I meant sniper, okay? Turns out the reasoning for why they did that was the claims that they had made time and time again that there was a Hamas headquarters underneath the hospital, and Hamas was using the hospital for staging opportunities, for warfare, and the like. Now, of course, we have yet to see the tunnels. We've yet to see any of the tunnels, really. They've barely shown any of the tunnels. Part of the reason why is because they are too afraid of going down into the tunnels. But the other reason is because there might not be any like real Hamas tunnels underneath the hospital at all. There could be. It's just that in order to attack a hospital, which is a war crime in almost every single circumstance, in order for your attack on a hospital to be considered, like in the boundaries of like legal permissibility according to international humanitarian law, okay? In order for it to even be a debatable circumstance, certain boundaries, certain rules must be set. Key factors that the overwhelming majority of the hospital needs to be enemy combatants that are armed and are actually like visibly enemy combatants who are fighting back from the hospital, using the hospital as a staging ground, but also on top of that, directly shooting, like using the hospital for shelter and cover, directly shooting at the IDF, and even then it's still debatable. Okay. Sunday posted a footage of a Hamas tunnel in the hospital. I have yet to see it. It might be coming in now. Now, the hospital does have a tunnel network underneath it, as many hospitals do. A tunnel network that the Israeli government built originally. Having said that, having a hospital tunnel network underneath is still not good enough reason to blow up the hospital on top of it. Do you understand? In order for the hospital, they posted pics of rooms full of fuel barrels. Come on. In order for a hospital to be a debatable, not like a direct violation, but a debatable target, according to international humanitarian law, is that there has to be a number of enemy combatants, like clearly identified number of enemy combatants that are utilizing the hospital to shoot back at the Israeli forces directly from the hospital, and the number of enemy combatants have to greatly outnumber the number of civilians and patients. Okay? This is a very important thing to understand. All of that means that the Israeli propaganda shown thus far that we looked at yesterday is not enough to prove that this is a valid target. Even most of the propaganda that they've shown leading up to the bombing of this hospital and bombing of many other hospitals and the siege on this hospital in general is not enough. According to Elon News, and this is just in, the IDF says they have uncovered a Hamas tunnel at in the Shifa hospital complex, and here is the video showing its entrance. This just in. Up until this very moment, and even now, I will maintain my skepticism given how much Israel has lied about every single thing thus far. This is the only thing that they've shown so far that points to anything pertaining to Hamas. I do not know where this fits into the actual hospital. Geolocation of a tunnel. Let's take a look at that. Seems to be around here where it's where there's meant to be a building. So this was inside the structure. What was the purpose of the building above ground? So was this inside the structure, and what was the purpose for the building above ground? So this is where, I guess this is where the tunnel structure was found, next to this building or maybe underneath the building. It seems like they leveled the building and then bulldozed the surrounding area to expose this tunnel structure. What evidence would you need to see from the IDF to conclude the hospital is used by Hamas against international humanitarian law? I mean, the law is pretty clear here. An attacking party remains also bound by the obligation to take precautions in an attack, in particular, do everything feasible to avoid or at least minimize harm to patients and medical personnel who may have nothing to do with those acts and whom the humanitarian consequences will be especially dire. But beyond that, they have to have infinite more evidence to be able to even justify striking in the direction of a hospital. Like, the evidence has to be that, like, in most circumstances, it cannot be a hospital that is operating in the capacity of a hospital. It can be a hospital building that used to be a hospital that people are shooting out of, in which case that is pretty much the only legally permissible instance where you can strike in the vicinity of a hospital or strike at a hospital. That's it. As long as there are medical personnel on site and a shit ton more civilians than what you consider to be Hamas militants, the evidence in that circumstance does not fit international humanitarian law. In order for it to be debatable, in order for it to be even debatable under international humanitarian law, you have to have more enemy combatants, or at least an overwhelming amount of enemy combatants that are directly utilizing the hospital to shoot finding a couple guns and grenades, okay? Finding a couple guns and grenades inside of the hospital after you have sieged it, okay, is not enough evidence to you know, siege a hospital. It doesn't work that way. Which is why when you say stuff like, well, there's a building next to the hospital that where we found one of the hostages, or any number of things such as that, do not mean that you can blow up a hospital, attack a hospital, siege a hospital in general. These are considered war crimes. So if 50 soldiers can shoot and then run and hide under 50 doctors, are they then untouchable? I like that this is the hypothetical we have to reach to. So combatants can run back and hide in the hospital that are untouchable. Technically, fleeing combatants are untouchable, yes. You can apprehend them. But, yeah, technically, fleeing combatants, I don't know if you know this, but according to also international humanitarian law, retreating enemy combatants that no longer have their arms, or enemy combatants that are shot, for example, and wounded and are being medically treated, are not actually fair play. You can't just like fucking go, oh, well, for example, this ambulance has Hamas militants in it that are wounded. Let's kill the fucking ambulance driver and let's blow up the ambulance. That's a war crime. I don't know if you know this, but you also can't shoot, for example, you also can't shoot the people that you have apprehended, prisoners of war, for example. No matter how little you care about their well-being, and no matter how much you want to justify killing doctors and patients and whatnot, it doesn't work that way. Not that it matters, really, because ultimately, it doesn't really matter if Israel doesn't have enough evidence to strike hospitals anyway, because it's very clear. Oh, sir, I meant retreating isn't without arms, like putting down their arms, surrendering, or being wounded. Not like a tactical retreat, or like switching positioning, in which case it would be, then you would never be able to shoot people. Some people got to get shot. Sean, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. I hope I was clear on that. Have we considered that underground tunnels could also be transporting necessities and supplies while avoiding getting fucking bombed? Yeah, of course. There should also be a notice of evacuation for citizens and a disambiguous method for all citizens to be clear. Firing into buildings with citizens in them that cannot be discerned by army is unequivocally a war crime. Yes, but Israel can say, well, we sent them. We told them that they need to evacuate. So if they don't evacuate, they're technically Hamas, is kind of the modus operandi so far as I've seen it. Glad we agree that active fighters can't hide under a hospital, and it's a violation of international humanitarian law. Yes, active fighters that are utilizing the hospital as a shield are also in violation of international humanitarian law. The difference is, I'm fine with those people getting arrested and going to jail, being tried under international humanitarian law, but I don't think you would be fine with the IDF soldiers that are caught and arrested and prosecuted under the full extent of the law and going to perma prison in the same vein. That's the major difference here. And also, none of that still allows the hospital to become a target, nor makes the doctors and the nurses and whatnot. Prisoners of war are fair game? What? I don't know what you mean by that. I don't understand. Yeah, Elon, we saw, I was looking at this before. So this was inside the structure and what was supposed to be the purpose of the building above ground. once again, one thing to consider here is that and I said this already, like, even if there is a Hamas tunnel structure underneath it, it still does not mean that you can just like fucking kill doctors. Like every single nurse that has been shot at, every single patient that's been shot at, every single casualty, every single death in that hospital is still a war crime above the ground. Okay? Can't do that. That's not allowed. Especially when you have no fucking evidence whatsoever, no real evidence whatsoever that there is this complex tunnel network underneath the hospital, or that these militants are utilizing the hospital above ground in order to fight. Pulling out a couple fucking rusty-ass AK-47s from the MRI room is not enough, which is why every single Western outlet, once the Al-Shifa raid was conducted, basically came to that same conclusion, that there is not enough evidence right now, and you need to mount more in order to justify the actions you've taken thus far. Why would you want a middle AK in an MRI room closet? I don't agree with that anyway. There's a giant complex under the hospital, and when they launch missiles, the roof opens up. Yeah. They have to have evidence before they go in. They can't attack a hospital and look for evidence. Yes. None of it has made sense thus far, including showing that there was a fucking laptop, including showing boxes of dates and a Quran, and being like, this is all the Hamas stuff that we found in the hospital, and then turning around and showing a fucking laptop that doesn't even have a CD-ROM reader, but then showing it next to like a bunch of CDs and being like, well, this is all the scary, look at all the Palestinians and their scary terror stuff. IDF here. Yeah. Watches the LTC Res Jonathan Concurious exposes countless Hamas weapons and IDF troops. We watched all of this yesterday. It was like really silly. But so you forgot to blur your laptop in your initial post because it exposed it being an IDF laptop, huh? And then they hid this reply for some reason. Except I don't even know if this was an IDF laptop or not. But this doesn't prove anything. Like they were trying to say that like Hamas militants were using their Lenovo laptop that is not even password protected, and they were just like looking at one of the Israeli hostages that was a part of the IDF. Like they were looking at a photo of her. Like it made no fucking sense whatsoever. Like none of that shit made sense. They're so scared of Arabs they couldn't even plant a laptop with an Arabic keyboard. Left Arabic ThinkPad, right Hebrew ThinkPad. In the Arabic one, the Arabic letters are written next to the English letters. In the Hebrew one, the Hebrew letters are bottom right hand side of the English letters. Wait, really? I mean, I don't know. I haven't seen. I have not seen a. Wait, no fucking shot. Yeah, Eric Toller made short work of a lot of this. The BBC visited the MRI building in the Al-Shifa hospital as well. It mentions that a laptop had photos and videos of hostages. The photo was the one on display and later redacted when the IDF reposted the video. But it was a publicly available image of Ori Megiddish. The same two guns appeared for the Fox News report are present for the BBC as well. These guns were not in the spot during the initial walkthrough of the location by an IDF officer, which was done hours before Fox and the BBC arrived. They staged it again. Good note here, the boots may have been moved back to the MRI machine after being in the photo op with all the weapons, grenades, and dates lined up. The IDF dug in the northeast corner of the Shifa hospital complex to find this tunnel a few meters deep. It was located right next to the street, Ibn Sina, and leads towards the southeast. So that's what we have so far. We posted, I mean, I looked through this thread already. This is from Eric Toller. He's really good. He's a New York Times visual investigations guy, previously Bellingcat. I like him. I think he's very consistent and very good on a lot of this stuff. But yeah, this was their first release. None of this, of course, is enough to justify like going into the hospital, blowing up the hospital, yada, yada, yada. The second photo has a box of dates that were confiscated, which was fucking ridiculous. The IDF posted a few videos of their tour of the hospital. No tunnels, command centers, etc. to be found in any of these clips or pictures. Instead, focus on grab bags of some guns and body armor scattered around and laptop next to CD-ROMs. Here's the IDF map of what they claim are Hamas complexes at the Shifa hospital. Insert all necessary caveats onto that. Wait, actually, you know what? I kind of want to look at this real quick. I want to open this up. Open image in a new tab, and then we'll look at the Elon news. Like, what part of this would be? Like, oops. What part of the compound is this supposed to be? Like right next to the street. This is the big building, which I think is this, the internal depot, the Hamas underground. So it's the convenience store, right? I think that's the one, right? It looks to be that this is the internal department, not depot, sorry. The internal department and a but what, this is the road. So it would be like this. So I guess it's like here near the water tank, I think. Or is it near the convenience store? Because I think it's a convenience store and the outpatient clinic, but underneath it, yeah, it might be. Piers Morgan, Rabbi Shmuley versus Mohammed Hijab. Nice. We'll watch that later. By the cafeteria area, I think. Please. Girl. About international criminal charges, it's important to remember the Hague Invasion Act already authorized the U.S. president authority to protect Israelis in the same way that the subs protect against ads. Jesus Christ. Fuck me up, fam. Fuck me up good. Here's the terminal break now. The tunnel entrance is meant to be under the label Al Shifa Hospital. Oh, so it's here? That's where the tunnel entrance is? Like, okay. Like this. It says burn center on the building and the coordinates. This is the burn center. I don't know if that's the case then, because this might be incorrect. Okay. Daya, come. Go drink your water. Go. Hello. They were attacking people inside the hospital for something that was outside the hospital. So this is technically all a part of the hospital complex. It's big. Zoom in on it. It's exactly under the plus. So it's literally, it's like right here. Like it's like right here. Did an actual battle happen, or was it just a siege? I can't find any video that shows Hamas militants. No, as far as I understand, and unfortunately, IDF is very hush hush about their operations. But as far as I understand, there wasn't like a lot of like there's shooting happening everywhere, right? There's like constant back and forth, but as far as around the hospital goes, I don't know if there were any militants that they were shooting at. As far as I understand, they just like kind of walked in with hospitals. Are we clear about it being a war crime, a violation of the international humanitarian law for an active combatant running into the hospital complex as it put civilians in harm's way? I'm actually not certain about that. I think it depends on. I mean, international humanitarian law allows militants, especially that are being under occupation, that are fighting back against an occupying force, a broad variety of protections that it certainly does not give to the IDF. Which is engaging in a belligerent occupation of an entire group of people. So there's definitely a lot more coverage for Hamas militants in this circumstance, regardless of how it makes you feel personally. Because we're primed into saying, well, Hamas are terrorists, but in this situation, they are a organized militia, or rather a spontaneous militia. A spontaneous militia that is armed and fighting back against an occupying force. So in this circumstance, they are operating as a defensive force in this defensive posture. October 7, on the other hand, would have been and is, in my opinion, where many war crimes were committed, an attack of terror, an act of terror. This, on the other hand, is not. The IDF claimed that they were transferring medical supplies from the hospital to the civilians, but the boxes were labeled in English, and the IDF can't even do propaganda correctly. I know, and I saw they were very light, too. The boxes were so light that they were simply just, like, carrying them around. The IDF officer mentioned that there was no shortage of medical supplies. This was fucking gross and ridiculous. They deleted the video. They reposted it. But in the OG video, before they deleted it, you can see they cut out the part of the end where the laptop was displaying a picture of Ori Megadish, a rescued Israeli soldier. I can't tell if this laptop is literally, I can't tell from this video if this is a Hebrew laptop or not, if it has a Hebrew keyboard or not. But I guess, like, it shows it on the right side. So maybe. I don't know if it's an Arabic laptop or if it's a Hebrew laptop. It seemingly is. I think it might be Arabic. Regardless, though, none of which proves that this was like being used by Hamas. That was shaky at best, and kind of ridiculous, as a matter of fact. Oh, they've revealed a post-war. Here's the IDF map of what they claim are Hamas complexes. Shifa. Wait, hold on. I clicked on it, but it showed me the wrong thing. Breaking, the U.S. and European allies are pushing for a plan to deploy an international UN peacekeeping force in the Gaza Strip after the war, according to people familiar with the matter. How about they do that in fucking the West Bank? Not just Gaza. How about West Bank? That was unironically, that literally was a part of the fucking peace negotiations, to have a permanent UN peacekeeping force, including American forces, in the West Bank. Let's do that. That seems great to me. To me, it seems like a fucking better situation overall towards a broader peaceful conciliatory process. Yeah. West Bank, including Jerusalem, of course. Anyway. The keyboard has HAM and an S on it. Those letters can spell Hamas. Explain that, wise guy. I can't. You know, a geopolitical situation is fully shit when Hassan calls for a U.S. peacekeeping force. Am I right? Yes. That's how fucking bad the conditions are. Because on the one hand, you just have an occupying force, a belligerent occupying force that is maintaining an apartheid structure. On the other hand, you would at least have like people who are not necessarily invested in the well-being of Palestinians, but will probably be a little bit better than the fucking belligerent occupation and the apartheid structure in general. So yes, that's how fucked up the situation is. A lot of things that I normally would cast aside and yell at, I don't when it comes to this issue. There's a reason for that. Like, one thing, I always talk about, like, awareness. Like, I talk about direct action versus awareness or intentionality in a lot of circumstances, right? When you make a comparison between, like, Black Lives Matter, for example, versus for Palestinians, it is certainly, for Palestinians, it is certainly a worse situation overall, which is why even awareness campaigns are incredibly successful and needed, like people to say something about it. Anything. I have no idea whether this is redacted. The IDF official mentions her name in the original video, pointing it out. Trying to figure out the chronology of these weapons. The IDF video in daytime photos are laid out. We already covered that. Actually, 14 weapons with the advanced blanket shot. Not as 10, as I said earlier in the thread. Hard to tell if this gun on the bottom right is the same one we see on the Fox News shot. Same model, sure, but would likely need to check scratches and unique details. The photo of the weapons being laid out in the IDF press release has the file name WhatsApp image. So we know the weapons were laid out before the Fox News crew arrived. Tremendous eye here showing the one-shot IDF tour happen. At 3:31 in the IDF YouTube video posted to Al Shifa Concreus, watch reads 1318. This is after he tours the dark MRI room in the video. The BBC visited the MRI room at the hospital as well. It mentions that the laptop had photos and videos of hostages. The photo was on a display and later redacted when the IDF reposted the video. The same two guns that appeared in the Fox News report are present for the BBC one as well. These guns were not in the spot during the initial walkthrough of the location by an IDF officer. Which was done hours before Fox and BBC arrived. Good note here, the boots may have been moved back to the MRI machine after being in the photo op with all the weapons, grenades, and dates lined up. And the last update so far has been the IDF dug in the northeast corner of the Shifa hospital complex to find this tunnel a few meters deep. It was located right next to the street Ibn Sina and leads towards the southeast. So that is all we have thus far. That is all we know thus far. Also, there hasn't been a single photo video of actual Hamas militants fighting in Gaza. Only people in civilian wear. What's the explanation there? Two different explanations. One is that a spontaneous militia force that is defending itself against an occupying force does not have to wear a military uniform. In other circumstances, it would be considered a war crime. But in this circumstance, it technically is not, as long as there's clear markings and a clear leadership structure. And they're, armed combatants. So a lot of the Hamas militants don't actually wear uniforms. They do have uniforms. Some of them use those uniforms mostly in training videos, but they rarely ever use them in actual ops. So that could be one of the reasons. And also the other reason is that there's 2.2 million Palestinians living in Gaza and around 45,000 militants, right? So when you have 45,000 militants sitting amongst 2.2 million civilians, yeah, you're going to kill a lot more fucking civilians than you're going to kill actual militants, especially if you are engaging in a belligerent and ruthless bombing campaign that doesn't really care about the lives of the citizens that you're bombing. And we know that they don't care about it, one, because of the impact, right? But we also know that they don't care about the bombing due to we know their intentionality behind their belligerent, ruthless bombing campaign, because they keep trying to justify it after the fact by putting up, the Israeli president claiming that they found an annotated copy of an Arabic translated Mein Kampf in a child's living room or some shit. That is done specifically so that they can say, well, we had to strike at this child's living room and kill a child because either A, even the terror babies are reading copies of Mein Kampf, or that Hamas militants are hiding among terror babies of terror. That is the reason why they show that. You mean I thought war is war? All these rules, the war, make it seem like there should be another way to end this other than violence? Yes. Isn't the lack of uniforms a talking point for the IDF? I don't know. but I'm giving you the actual reasons as to why there is a lack of uniforms, because it's true. Hamas militants often do not wear uniforms unless they're conducting operations outside of the boundaries of Gaza. But even then, they don't wear uniforms, and they're not even legally bound to wear uniforms technically. We should resolve international conflicts via esports so we can reverse the global hegemonic order. Yeah. It is a talking point. It goes into the human shield narrative that they wear plain clothes to blend in with the civilian population. Yeah. I think so, but it doesn't even matter. There is definitely truth to it, but it still doesn't fucking matter. You know what I mean? There's no, like, you can't justify killing 4,500 children. You can't justify bombing indiscriminately and killing, in the last month and a half, more than 11,000, when we don't even know the actual number now, but more than 11,000 civilians, okay? 73% of which are women, children, and the elderly. 40% are just directly children, okay? 40% of the casualties have been directly children. 73% of the those killed are just women, children, and the elderly. So this doesn't mean that like all of the military-aged men are technically enemy combatants, but and I don't think that they are, but it's still fucking insane. You can't even justify that. You can't justify killing children based on your paranoid delusions that these children are terror. They're doing terror. It just doesn't work that way. Just like the idea that like a lot of people made hay of me saying like settler babies, right, in the West Bank, they're still terrorist babies or whatever. Yeah, you can't kill them. Like that's never something that I have defended. It is an indefensible action. Which I thought was pretty clear, my stance on the whole murdering children issue, but I guess I had to clarify it time and time again. You literally said so in the next sentence, but that didn't make the clip somehow. I don't remember what time code that was from. The video that they're using. I never actually looked at the video. I never look at like. I never look at that stuff. Regular Israeli. I guess this is it. It starts at 2:41. Citizen completes
militants.
No, I understand. And there are baby settlers as well. But there are baby settlers as well. There are babies in the settlements.
But the babies that killed were not.
I know.
Okay, so
here's now that we established that. Yeah. No, hold on. Now that we established that, the other school of thought here is that all matter of Israelis living on Israel proper are they're also doing the exact same thing in the eyes of some. I do not agree with that because I don't think that is a reasonable solution, and it's not realistic anyway, and that only will lead to the complete evisceration of Palestinians, and far-right Israelis will use that to continuously radicalize just regular Israeli citizens in their endless bombing campaigns and ethnic cleansing campaigns and the brutal occupation. This was a conversation that I was having with Ethan specifically about the difference between people who believe that like everyone living in Israel proper is a settler versus those in the West Bank, because both Ethan and I agree that those living in the West Bank and international law agrees that those guys are engaging in an act of terror. They're doing settler colonial terrorism. So having said that, however, obviously both of us are in agreement that it is completely It is completely and utterly not permissible to kill children. There is no world in which killing children is acceptable, right? The irony, of course, is that the conversation was that, and yet people still took this, took a clip out of this, cut it specifically short so they could make it seem like Hasan is saying all of the people living in Israel are actually terrorist children, and they deserve to be killed. Not only was I describing someone else's perspective, I also was saying that I don't agree with it. I was in the process of describing why I don't agree with it. And yet, for some reason, people that have no interest in understanding my position whatsoever and simply want to say that I want to kill children have kept using that clip over and over again. Okay? The only people in this saga that legitimately believe in killing children and think it's like totally valid and totally just, at least thus far, at least according to the number of children casualties in the hands of one militia force versus the other occupying force, well, it's the IDF. It's the IDF. So, no. Unlike the IDF, I do not believe in killing children. I think that that is not allowed in any circumstance whatsoever. But, you know, that's all it takes. It's all it takes for most people to just, like, immediately draw up an assumption about you, especially if they have been primed into thinking that you are... I don't agree. I don't think that every civilian is a valid target. Okay? I don't agree with that. I don't think that every civilian is a valid target. I don't even... Listen, under the legal distinction of international law, technically settlers are, but even then I don't agree with that because I don't think that that is an appropriate way to deal with the problem. I don't... Not really what he's saying. You're saying every civilian equals settler, which isn't true. Sadly, he agrees with Hamas in that there are no Israeli civilians. This is so weird. I genuinely don't understand it. Like, how can you listen to what I'm saying and immediately go, no, actually, in this fucking 21-second clip, you said something that is exactly the opposite of what I'm claiming, but it doesn't really matter because I believe personally that you said the exact opposite. I'm not going to watch what you said. I'm not going to hear what you said time and time again. I reject what you are saying now to me, and I personally believe that you believe a particular thing that I cut out of context, and I'm just going to keep going with that lack of charitability. It is almost always like this. It's almost always like this. It's like if you don't preface everything you say with a one-sentence digestible statement instead of going right into describing your position with examples, it gets clipped out of context but I'm sure they would still do that regardless of how you go about it. I know. Which is why it is mind-numbing, because the ultimate goal here is to get me to fucking stop. That's it. That's it. What is this? I do not consider the fucking Israeli kibbutzim, like people living in the fucking kibbutzes and their children, to be valid military targets. I don't. I don't even consider the fucking settler terrorists and their children in the West Bank to be valid military targets. There's a mechanism to deal with this under international law. Obviously, it's a joke. Like, international law is a fucking joke and nobody gives a shit. Yeah. Just want to point that out. I've said this time and time again, over and over again, and yet it doesn't matter. What is the context of these clips? The context of these clips is that I do not believe that you can solve any problem by just simply killing a bunch of people. Okay? No matter how wrong those people are. I do not even believe in the death penalty. I do not believe in capital punishment in general. Okay? The point is, people don't give a shit about that. The context was he was saying it was okay to forcibly, possibly violently remove the settlers, and he pointed out to him that there are babies there in the sense that he should consider that they would be included in that, and that's why you support a one state, so that doesn't happen. Exactly. This is the reason why I believe in a one-state solution. This is the reason that I changed my position from a two-state solution to a one-state solution, because Israel's actions in the last couple of decades have made it virtually impossible to have a two-state solution because there are 750,000 total Jewish Israelis living in the West Bank and also East Jerusalem, occupied East Jerusalem and occupied West Bank. And removing them from that area would be impossible and would amount to crimes. It would be truly violent. Couple of decades? You mean 80 years? No, couple of decades. Because in 1977, there were 7,000 total Israeli Jews living in the West Bank. In 2005, when Israel pulled out of the Gaza Strip, occupied Gaza, there were only around 8,000 settlers living in Gaza, even in 2005. So that is very different. That was 45 years ago. I know. The reason why I mentioned 1977 is because like it's such a ridiculous number. But even in the 90s, okay, even in the 90s, there was like a total of I believe in the 90s, like the total was at 80,000 total. I don't remember the numbers off the top of my head. Big lib takes. Congratulations. Yes, I am a liberal. You built an audience by giving valid analysis on this topic. You're a propagandist. This is the immune response. Yeah. Anyway, it's very frustrating because I've described my position and I've described my analysis and where I actually get this information from time and time again, but people always hand wave it away by saying it's just Twitter threads, except it's Twitter threads from literally reliable sources, journalists that I trust, as a matter of fact, because I don't trust all the journalists in general, journalists that are on either side of this conflict as well. I mean, I rely on the Times of Israel journalists that are embedded. I rely on Trey Yinks, the Fox News journalist that is embedded with the IDF. I look at everything. There's no other way to make sense of what's happening. So this is what we have so far on the Hamas tunnel. The IDF also said it found a pickup truck like those used by Hamas on October 7th, loaded with weapons at the Shifa hospital.
הרכב הזה הכניס את כל המרכיבים, כמו שאתם רואים, של פעילות פשיטה ב-7 לאוקטובר. יש כאן כמות מחסנית ענקית ועצומה, כמות רימונים, RPG, קלצ'ניקוב, אמצעי לחימה ואפילו אמצעים קרים. כל הדברים האלה למרכיבים שכבר ראינו בפשיטה ב-7 לאוקטובר. הרכב הזה, בואו איתי, המיקום הפיזי שאנחנו נמצאים בו. בואו איתי. אנחנו נמצאים בית החולים שיפה. זה הבניין הקטרי, חברים. זה הבניין הקטרי שנמצא כאן, אנחנו נמצאים מצפון אליו בתוך הבית חולים.
Additional photos the IDF has released from the Shifa hospital, like we showed already. But a lot of those individual soldiers, weapons, and supplies were discarded by Hamas terrorists at the hospital, who then fled when Israel got too close. They may claim to seek martyrdom, but most are really cowards, is what he said. Apparently, the tunnels are cemented. Oh, I saw this. This is earlier. This is like last night. This was their claim originally, before they actually ended up finding like something that they could point to as a tunnel system. They claimed that the doctors held off the IDF deliberately so that like Hamas militants could cement the tunnels and make it impossible to find.
Complex. What we know is that the tunnel shafts or the basement shafts inside the...
Why didn't they show the pickup truck yesterday? A truck is not hidden just like the bike? Yeah, I don't know. I guess they found it now.
Hospital have been blocked with concrete by Hamas, and thus the army has brought, in addition of tanks to guard the area, has brought bulldozers in order to try and open those shafts and try to reach the basement and possibly the interlacing of underground tunnels underneath the...
Wow. So yeah, I guess they did that. Cement has like a 1 hour window of use time for a mixer truck. I don't think you understand, guys. They have instant cement that they somehow do not transport with mixer trucks. And also, in the midst of all this chaos, well, these doctors are using like their own phone fucking flashlights to operate on babies and shit. The other doctors that weren't operating on the babies, the Hamas doctors, were, using the mixer truck or the non-mixer truck instant cement that they use to shut off the fucking tunnels.
Hospital complex.
Information provided by Israeli military is evidence proven false. Al Jazeera, 2 minutes and 50 seconds, posted about 40 minutes ago.
The U.S. president is...
that didn't stop the fucking president. By the way, none of this changes the reality that Joe Biden literally said all of this was true and that there is a Hamas headquarters under the fucking hospital without any real evidence. He has not seen any real evidence. He's only repeating what the Israeli government has said so far. He claims that this has been independently verified by American security, American forces, but as far as I understand it, when questioned, I don't think that they have seen any real evidence whatsoever for this.
Asked, where is the evidence to support Israel's claim Hamas is operating from hospitals in Gaza? He said,
I have to pee.
This is a grab bag.
Hours after the raid on Al-Shifa hospital, Israel's army deleted this video, but then reposted it without the words, undeniable truth. In the previous video, where the laptop isn't blurred, it appears to show the image of an Israeli soldier in uniform. Social media users are asking who placed that laptop there, and where are the alleged Hamas buildings?
The red buildings, as I mentioned, are buildings that Hamas is using.
Doctors and medical staff have rejected claims made earlier by the Israeli army, with some describing them as fabricated propaganda. Since Wednesday, the Israeli army has yet to show any proof of a Hamas command and control center that it's repeatedly used to justify its attacks on Al-Shifa hospital.
They can pump out propaganda, quasi-evidence, that doesn't qualify as full-fledged evidence, and Western media outlets, Western audiences, and governments will just take that as the truth.
It's a baby bottle in a basement.
Other purported evidence has also been dismissed at other hospitals.
Where every terrorist writes his name.
But they aren't, as the writing showed the names of days in Arabic, not those of people.
You can see the tunnel.
And what the Israeli army described as a tunnel was reported by Palestinians to be an elevator shaft. This hatch Israel claimed was the entrance to a Hamas tunnel turns out to be that of a water reservoir at the hospital. And Al Jazeera has found this video showing the construction of the reservoir.
Their track record began on October 7th with the inflated numbers that were killed, which were disproven, and then second, things like people being raped and babies being beheaded. All of the photos they produced suggesting those things were untrue. But again, I think that it's tied to the idea that in the West, people are conditioned to believe that the Israelis are one of them. They see themselves in the Israelis. So even though the propaganda is really thin and the evidence sometimes non-existent, we're still conditioned to want to believe the Israelis because we see ourselves in them.
While U.S. officials were saying
it shouldn't be about an IDF reoccupation of Gaza as a long-term governance solution.
Israeli soldiers raised flags at the occupied beach in Gaza. Analysts believe the Israeli military's misinformation and propaganda is to help its aims to psychologically put pressure on people speaking in support of Palestinians in Gaza.
Yeah, I mean, that is what it is. And it's not, if the psychological pressure doesn't work, then they can apply direct pressure in the form of using the police force in the United States of America. Like, the police is always going to side with whatever the fucking State Department is interested in. They'll squash any kind of like protest with ease, and they have a tremendous amount of experience doing so anyway, which happened last night. And also on top of that, there is the Also, on top of that, there's obviously the other side where there's a shit ton of social pressure applied to people. That's why there's like doxing trucks on fucking college campuses, and they are totally allowed to operate. There's doxing trucks on college campuses that are doxing fucking students for the crime of being pro-Palestinian. CNN edited out the terror calendar part of their video, by the way. No retraction, no apology, just quietly deleted that part. Yeah, that's also fucking ridiculous that, like,
We see her at chair.
CNN is just like lapping up whatever the fuck they're saying and then deleting certain parts of it from their coverage. And not even offering like legitimate retractions. Like whenever the IDF is shown to be lying about something, they just go, "Oh, oops, all right, well, no one saw that, so it's fine." Here, CNN quietly cut disputed Israeli military claim from some video reports. Controversial claim by military spokesperson were cut without an editor's note from versions of the CNN website, YouTube channel, and on-air reports. After Israeli armed forces shut down a children's hospital in Gaza last week, a spokesperson for the country's military gave tours to members of the international press, taking time to show them something that he argued was evidence of Israel's claim that the hospital in the Palestinian enclave may have been used to hold hostages taken by Hamas in an October 7 attack. A calendar. In an Israeli government video, Daniel Hagari, a spokesperson for the IDF, called it a guarding list, where every terrorist writes his name and every terrorist has his own shift guarding the people that were here. Hamas denied the claim, and skeptics pointed out that the document was simply a list of dates and days of the week since October 7th under the title Al-Aqsa Flood Battle, Hamas's name of the attack, along with the October 7th date, including no names of guards or anyone else. Eventually, Israel backtracked somewhat. A spokesperson acknowledged the translation error in Hagari's statement and notably said that the video is a remark distributed to media outlets had been corrected. So let me ask you this. If you're seeing a shit ton, of these like naysaying, weirdo, drama farming, perverted political commentators out there who keep coming in here with their fucking brigades of psychopathic fans and saying, Hasan, remember when you got this detail wrong when I had not, and that it's simply a fucking clip chimp? Okay? And then they are awfully quiet about the incredibly well-documented, incredibly consistent lies that the Israeli government has told, and the fact that the media is just uncritically repeating said lies. And the fact that they're not saying anything about that, but instead trying to fucking catch a Twitch streamer who might have misspoken over the course of 10 fucking hours without making any good faith effort to understand what the overarching statements are. I think you basically understand where people are coming from and what their genuine interests are. Okay? The interests are not about the truth. The interests are not about like advancing any kind of like genuine political perspective that you care about. It's just simply to say, well, this guy is bad, and we're just going to try and continue that narrative as best as possible. We'll watch the Piers Morgan video afterwards. CNN's international diplomatic editor Nick Robertson's full report from the Al-Rantisi hospital included Robertson announcing that more evidence, Hagari says, points towards Hamas and possible hostage presence below the hospital. The CNN then showed Hagari making a statement about the guarding list. The clip made the rounds this week, while critics saying it showed CNN had given too much space to the Israeli military's claims. Here it is, by the way, on CNN.
List. Every terrorist has his own shift.
In this room, he says, a guard list that begins October 7th, ends November 3rd, not long before the hospital was evacuated.
That, as far as I understand, has been taken, that has been clipped out. It was in this room where he points to the fucking calendar, because the calendar is in this room. And they just like quietly fucking cut this part out. Quietly cut this part out of their video without any retractions whatsoever. I mean, at that point, you're doing just... I mean, they've openly admitted that they're doing propaganda for the IDF, okay? They said that the only way that they can get any kind of on-the-ground coverage and on-the-ground reporting is if they are embedded as a part of the IDF, and the IDF will and has and will continue to go through every fucking footage that they film and has final say on what gets posted. Sometimes that final say ends up uncritically repeating whatever the fucking dumbass propaganda is. And when they find out that that dumbass propaganda is falsified instantaneously, there's no fact checking done at CNN either, by the way. What did you not have a single fucking person that speaks Arabic? Like, are you out of your fucking mind? You're not even doing that? You're not even going through this? You're not even going to fucking see for yourself? Something that like random Twitter users can find out? You don't have anyone to like fact check? Here, IDF releases an image showing a Hamas tunnel underneath Rantisi Hospital in the Gaza Strip. This was from the robot, by the way, Elon. I think this is the robot footage, isn't it? They showed this already. Like, they only showed this on a laptop, but they never... I don't think they went into the... I don't think they actually went down there. But this is what they said was the reason why they believed this to be a tunnel structure with an ominous door that the robot found that was pointing in the direction of the Rantisi Hospital. They also did not show a tunnel structure that connects inside of the Rantisi Hospital either. This is the older footage. Hey, baby, watch out. Of course they won't go in. That's a death trap going in probably. Brother, I'm sorry, but it's on you to prove this before you fucking make these accusations and also follow those accusations with violent actions. Like, there is no, I'm sorry, my soldiers are too scared. I'm just a small bean in this circumstance. Like, that's ridiculous. You have to prove it before you even take action, not try and prove it after you take the action and then go, oopsie, well, I guess we found a door, but we still can't go down there. Like, what is going on? Anyway, I know a lot of people will, if they find anything that amounts to a tunnel structure, a lot of people will turn around and use that to be like, see, we told you it's totally valid. Make no mistake, I do not believe it's valid at all. Even if there is a tunnel structure underneath the hospital, it still does not mean that you can blow up the hospital on top of it. Doesn't mean that you can kill the fucking doctors on top of the hospital. That is ridiculous. Okay? Ridiculous. And make no mistake, they said that this was like literally the Hamas headquarters. And so far, they've shown zero evidence that amounts to this being the Hamas headquarters at all. Anyway, like I said, they deleted that. Those weren't the only changes. The version of the report columns posted online includes a comment from Robertson after Haggari displays a handful of guns and explosives purportedly found in the hospital. Haggari says he can show us evidence they found a lot more, but this is what they made safe for our visit, Robertson says. The longer version of that report also includes Haggari's claims about the IDF offering to help evacuate the hospital, as well as his claims about bringing incubators into Gaza. In addition, the longer version of the report includes Haggari's accusation that Hamas was holding hostages in a children's hospital. None of these claims are included in the versions of the report. This was also another fucking claim that they made. They said that Hamas was holding hostages in the hospital. They've lied so consistently and so much that they flood the market with so many fucking inconsistent and outright incorrect statements that I sometimes have a hard time keeping up with it. And I try to do my very best to at least deliver to you what they're saying truthfully. Ridiculous stuff overall. Completely ridiculous. Like, if your goal is to just, like, lap up all of the IDF propaganda, and for the record, considering that this is, and I've said this before, this is a consistent thing that happens all the time. If you are going against the State Department narrative, you can never be even remotely incorrect. You can never misspeak. You can never say something that can be misconstrued because they will use that against you forever. However, if you are going along with the State Department narrative, you can be wrong the entire way. You can be wrong the entire way. And you can always turn around, be wrong the entire fucking way. Yeah, no, I did. I don't know if you've shown, I missed this video. It isn't verifiable, although it was filmed on the ground in, of Al Shifa. Yeah, I saw. They found this pickup that they hadn't found yesterday, but they somehow found the pickup today, luckily, with all the weapons laid out in front of it. Anyway, my point is, journalists have to be at least as critical as I am on any kind of narrative that comes from any kind of occupying force. Same principle goes for American soldiers in Iraq and Afghanistan as well. Okay? Your job is not to be a stenographer for the occupying force. Your job is to uncover the fucking truth. And if a government-backed force, an occupying force is backed by a government, has so willingly lied consistently, be a little bit more fucking skeptical, man. What the hell are we doing? Hold on. 1 second. I'll DM someone real quick. Have you seen this about the tunnel under the hospital? Yes, yes. I know that there's a tunnel structure under the hospital. Yes, of course. As there are tunnel structures under every fucking hospital. That does not mean that these are Hamas tunnels in general. The standard, the bar for how much proof you need to have in order to be able to attack a hospital so that it is at least debatable is incredibly high. Israel has not reached that standard ever. Okay?
Gaza.
For it to be debatable, mind you, like debatable on whether or not it's a war crime. Defending Hamas? Oh my God. No, man, I'm defending a very simple concept, which is you can't just fucking attack a hospital with bad intel and then try to make a patchwork post hoc rationalization as to why it's permissible. Even if you find actual evidence after the fact, it's still held up for debate, which implies that you can still be in the wrong and it can still be an international humanitarian law violation. There are parts of these actions that are already undeniably crimes, war crimes, in violation of international humanitarian law. For example, attacking the hospital with the amount of weapons that they've shown thus far, claiming that these are weapons that Hamas was using inside of the hospital, yada, yada, yada. All of that is still a clear-cut violation of international humanitarian law. There's just not, you can't do that. Finding a couple fucking guns and putting a nice little spread out there next to a bunch of Quarans and a bunch of fucking dates and a Lenovo laptop and CD-ROMs is not enough to fucking shell a hospital. It's not enough. It's not enough to snipe at patients and nurses inside of the fucking hospital, which Israel has done.
And to project Israel's objectives. It's also to hide the realities of its killings and devastation in Gaza.
Yeah, also, like, remember, they're talking about, like, a permanent occupation in Gaza. Meanwhile, they blew up, like, the Palestinian Authority's own fucking, like, building for governance. They've been blowing up government buildings and shit. Like, what do you mean you're engaging? If you're interested in, like, a legitimate, a peaceful solution that is permanent, you don't fucking do shit like that. But, of course, it doesn't matter because they don't have any real interest. And they don't have to have any real interest. They did this before, too. And they'll do it again. Why? Well, they'll do it again over and over again. Why will they do it again? Because no one is saying, don't fucking do this. No one with any real power is saying, don't fucking do this. And if you think that the United States of America doesn't have influence in this conflict, no. If you think that the United States doesn't have any influence in this conflict, you're wrong. You're absolutely wrong. We have all the influence. This is happening under our watchful eye. We are letting this happen. We're championing it.
Israel has promised to provide proof to back up its claim Hamas was using Gaza's largest hospital as a command center. In southern Gaza, Israeli forces have started dropping leaflets in the Khan Yunis area, warning people to evacuate their homes and head to shelters for their own safety. Similar leaflets were also dropped over northern Gaza weeks before the ground offensive, suggesting imminent military operations may be planned for the south of the country. Well, let's get the very latest now from my colleague Mark Lowen, who is in southern Israel for us. Mark.
Marion, thank you very much indeed. Well, we were going to actually be live with you in that headline sequence, but we had to dash because there was a rocket that was just fired just above our heads and intercepted by Israel's Iron Dome anti-missile system.
What happens if the ICC prosecutes Israel? America would never let that happen.
There was a siren that went out, so we just had to take cover there. I'm not sure if you can see, but in the distance, the very large plume of smoke there where an airstrike has recently hit. A sign of just how constant the threats are here as this conflict reaches almost 6 weeks. Well, meanwhile, the Israeli Defense Forces continue their operation inside Al-Shifa Hospital, Gaza's largest hospital, and Israel has promised to provide proof of what they say is Hamas's command center there. Hamas has consistently denied the allegations of the Israeli military. President Biden, meanwhile, has said that the US has urged Israel to act, in his words, with incredible care as Israel's military operation at Al-Shifa continues.
One thing has been established is that Hamas does have headquarters, weapons, materiel below this hospital.
That hasn't been established at all. He just said that it's established before it was established. And how do I know that? Because it still hasn't been established. Hey, down. Place. Good place.
And I suspect others.
Well, our correspondent Lucy Williamson was taken inside Al-Shifa Hospital by the Israeli Defense Forces. A little earlier, she joined us.
Remember, John Kirby on the 14th of November repeated, again, uncritically, Israeli propaganda that there were hostages inside of the hospital. On November 15th, that very same Kirby said, oopsie, there are no hostages inside of the hospital. So why did not a single fucking media person look at that and go, why is the NSC and the official spokesperson for the NSC repeating IDF propaganda uncritically and unconditionally and then simply repeating whatever the IDF says the next day? Why is there no extra scrutiny in this matter? He didn't say 100%. Yeah, exactly. That's probably right. That's what it is.
From Jerusalem.
Israel is really coming under pressure to prove why it carried out the operation it's carrying out in Gaza. And driving into Gaza last night, it was clear just the scale of its military operation there. Parts of the city looked as if it had been hit by an earthquake, buildings completely decimated, roads churned up, rows of tanks moving through the streets. So I think the scale of the operation is clear, but
people are so desperate. I'm telling you. They find anything and everything, like any marginal statement. Aren't we also repeating Hamas statements without criticism? Who verified the numbers of deaths? That's a beautiful question, my friend. Thank you for your unconditional support in doing Hasbara propaganda in here, because we've banned, I believe, too many chatters, and therefore there isn't anyone who's giving me the idiotic fucking I'm sipping on that dumb juice nonsensical counters here. So let me explain. We are repeating the Gazan Health Ministry's information. Why are we repeating that? Well, according to international humanitarian organizations, according to the American State Department, according to multiple Israeli news outlets, the Gazan Health Ministry, which is the civil governance branch of Hamas, completely removed from the militant faction, whether it be the Al-Qassam brigades or any of the other militant factions, has always been consistently correct on the casualty numbers. These numbers have been verified time and time again. So that's a wonderful question that you just asked me. The reason why we trust the Hamas-backed Gazan Health Ministry numbers when we are looking at the situation is that all of these are repeating the same source you mentioned? Yes. What do you mean? Yes. All of these outlets and the American State Department and the Human Rights Watch have long held the belief that the Gazan Health Ministry is absolutely substantiated and verified. They have never lied. If anything, they have undercounted the number of casualties in the past. It is the most reputable source of information on the ground. Okay? Saying that it's not cross-verified is also not true. Human Rights Watch have cross-verified numbers in the past. Not only that, but also Israel has access to the Gazan population registry. Israel knows the phone numbers, home addresses, and names of every single person that has died and is still alive, hopefully, in both the West Bank and also in Gaza. Okay? Every single international outlet, every single international organization, every single non-government organization has consistently said that the Gazan Health Ministry numbers are verifiable and correct. They have a track record that Israel does not have. Okay? The Gazan Health Ministry has a track record that is infinitely better in verified, cross-verified information on the population numbers and the casualty numbers than Israel. Israel does not have that very same track record in offering genuine evidence. So the idea that it's not cross-verified is just pure copium. I've tried checking with large media, both from Israel and global, all cite the same unverified source. They put an asterisk at the bottom of every article I've checked. No, this changed when the IDF propaganda changed around it. This also changed when Joe Biden came out and openly stated, I don't trust the numbers that the Gazan Health Ministry is giving because they're Hamas-backed. Even at that very same time, however, the U.S. State Department was still using the Gazan Health Ministry's numbers. It does not matter if, for propaganda purposes, someone goes around and says, all of a sudden, we don't trust the Gazan Health Ministry because they're Hamas numbers. It does not matter if America, which has also repeated unverified Israeli propaganda time and time again, because Israel is the ally in this circumstance, has now changed their attitude. But the reality is, you are never going to agree with me here because you're not interested in the truth. You're interested in trying to turn around and offer a counter narrative. Not only that, but also here is the actual U.S. official that says the Gaza death toll is likely higher than the ones being reported. Israel-Palestine war, Israeli newspaper reports 20,000 Palestinians killed by Israeli strikes in Gaza. This was the Ynet report that came out. I don't even know why they said 20,000. So tell me, are you actually interested in the truth, or are you interested in coping in here because you want to defend an apartheid state and its unjustifiable ethnic cleansing actions? And therefore, in order to defend the unjustifiable, illegal, belligerent occupation of Israel and all of its violent actions, you will choose any kind of exit strategy. You'll grab onto anything you can, which even includes saying idiotic things such as, well, the Palestinian Health Ministry's numbers probably are not true, even though historically speaking, when cross-verified, they've only been found to be true, and maybe even an undercount, including the very same people that are now still continuing to use those numbers. You also have to ask yourself this. Why would the Palestinian Health Ministry lie about the numbers of casualties when the Israeli government has access to the population registry? Couldn't the Israeli government, instead of cutting 1,000 different Pallywood propaganda videos, turn around and go, well, you revealed the names and information of every single person that you said is dead, but here, we have proof. We have complete surveillance of the Gaza Strip. Here are the people that are actually on your population casualty numbers that you have clearly identified as dead, who are currently alive and breathing. It is such an easy thing to go and disprove. The Gazan Health Ministry, as a matter of fact, has released all of this information. I have a lot of criticisms for the Israeli government. No, you don't. No, you don't. You are such a pussy, dude. You do not. Don't fucking insult my intelligence. You just spent the last 10 minutes trying to fucking act like the Palestinians are lying, to try to fucking claim that like something that has been substantiated time and time again, this information that has been verified time and time again, okay, by every international organization, you're now claiming is a lie, or you're trying to say that is most likely a lie, asking, oh, where's the verification coming from? All while you have not said a single fucking thing about the numerous times that Israel has lied about everything. Everything. So all Palestinian claims are always true. I am trying to be critical, looking for verification. Yes, brother, if you're looking for verification from one side only, and that side is the one that's getting mercilessly bombed, while you are not looking for verification from the other side, you're a biased piece of shit, especially as it pertains to something that the Palestinian Health Ministry, the Gazan Health Ministry, has absolutely no reason to lie about. No reason to lie about whatsoever. Okay? We've covered this already, how the dead are counted in Gaza. In any war zone, counting that is a challenge. Gaza is no different. As battles there intensify, the chaotic situation with bombardments by Israeli forces on the ground, fighting, communication blackouts, fuel shortages, it is increasingly difficult to figure out where the figures are coming from. However, the health ministry in Gaza reports a regular death total on social media with additional breakdown of the numbers of women, children, and the elderly who have been killed. The figures do not give the cause of death, but describe the dead as victims of Israeli aggression. The ministry also figures for the injured and the missing. Some of the bodies remain trapped under piles of rubble, says the Palestinian Red Crescent. Okay? Health ministry officials say the death figures are recorded by medical professionals before being passed on to them, and the figures only include people recorded dead at the hospital. The only way for this to be fake is if you personally think every single doctor and every single health ministry official that is working inside of Gaza is technically secretly Hamas, and also bad guys that are interested in making Israel look bad. That is how unimaginably stupid the counter to this is. But of course, if you are that fucking racist, and in order to be able to uncritically and unconditionally defend Israel, while still maintaining an out for yourself by saying, oh, I don't really like Benjamin Netanyahu, but Palestinians are fucking dogs, you know what I mean? That deserve what they get because they all actually technically defend Hamas or whatever the fuck. If you say shit like that, then you're not different than Benjamin Netanyahu at all. You're just almost as racist, if not just as racist. Yes, the Gaza Ministry of Health have reported Israeli operations in 2008, 2012, 2014, 2018, 2021, 2022. Go back and compare those numbers with the UN, Human Rights Watch, and B'Tselem numbers. Yes, Human Rights Watch has also cross-verified those numbers in the past and have found that usually there's an undercount. Okay? The idea that this is even up to question is ridiculous. One side has lied, disappointed. You call me racist. I think Netanyahu is bad and should be removed. Brother, I'm sorry for this, but you are a fucking racist piece of shit. You're a monstrously racist person if you look at an ethnic cleansing campaign that has killed more children than numerous other wars, global conflicts yearly, annually, since 2019 in a matter of a month and a half. And you go, well, that's kind of indefensible. So the only thing I can say is maybe secretly there's a collection, a consortium of Palestinians who are working in every aspect of Gazan civil governance that is secretly collaborating with militants and doing their very best to make Israel look bad, when Israel is just simply a small bean and is trying to do its very best to cleanse the area of Hamas, when they've shown no interest in doing so and have openly stated that they don't want to do it, that they want to fucking indiscriminately bomb Gaza, that they want to turn it to a parking lot or a fucking a beachfront property. Time and time again, they keep repeating this take that they do not give a shit. Okay? I am sad for all loss of life. I want to ask verification of journalistic reports. That's all. I have a lot of criticism for the government of Israel. Yeah, sure, brother. Go ahead. Tell me. I love liberal Zionists who fucking turn around and they're like, oh, I just don't like Benjamin Netanyahu. But, you know, maybe the Palestinian numbers are incorrect, even though every fucking outlet that I trust, when they're saying shit that's anti-China or when they're saying shit that's like against America's foreign adversaries, every outlet that I trust somehow now, I don't really know if they're real or not. I'm simply asking questions over and over again. All of this could have been found with one Google search. You could have just went in and looked at a Google search that said, hey, how are the dead counted in Gaza? Hey, does the Palestinian Health Ministry have a track record of lying about the casualties? Oh, they don't. Okay, maybe I should stop being a racist fucking piece of shit. But no, you're just simply asking questions. You know who else loves simply asking questions? Nazis, when talking about casualty numbers in the fucking Holocaust. Dumbass. It's so odd. So odd to behave this way. Overdoing the argument? Fuck no. That is exactly what this is. It is a very specific tactic. Okay? That's not a bit much at all. It is a very specific tactic to undermine and try to desperately defend indefensible actions by an occupying force. I'm sorry if that hurts your fucking feelings, but that is precisely what neo-Nazis do to this fucking day. It's bad faith. And of course I will call it out. It's unimaginably bad faith. L from you, mate. Sorry. All right, mate. Fucking hell. The real well is seeing the top of the hour ad break. What is happening in here? You guys are more offended by a comparison of a fucking militarized state engaging in a brutal ethnic cleansing and ethnic displacement campaign? Or the fact that someone is comparing that to a historic murder machine and the defenses that people who want to... Hey. What is happening here? Place. Kaya. What are you doing? Lord? Chill out. You're probably just being brigaded. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Anyway, as I was trying to say, if you're fucking offended by the language that I'm using here, you can suck my cock, okay? Yells at his dog, yells at chat, angry person. I didn't yell at my dog. You're rude to chatters for little reason. No, I'm not rude to chatters for little reason. I'm rude to a chatter. I'm rude to a chatter for fucking turning around and cowardly, in the most cowardly act possible, try to fucking look at consistently verified, correct casualty numbers and cast doubt on them. And this chatter has done it literally from the jump. Can you separate current events and historical wrongdoing? Does every situation need to be resolved by backtracking through history? This chatter said on 5/17. Even fucking in 2021, this chatter had the same level of smoke. There are also many Israelis that are not religious Jews. Last time the chatter was in here was 5/17/2021, where I was, once again, talking about the historical context in which actions and reactions occur under an apartheid regime, and he was still defending Israel back then. I am a lot in stream, not always active in chat. Yeah, but when you are, do you really want this to be the mark you leave behind? If this is like your only chatting, this is good. One-state solution or two-state solution does not solve the problem for those that were removed from their homes 70 years ago. This is sympathetic to Palestinians. Okay? Great. First of all, it does, but regardless. Like, do you think that trying to defend the position that the consistent information coming from the Palestinian Health Ministry is actually, is actually incorrect somehow because you feel that way? That's good.
Also, Israel's desire to try and show the world why it's doing what it's doing. It's still very tense. They took us right into the heart of Gaza City, into Al-Shifa hospital that's been the scene, at least the streets around it have been the scene of some of the fiercest fighting over the past few days. We had to go in darkness through a hole in one of the perimeter walls, and we were taken to one specific department, the MRI department in the hospital. We weren't allowed to talk to other people, not to doctors, not to patients. We were shown the items that the IDF said they had found there, hidden amongst the medical equipment. But as you say, the real proof that Israel is under such global scrutiny for is to provide evidence of this network of tunnels beneath the hospital. That's something they haven't found yet, but they did say that it's very early days. There's a lot.
What if, I know it's a crazy thought, both sides fuck with their numbers? Brother, it's war. For a multitude of different reasons, the numbers are not going to be 100% correct. If I give the same level of charitability to the Israeli government for why the 1,400 number was reduced down to 1,200 on October 7, because I understand that in times of conflict, it is very difficult to make accurate assessments from the jump, and that they incorrectly added 200 militants that also died to the death toll, okay, on October 7th, and then backtracked it, and I didn't mention that as like somehow indecent or wrong, you can also offer that same level of charitability to the Palestinian Health Ministry. Of course, the numbers are not going to be 100%, but you have to look at their track record, their consistency, and also cross-verification that has occurred time and time again in previous incursions. If they are actually consistent and truthful and they have a good track record, then why the fuck would I randomly and magically decide today, well, guess what? This time around, I don't want to believe them because those numbers make me feel bad because I'm supporting a side that is responsible for those numbers, okay? The idea that they are also presenting a side in this conflict is fucking ridiculous. Doctors are doctors, okay? People in the health ministry are simply people in the health ministry. They're getting their information from the doctors on the ground, international doctors half the time too. It's really, really dangerous, damaging, and terrifying that people can so racistly fucking keep making these assertions and then mask it under the guise of just asking questions.
A lot of the hospitals still to search, and both they and the US intelligence community believe those tunnels are there. We're in an Israeli military vehicle inside the Gaza Strip now. They're taking us towards Gaza City. This area, we're passing through an area where the ground...
What is this? Hi, Israeli guy here. Just so you know, the 239 hostage situation is real. Yeah, I never said it's not. The massacres that happened on 10/7 are real. I never said they're not. There's Hamas footage of it. The video the IDF is showing where the hostages were real. Yeah, I've said all of those things. What do you mean? To be honest, if you truly wholeheartedly support Hamas, you support terror. I am Israel Chai, he says. And then he got banned. All right, we're going to unban him because I want to hear what other beautiful information he has for the fucking chat. I'm sure he's got a mountain. I like that, dude, any number of Hasbara talking points just revolve around fucking arguing against a thing that I've never said. You know what I mean? See, I wasn't going to ban him, but then he just posted the same dumbass thing again. Yeah, it's fine.
Ground operation first began weeks ago now, and since then, the Israeli army has fought its way methodically towards Gaza City, towards the gates of the Shifa hospital.
Shadow boxing.
And that's where they're taking us now. We're still being told to keep our lights off. Are we going this way? Well, the Israeli army has been really searching through this hospital. You can see they've had to force the door of the MRI room here to get inside. They've been looking for evidence of this being a Hamas base, a place where Hamas planned attacks. And they say that among the things they've uncovered are more than a dozen Kalashnikovs, grenades, personal protective equipment, some of it with the Hamas military brigade insignia on it. You can see some of them here hidden under these bags of medical supplies. We're also told that there have been laptops found with some information about the hostages. They also found some recent files that suggest this may have been a Hamas operating base as recently as a few days ago. Well, there's been a lot of pressure on Israel for the humanitarian cost of its operation in Gaza, not least inside the Shifa hospital, where doctors say they're struggling to keep alive dozens of vulnerable newborn babies without enough electricity, food or water. But now that Israel does have control of the hospital and is carrying out the searches, it's also under pressure to give some evidence about why it's actually there.
Lucy Williamson with a rare glimpse inside Al-Shifa hospital in Gaza there. Well, on this side of the border, the Israeli police say that they have killed 3 suspects involved in an attack on a checkpoint in Jerusalem. At least 4 people were shot, including one who was critically injured. 2 others suffered light injuries. The police said all the injured were members of the security services.
Yeah, this is a really funny one. In Beit Hanun, they found Hamas placed rockets inside a little girl's bed and anti-tank missiles inside a baby stroller.
חדר שכתוב עליו בייבי גרל, כמובן. מתחת למיטה של הבייבי גרל יש לנו פה ערימות של רקטות. מתחת למיטה בכל הבית סך הכל מצאנו גם עוד פגזים ועוד תחמושת ועוד המון נשקים,
מטענים,
חגורת נפץ, ערכת הפעלה, נשק קצר, סלולר, ערימות של אמנט.
We want to get to Trey Yinks because those...
That's it. They found it. To be charitable, some of the Zionist dumbasses that have come in here, this is strong anti-Hamas propaganda. What? The baby stroller shit? Sure. I mean, yeah, I believe it. They're using baby strollers as missile bases. Are these videos manipulated? I don't know. Maybe they're using the baby bed as a way to stash missiles. Maybe. The reason this doesn't work is because Israel can't claim to be the underdog when it's fighting guys who have 3 RPGs and an AK. I mean, there's no underdog in the situation. I mean, Israel is not the underdog. It doesn't matter. They don't have to be. They're just they're trying to justify their ruthless slaughter with post hoc rationalizations that, like, look, we found a fucking copy of Mein Kampf in a child's living room. We found missiles inside of a kid's bed. Why are they doing that? Well, because, you know, that's the reason why some children have died. Also, make no mistake, the numbers of casualties that you have seen from the Gazan health ministry that is backed by Hamas is also probably fake, please. I don't know. I think that that's like ridiculous, especially because, like, it is, at this point, I will 100% admit, it is virtually impossible for me to sit here and act like it would be genuinely inappropriate for me to look at what Israel says and unconditionally repeat it to you. Okay? It would be malpractice if an organ of the government has so regularly lied every fucking day for the past month and a half as it is engaging in an ethnic cleansing campaign that they've openly said they're engaging in. Okay? And the media that refuses to genuinely verify this information and also repeat it uncritically, and then maybe even quietly delete it when they find that it's not true, without even retractions or apologies. If I were to look at this and tell you, yeah, I believe everything the IDF is saying, it's probably true, I would be wrong. I would be in the wrong. You take everything Hamas is saying and uncritically repeat it. No, I don't. I do not, as a matter of fact. Not even a little bit. One, there is not that much information coming out of Hamas to begin with. You are racist. You are. You want me to tell you why you're racist? Not that you give a shit. You think when I listen to a doctor at Shifa or a Doctors Without Borders person in Shifa or in any number of other hospitals, you think that's Hamas. That's the difference. That's it. Yeah, QAnon and Flat Earth are equal in my opinion. Brother, look how far the mighty fall. Going from making fun of QAnon and Flat Earthers to becoming a QAnon and Flat Earther for Israel. What happened? What happened to so many people's fucking brains? Like, they just broke in this conflict. You're being trolled by bad faith chatters. Thanks for the ungrateful work you do. Can we be critical of both sides and the media reporters? I am. That's why when motherfuckers come in here and repeat shit like, oh, Israel actually killed all the hostages, or Israel actually killed, not the hostages, sorry. Israel actually killed all of its own civilians, and the operations on October 7th were actually perfect, and they only killed military members. When people say shit like that, I yell at them too. You just don't hear about it because no bad faith clipper that wants to present me in a certain way is going to show you that reality, the other side. That's it. I don't know how much longer, or when people say there are no Hamas tunnels, like there was a lot of people who were just oblivious and didn't know that there were Hamas tunnels underneath like the entirety of Gaza. I showed you the tunnels. I showed you footage from journalists who were allowed into the tunnels. I've said time and time again that yes, there are tunnels underneath Gaza, 100%, 400 kilometers of tunnels that we know of. Okay? You didn't even cover the Apache shit? No, I did. I did cover it. I covered it and I criticized it. I said it's not true. I did cover it. It's cope. It's not only did I cover it, but I also said it was cope from people who were, weirdly enough, taking a position that even Hamas's own spokespeople were not taking. Like, they openly admit that, yeah, we went a little too far. Sorry, oopsie, a lot of civilians died. Like, their position is that. Meanwhile, motherfuckers in the Western world are going, no, actually, they killed all the civilians. Like, Israel killed all the civilians, actually, on October 7th. I did. There's a finite amount of things you can emphasize given the nature of time and attention, and how one allocates that time is far more instructive of their ideology than their explicit identifications. That's a great take. Great fucking take. All the way back from February 3rd, 2021. Yeah. This is something that is unforgivable, by the way. The fact that the Israeli officials 5 hours ago said that there's no further evidence of Hamas activities in the hospital that was scheduled to be made public for now. The search of Israeli forces in Gaza's largest hospital stretched into a second day Thursday amid the wait for more concrete evidence of extensive Hamas infrastructure at the facility that precipitated the raid. The fact that they also told I-24 that, like, they actually secretly held up, the doctors actually secretly held up the IDF specifically so they could cement over the fucking tunnel structures is insane. And it's so fucking insane that, like, you can just exercise a little bit of critical thinking and legitimately destroy that argument. You know what I mean? Like, these motherfuckers brought in a cement truck that the IDF didn't see. And cement is, like, illegal inside of the Gaza Strip in general. And that they were able to cure it in under 3 days. Like, they did all of that while Israel was, like, blowing the shit out of the Gaza Strip. The worst military on the planet. Okay? Straight up. The absolute worst military on the planet should be dismantled immediately. Like, this many children dead in the pursuit of, like, secret Hamas militants. No, you don't get to have a weapon after that. You've demonstrated that you do not have the capacity to, like, exercise a decent use of force or exercise restraint. Your rules of engagement are entirely fucked up. Israel also said no further evidence of Hamas activities in the hospital is scheduled to be made public for now, following the release of Wednesday of photographs and videos showing small caches of rifles and laptops of the IDF identified as Hamas material, which was fucking ridiculous. The military did not show evidence of the tunnels or command center that it says exists under the hospital. I can now confirm that the operation is still ongoing. All publishable evidence was released. There is evidence that Israel killed its own citizens, plus Israeli witnesses that were not taken hostages, and hostages literally said Hamas treated them well. So why would we trust the Israeli military on the civilian deaths and believe that Hamas are terrorists? There is evidence, although flimsy, of eyewitness testimony from Jasmin Porat, who escaped the concert and went into one of the kibbutz. Okay? That's it. That's the only information that we have. That information comes from an Israeli state radio broadcast that was then censored. However, beyond that, and one Haaretz article that documents that, yes, Israeli tanks may have fired upon houses without, after verifying whether or not there were Israelis in there, beyond those two instances, there is not an overwhelming amount of evidence that the Israeli Defense Forces or the security forces actually killed Israeli civilians, whereas there is a tremendous amount of evidence that Hamas and other Palestinian militants did kill civilians. This is the reason why I say what I say about October 7th. One has an overwhelming amount of evidence. The other, albeit is suppressed by the state, but still has not that much evidence. I'm not discounting that some of the civilians on October 7th might have died in the hands of the IDF. But if you think that the overwhelming majority of civilian casualties on October 7th weren't directly caused by Palestinian militants, you're wrong. That's it. You're wrong. Anyway, was there confirmation of friendly fire between IDF and October 7th? Haven't heard about that in a while. There were instances of friendly fire. Yes, that one is more documented, but that's like IDF killing other IDF, or IDF killing a settler in the West Bank on accident, thinking that the settler was a Palestinian. That kind of stuff happens regularly, but those are marginal. Those are edge cases. What we're talking about is like 1,200 dead. Okay, the overwhelming majority of which were civilians. Hi, Hassan. I made a thread about a kibbutz house where 13 hostages died. Sad thread about the lack of conclusion of the story of the 15 Israeli hostages in one home in Kibbutz Be'eri on October 7th, the failure of Israeli state to clarify what happened to the 13 hostages who did not survive the IDF versus Hamas battle. Only Jasmin Porat and Hadas Dagan. Oh, this is the one I'm talking about. Yes. So this is the only information that you have. You do not have any evidence that like that person is Israeli, by the way. But you don't have. There's no evidence that October 7th. Was conducted, or the civilian casualties on October 7th happened as a consequence of the IDF deliberately or by accident killing a majority of the civilians that died. Okay? That's not true. Omri Shifrani, a member of Kibbutz Be'eri and a relative of deceased children Liel and Ayala, said, "We have known what Jasmin said for more than a month. We heard it from Jasmin and Hadas and from our people from the kibbutz whose relatives were killed there." Jasmin's summary. This is the summary from the Israeli state radio show, where she, and I guess this is paraphrasing, but they were held in a house for hours as hostages. Jasmin was in contact with the police at the behest of the Hamas terrorists and informed them about the situation at home. At some point, police and army forces arrived. An incessant shootout began. Later, she was taken out of the hostage as a bodyguard for one of the terrorists and handed over to the police. The shootout continued even after she left the house. Then a tank arrived, 2 shells were fired, and then Hadas Dagan says, the only other survivor who survived from those who were in the house. Then there was complete silence. Out of the 15 hostages, the only ones who survived were Hadas Dagan and Jasmin Porat. They didn't get out of there alive. Jasmin said this morning in an interview. In that interview with Kalman Lieberman, she basically says that there was a lot of crossfire. She says 2 things. One, that the Hamas militants actually, after literally killing someone next to her in a fucking closet, so she has no reason to lie about that, she says, like, the Hamas terrorists killed someone next to me in the closet, but then they actually didn't treat me all that poorly. And the guy, Kalman Lieberman, in the interview goes, "What? They didn't treat you that fucking wait, what do you mean?" Or wait, I'm crossing the wires. I think she said something along the lines of, like, they were being considerate, okay? And then she followed and said that a lot of people might have died in the crossfire. But she, again, is an unreliable narrator, okay? Why they treated me humanely part is not unreliable. That part makes sense. That's her firsthand account. But she doesn't fucking know how many people were actually shot by IDF in that situation. She's literally there under the fucking crossfire. So the reality of the situation is, like, the only evidence that you have that, like, shows that there was IDF crossfire that may have accounted for some of the casualties, some of the civilian casualties, is still not enough evidence, whereas there's a tremendous amount of evidence of video footage, both from onlookers from their own fucking apartment complexes, like filming the ground level, the street level violence that was occurring against civilians, and also The very fucking GoPro footage that the militants were utilizing. They filmed themselves. By the way, none of this means that Israel's actions in Gaza are permissible. Of course they're not. But please, this is something I've talked about quite a bit. Omri, it says, it's very strange to me that until now there's been no operational investigation into an event which 13 hostages were apparently murdered with no negotiations have been made. So here's the thing. Notice how that number is very low. 1,200 Israelis were killed, and the overwhelming majority of them were civilians. That's only 13. So the idea that like the IDF is accountable for the majority of the civilian casualties is incorrect. So even if this part, and this part does deserve an investigation, even if this part is correct entirely, it still doesn't account for all of the possible casualties of civilians on that day. Majority were uniformed IDF, not civilians. You're wrong. No, you're wrong about that. The majority was not IDF. You're wrong about that. You're wrong. You could say that they were like local security forces, like people who are in civilian clothing that took up arms to try to defend themselves, which, by the way, is legal and allowed in that circumstance. But no. No, you're wrong. Yeah, it is 800 civilians, 400 active duty plus police. Yes. And you want to know why? Because the civilians would have their fucking ranks next to their like the active duty, they get mentioned in the Haaretz reporting with their active with their actual ranks next to their names. Omri, perhaps an order was received that it's impossible to negotiate under those conditions. I don't know, but so far we haven't done any operational investigation, and no one is here to talk to us about what happened at the event. Omri, I do not rule out the possibility that Liel and others were killed by IDF fire or that they died from the terrorist fire. There was very heavy firefight. I have no complaints. I understand the situation was psychotic, but I want to know a small bit of certainty. That's it. But even then, that's a tiny number in comparison to the overwhelming majority. Okay? Overwhelming majority of civilians in that circumstance. That's it. I don't know why we constantly go back and forth on this. It's just like, yes, there is still questions from October 7th, and there will be questions that won't be answered for a while. But the reality that it's like it's a given, or the reality that it's like certainly the majority of civilians that were killed were actually killed by the IDF is not true. It's not correct. There's not enough information to make this conclusion. Now, having said that, this has been my position since day one. You will not actually hear that from my interlocutors who are not interested in presenting me as like a objective reporter of what's going on. But of course, I will, regardless of whatever my fucking haters might say, always try to deliver analysis to you as truthful as I possibly can make it. You know, we're not going to know everything that happened ever. Yeah. Oh, this is going to be a fucking insane thing to watch. Uh-oh, you said reporter again. Anyway. Having said that, I do, of course, maintain a shit ton of skepticism for all the IDF claims made thus far in its offensive campaign in the siege of both the Al Ahli Hospital, the Al Shifa Hospital, many other Rantisi, and many other hospitals, and just the Gaza Strip in general. Okay? it would be malpractice for me as a even dumbass Twitch himbo who happens to do political commentary. It would be malpractice for me to not tell you that these guys have lied a lot. Okay, it's ridiculous. It would be untrue if I didn't tell you that, and it would be ridiculous for me not to be critical and assume that there's a likelihood that this might also be a lie. Anyway. Body of Hamas hostage found and transported to Israeli
Pictures
territory.
that we've had on the screen there while Ayal's been talking has been the night sky lighting up over Gaza, Trey. What's happening at this hour?
Yeah, hey, Sandra. Israeli forces continue to operate inside Gaza at this hour. They use these flares that you see live on the side of the screen to illuminate areas and mark targets so those forces can either move forward or use their air force to strike the different targets. Really, though, we're following the news of the body of a hostage that was found in a building near the Al-Shifa hospital complex. We're talking about Yehuda Weiss, and she represents one of what we understand to be 240 people that were held inside Gaza following the October 7th massacre. And just to tell you a little bit about this woman who represents so many innocent Israelis who were taken and slaughtered by Hamas on October 7th. She was a woman in her mid-60s. She was undergoing cancer treatment. She had a husband who was also killed by Hamas on October 7th. We know from reporting that she and her husband were hiding in their bomb shelter known as a Mohammed in Israel, in the small community of Be'eri that sits near to the Gaza border. We've reported from there often in the aftermath of that massacre. And this woman was a woman of peace. She was a woman who worked with kindergarten students and worked in the dining hall of her kibbutz, her small community. And she was taken into Gaza and slaughtered by Hamas. She was unarmed, and this was the result. And unfortunately, her story will not be unique. And we are being sensitive to the information that we know due to the families who are in desperate need of any information about their loved ones that were dragged into Gaza on October 7th. But when you look at her photo, this woman in her mid-60s, and you think about her story and her 5 children who tonight have learned that their mother, in addition to their father, was murdered.
Wait, so how was she killed?
It really cuts through this entire story, and the flares and the rockets and the bombs. This is a story about people, and people who are mourning tonight, a country that continues to mourn in the aftermath of this brutal massacre.
I have a speculation on how she was killed, but I want to know what this reporter, who is truthfully, delivering the news to you that is totally verified and substantiated and definitely not uncritically repeating whatever the fuck the IDF has claimed. Did he say what happened?
Took place in early October.
So Trey, hey Trey, it's John here. So just to be clear, because some of the initial reporting seemed to point to the idea that the hostage that was found dead was a member of the IDF. That would appear to not be the case. But Hamas also said a couple of days ago that an Israeli military hostage had been killed in an Israeli airstrike in Gaza. Do we know if that report might be true, or?
Wait, I mean, yeah, come on now. How could that be the case?
Or is that potentially Hamas propaganda?
Yeah, so this is a different incident with a 19-year-old soldier. And last week, Hamas released a propaganda video of this young woman speaking in front of a camera. And then at the end of the video, they had photos of her body. And now Hamas claims she was killed in an Israeli airstrike. We have no way to independently verify those claims. There have been widespread Israeli airstrikes against the tunnel network underneath the Gaza Strip. In the initial days of this conflict, Hamas and Islamic Jihad.
It's pretty wild that even Fox News is like, well, there was a lot of airstrikes. I mean, straight up, all you need to know there, if you got motherfucking Fox News, even Fox News being like, well, there were a lot of airstrikes happening, so it could be the case.
Jihad claimed they were holding hostages in that tunnel system. And the difficult part about this story is the Israelis simply don't know where all of the hostages are. They are trying to track down as much information as they can. the Israelis claim, and they've shown us laptops and notebooks they say have information about the hostages they were able to recover from the Al-Shifa Medical Center. We were not able to independently verify those claims either. We were not able to look at the laptops or notebooks, but it really gets to the core.
No, they're never firing Trey Yinks, dude. Are you kidding me? Why would they fucking fire him? He is like, dog. There are things that you have to say in order to maintain at least a shred of charitability for your reporting. Okay? If you want to maintain some level of legitimacy, you have to be like, well, it's Hamas propaganda, but also Israel has been bombing a lot. Okay? Like, that's crazy. That would be fucking crazy if they didn't say that. Just like when the BBC reports on certain things that are happening on the ground and like the Israeli side considers it to be blood libel, or get very mad at the BBC or get very mad at American media for like ever daring to question the IDF, what they don't fucking realize is they have to do that. They have to do that. That is literally what amounts to being as pro-Israel as you possibly can while maintaining a fucking shred of legitimacy so you can at least keep cutting IDF propaganda. You have to have like a little bit of credibility. These producers recognize that they're losing it.
The situation here, there are around 240 people still missing. Some of them are dead, others being held alive by Hamas inside Gaza. We do know there are negotiations at a very high level behind the scenes. The Qataris are involved in these conversations.
I heard, as far as hostage negotiations goes, there was going to be a 5-day ceasefire, and Benjamin Netanyahu held it up last night. This is what I've heard thus far. This was the latest thing that I read. Hold on, let me see. Let me find it. Which, of course, corresponds to what Benjamin Netanyahu has done so far. I mean, it goes along with exactly what Benjamin Netanyahu has done thus far. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, here. This is Yeri Wallach. According to the veteran Israeli journalist Nahum Barnea, the deal was ready for approval on Tuesday night. 50 Israeli hostages, children, women, elderly, with a 5-day truce, Palestinian women and child prisoners. Netanyahu decided to stall. After the details were agreed, Netanyahu demanded changes. Barnea believes Netanyahu backtracked in the last minute because he did not have the courage to bring it to approval, a familiar pattern. Yeah. Just so you understand. Israel considering deal with Hamas for temporary Gaza ceasefire in exchange for release of some hostages. So the IDF does have child prisoners? Of course they do. What do you mean? Yes. Not even a question. There are thousands of Palestinians, many of them children, under indefinite detention. Some of them are literally being tortured. Yeah. The occupation is ruthless. It's brutal. It is incredibly violent in the West Bank. According to B'Tselem, statistics on Palestinian minors in Israeli custody, at the end of June 2023, the Israeli Prison Service was holding 147 Palestinian minors in detention or in prison in what it defined security grounds. At the time, the IPS was also holding 26 Palestinian minors for being in Israel illegally. So what they consider to be security grounds, by the way, is illegal under international law. So the Israeli occupying force in the West Bank can engage in unlawful, indefinite detention for children and elderly and everyone they want to. And they have they offer zero evidence as to why they're doing it. And they can always just say, well, we have security concerns. These people have no legal recourse. If they can get a lawyer at all, the lawyers will go and try and demand their release. But it's all in the hands of the Israeli occupying force. That doesn't even start to get into the pervasive systemic sexual torture of said minors or prisoners. Absolutely. There are unlawful strip searches, like people talking about victims talking about being brutalized by batons and things of that nature. There's also, there's sexual harassment and sexual assaults are rampant. It's rampant in every carceral structure. So, of course, it's rampant in the fucking Israeli one as well, regardless of the fact that so many motherfuckers were trying to tell me that I was wrong for saying that. I oppose holding without trial minors or adults. Many in Israel oppose as well. There's a criticism of the Israeli government over the years. Yeah, I know. Stop chirping with the most unimaginable fucking aspects of the apartheid state. Is Israel an apartheid regime or not? And go ahead, answer that question for me, please. I would love to hear your perspective. Maybe you'll say it is, okay? And if you believe that it is, then my follow-up question to you is going to be, what the fuck are we to do about it? Rage streaming again, I hear. I know, man. I'm angry. I'm sorry. What? You believe all Israeli citizens have equal rights? Brother, are you Israeli? If so, how are you oblivious to your own fucking governance? First of all, Palestinian citizens of Israel do not have equal rights to the Israeli citizens of Israel, okay? To the Jewish citizens of Israel. So that's not even correct. But even then, it doesn't matter because there's 5 million Palestinians under brutal occupation. Half of it, almost half of it in the Gaza Strip, and the other half in the West Bank. So no, under Israeli law, all Israeli citizens do not have equal rights. Yes, here's the basic law. Israel is the nation state of the Jewish people. Since July 2018. But it doesn't even matter. Because while this is largely symbolic and declarative in nature, it was already the case. This was already the case. Palestinian citizens of Israel, the Arab citizens, not Arab Jews, of course. Arab Jews are still classified as Jews under Israeli demographics, do not have the same rights of being able to purchase land and live in the same neighborhoods. Most of the land is owned by the government. The government has created a structure of basically the most racist homeowners associations you can fucking put together to systematically redline Palestinian citizens of Israel out of all of the residencies that they might want to live in. Palestinian citizens of Israel also get arrested willy-nilly for marginal things like not only, offering support to the Palestinian plight, but even to see a WhatsApp message that the Israeli government considers to be a Palestinian, too pro-Palestinian for their take. Are we still justifying launching rockets from civilian buildings because poor Hamas? What else are they supposed to do? No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that at all. Give Hamas the same targeted striking capabilities and see if they fucking launch it at civilian areas or if they use it against IDF positions. Do it. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at what happens in that circumstance. That's what I'm saying. Right? And even if you were to do that, do they still have the population registry of every single Israeli civilian in the same way that Israel has the population registry for every civilian living in Gaza and their homes and their phone numbers under 24/7 constant surveillance? No, they do not. Huh. Bros justifying Israel bombing a hospital for that same what are we supposed to do answer, though? Yeah, no. There's never been a circumstance where the militancy that has been created under a belligerent occupation has ever had the similar firepower or access to information that the belligerent occupation has had. That's never happened. You know, I'm certain that they would rather fucking kill militants. Their goal is to end the occupation, right? So if their goal is to end the occupation, I'm sure that they would rather kill IDF soldiers and like steal their tanks and shit rather than fucking random civilians. Not saying that they won't, as October 7th showed. They certainly do when given the opportunity. To my knowledge, in many big cities in Israel, anyone can purchase a house regardless of religion. Oh, nice, man. Got it. Notice how you tried to dance away from what I said. By saying, well, in big cities they can. If you're Israeli, you should know your own laws. I speak what I know. Brother, you should know your own laws, okay? You should know your own laws. If you're going to come in here as an Israeli citizen and tell me that it's not an apartheid state, you can't fucking sit here and deny basic laws that have passed that show unconditionally that it is. Palestinian citizens of Israel have never had equal rights to the Jewish citizens of Israel. Palestinian citizens of Israel before 1967 were ruled under a similar military structure to the West Bank Palestinians right now. In 1967, the ones that were afforded more freedom, I guess, the Palestinian citizens of Israel that were living in Israel proper were afforded more freedom, but it still was never one-to-one. Okay? The idea that you could turn around and fucking tell me like, oh, well, actually, no, Palestinian citizens living in Israel have the same fucking laws and the same, are protected under the same structure, and then like point to fucking, I don't know, the one Arab guy in the Supreme Court or some Druze members in the fucking IDF or whatever is ridiculous. There is no equivalent in the Western world, as far as I understand it, of the same kind of clear-cut definitional ethno-state measures that are codified in the law. America used to have similar laws in many states. Oregon comes to mind. Some of which was still not really enforced in contemporary American society, and yet it still was in the laws. Like Oregon. But it's ridiculous. Israel does not care about its citizens' religions once they're citizens with Israeli ID and passport. That's not true. Okay? That's not true at all. What are you talking about? Palestinian citizens of Israel do not have the same taxes, same rights, same standing in Israeli courts. That's not true. That is not true at all. You're wrong. Palestinian citizens of Israel are not allowed the same opportunities to be able to purchase homes and shit. Okay? That's not true. No, they aren't allowed to travel the same highways. No, that's wrong as well. You're talking about West Bank. There's 3 different classifications, I guess. There's technically 4 different types of citizenship under the Israeli apartheid regime. You have Israeli Jews. You have Palestinian citizens of Israel who happen to be Arab Muslims and Arab Christians. Palestinians that were afforded Israeli citizenship, the 1948ers. Okay? What is a Palestinian citizen of Israel? How do we define this group? I am doing that right now. Then you have Palestinians living in the West Bank, and you have Palestinians living in Gaza. Okay? All 4 of these different classifications, different identity classifications, have a different set of standards and a different set of rules. If you are an Israeli citizen, a Jewish Israeli citizen living in Israel, either living in Israel proper or living in the West Bank, you have the exact same rights, the exact same protections. You have the IDF, you have the police force, you have the same civil court structure. Okay? However, those without Israeli ID are not citizens. Man, shut the fuck up and listen. I know you're trying to cope in here and be like, well, technically the West Bank people are not Israeli. They do not have Israeli ID, so they're not citizens. I know. Okay? I know. That's just simply cope. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that they don't have identification. The Israeli government and the Israeli army still occupies the West Bank and controls every aspect of the lives of the Palestinians living in the West Bank. That's why it is an apartheid. And they do have identification given to them by Israel and passports given to them by the Israeli state. Shut the fuck up. Just because the Palestinian Authority conducts some of the internal civil governance affairs and has like a standing police force doesn't mean that they are not working at the behest of the Israeli security apparatus. Okay? Here, what is this? Lesser? Here. Here's the here's Amnesty. Palestinian citizens of Israel, who comprise 19% of the population, face many forms of institutionalized discrimination. In 2018, discrimination against Palestinians were crystallized in a constitutional law for the first time, enshrined Israel exclusively as a nation-state of the Jewish people. The law also promotes the building of Jewish settlements and downgrades Arabic status as an official language. The report documents how Palestinians effectively blocked from leasing 80% of Israel's state land. Remember when I said that Israel owns almost all of the land, like the government owns it, and that they use that as an opportunity to discriminate against Palestinian citizens of Israel from purchasing any of the state land? As a result of racist land seizures and a web of discriminatory laws on land allocation, planning, and zoning. I also gave you the exact examples as to how they do this, where they use the homeowners association style structures in an effort to make sure that, and this is legal, by the way, it's not illegal. Legally, Jews in a neighborhood can force out a Palestinian in their neighborhood from their neighborhood. This is allowed. A neighborhood that is overwhelmingly Jewish can also choose to not allow Palestinian citizens of Israel to live there. Don't say it is illegal. It was trialed in court multiple times. Oh my God. The situation in the Negev, Nakab region of southern Israel is a prime example of how Israel's planning and building policies intentionally exclude Palestinians. Since 1948, Israeli authorities have adopted various policies to Judaize the Negev, Nakab, including designating large areas as nature reserves for military firing zones and setting targets for increasing the Jewish population. This has had devastating consequences for the tens of thousands of Palestinian Bedouins who live in the region. 35 Bedouin villages, home to about 68,000 people, are currently unrecognized by Israel, which means they are cut off from the national electricity and water supply and are targeted for repeated demolitions. As the villages have no official status, their residents also face restrictions on political participation and are excluded from the healthcare and education systems. These conditions have coerced many into leaving their homes and villages in what amounts to a forcible transfer. And because there's no building permits given back to those Bedouins living in the 35 different Bedouin villages that comprise about 68,000 people, the only thing that they have in this circumstance is to go back and illegally set up their own fucking homes in their own goddamn villages. Decades of deliberately unequal treatment of Palestinian citizens of Israel have left them consistently economically disadvantaged in comparison to Jewish Israelis. This exacerbated by blatantly discriminatory allocation of state resources. A recent example is the government's COVID-19 recovery package, of which just 1.7% was given to the Palestinian local authorities. You pull up chatter, you pull up resources to back up what you're saying. Chatter's only here. Yeah, I know. We've covered this. GDF covered this extensively when talking exclusively about how Palestinian citizens of Israel are not allowed the same amenities and even after 1967 are displaced.
From 1948 to 1966, the first 16 years of Israel's existence, Palestinians living in its borders were placed under military rule.
This is before 1967. So let's talk about after 1967.
Ground in Israel requirement, the damage was already done. The United
When the Emancipation Proclamation
practices such as the Federal Housing Administration's whites-only requirement, the damage was already done. The United States was already largely segregated by neighborhoods of predominantly white single-family homes in suburbs and multifamily, a staggering reality. Today, Arabs control just 3% of state land in Israel, despite making 20% of the population.
That's crazy, man. Yeah, what do you have to say to that? It's illegal. It was trialed in court multiple times.
90% of Palestinians who live in these areas experience higher rates of poverty, lower levels of labor force participation, educational attainment, and health. 50% of the Arab population live below the poverty line.
This, by the way, is the funniest cope from those who want to defend the state of Israel and its actions, because these guys, Palestinian citizens of Israel, are, in comparison to the Palestinians living in the occupied territories, in a significantly better circumstance. So the best circumstance for any Palestinian living in historic Palestine is Israel perfect? No, it has many lacks in government. Dog, you started this conversation by, one, claiming falsely that Israel is not an apartheid state, and then tried to defend the maintenance of the Palestinian citizens of Israel. And then when I showed you evidence as to why you're wrong, you still go, well, Israel is Israel perfect? This is why I can't have a conversation with you. Because your goal here is to simply derail. Your goal here is to simply derail. I do not believe that you are going to leave this conversation thinking about the circumstance, thinking about the situation a little bit more critically. I don't think that that is your genuine goal here. I think your genuine goal here is to just simply defend the state of Israel and also say, well, I also don't agree with everything. You cannot say, is Israel perfect? No, when talking about an apartheid. That's ridiculous. Tell me what you do defend Israel on, as you have already. You defend Israel on grounds that are just utterly not correct. Palestinians without Israeli ID are missing a lot of rights. In many big cities, anyone can purchase a house. To my knowledge, in many big cities, Israel, anyone can purchase a house regardless of religion. You said, I believe all Israeli citizens have equal rights. I told you, Palestinian citizens of Israel, the literal highest grade of Palestinian identification you can get under the occupied territories. Okay? And you said, well, to my knowledge, maybe I'm wrong, but it doesn't make sense to me that that is the case. I showed you that that is the case. You said you still tried to defend it, and you still made this false claim. Israel does not care about its citizens' religions once they are citizens with Israeli ID and passport. So maybe, I guess I know more about your country than you do. But it seems to me like you're not right. Palestinians have no right to compensation for property claimed by Israel. They have no right to return. Israel property law declares all seized land are considered owned by the state of Israel and will not be sold or given to anyone, but allows for the Knesset to override that ban on privatization by legislation. There's one instance where the Israeli Supreme Court did allow Palestinians to go back to their fucking neighborhood that is like literally 20 miles away from where they actually are currently. Okay, some Palestinian citizens of Israel. And the IDF blocked it on security grounds. That's it. One time. The Israeli Supreme Court actually said, yeah, these guys can go back to their village. And the IDF said no. Whoever is saying we have equal rights is wrong. We are always stopped at checkpoints while Jews pass without showing ID. We are sometimes sent for an advanced search where they take apart our cars. You're talking about the West Bank. We have army cars patrolling 24/7 in our villages. We are treated as lower class. If you don't speak Hebrew, you're basically fucked. And even in country exams, we get a high score. They accuse you of cheating and make you repeat the exam and pay again. I have an ID and I'm still treated like shit by authorities and Jewish people because I'm Arab. Oh, you're talking about like, oh, you're talking about the checkpoints in the Green Line. Remember, the military is supposed to be, the IDF is supposed to be a secular institution, okay? Beloved by Israelis. The Supreme Court is supposed to be a secular institution, beloved by the overwhelming majority of Israeli citizens, Israeli Jews specifically, right? These are the secular institutions. And even then, the results are still the same. For those who get the best treatment that would be considered, Israel issues a single kind of ID for its citizens. Oh my God, I'm going to lose my fucking mind. Can you marry an Arab Palestinian and give them Israeli citizenship or not? Can you marry an Arab Palestinian who is not Jewish and get them an Israeli citizenship or not? Why? Why do you try to do this? This is literally indefensible. Listen, you can have a civic marriage with anyone you want. Oh, God, that is such fucking incredible copium, dude. You are refusing to hear what I am saying. Can you marry a Palestinian Muslim, or as a Jew? Can you marry a Palestinian Muslim or a Palestinian Christian and give them Israeli citizenship or not? Civic marriage. Yeah, dude, it's fine. Yeah, gay people can get civic married too. Then go to fucking Cyprus and get married. That doesn't mean that the Israeli state actually... It's the same to marry an American Christian. Brother, that doesn't make it better. What the fuck do you mean? And no, it's not the same to marry an American Christian anyway. For Jewish citizens of Israel, they have the highest level of status, okay? If you can only be ranked down in your in the legal status that you have in the eyes of the Israeli state, you cannot go up. I don't understand why you are so desperately trying to make this seem something that it's actually not. Here.
This is essentially one space for Israelis. Palestinians have been divided into 4 areas. Each area gets a...
I love that the chatter was like, no, you don't understand. It's Jewish supremacists, but like it's unconditionally Jewish supremacists to like Christians too.
different colored ID card issued by Israel, and your life and rights are determined by that ID card. In Gaza, Palestinians have no freedom of movement and are under a complete Israeli blockade. Israel no longer has soldiers inside Gaza, but it controls every aspect of life from the outside. People in Gaza have no civil or political rights. They've got no say in the Israeli government that controls them. Palestinians in the West Bank also have very limited freedom of movement, with their population divided into 165 disconnected cantons, cut off by Israeli...
Look at this cope. Can Gazans move to Egypt? Why? Why would they? Okay, how about you move to Egypt? What do you mean? If I were to turn around, and if you're an Israeli citizen, if I were to say, hey, why don't you go back to fucking Germany? You know what I mean? Why are you there? Why don't you go back to fucking Germany? You'd be like, that's an insanely thing to say. That's an insanely anti-Semitic thing to say. And you'd be right if I said that to you. Okay? So how callous of you to be like, whoa, why don't fucking Arabs go and like move to Egypt? Can Gazans move to Egypt? Why? Travel, not move. What do you mean? What? The Rafah border is controlled by Israel. What the fuck are you talking about? You think the Egyptian government currently is holding up humanitarian aid at the Rafah border by their own design? No. The Egyptian government is completely controlled by America. It's a client state.
Military checkpoints, walls, settlements, and other infrastructure. They also have no civil or political rights in Israel. In East Jerusalem, Palestinians generally have more freedom to move, but Israel can take away their right to live in the city. They can't vote in Israeli elections, and Israel also bars them from taking part in Palestinian politics. Palestinians who are citizens of Israel can travel relatively freely, but they face restrictions on where they can live. They can vote in Israeli elections, but face legalized discrimination. This is essentially...
Yeah, they face legalized discrimination.
For Israelis.
Benjamin Netanyahu literally fucking... They do the same shit that they do in America in like Jim Crow South, okay? Palestinian citizens of Israel live under a structure that is similar to Jim Crow South. That's it. And that's the best they've got, okay? There is a level of allowance for their participation in politics, but it is quite literally suppressed as best as possible. The idea that these guys have equal rights is fucking ridiculous. It's copium. And for the record, that is, like I said, the highest level of citizenship afforded to, the highest level of like the best ID that you can have as a Palestinian.
Further, only 2% of industrial zones in Israel, which generate a significant tax income, are located in these Palestinian areas. The 10% of remaining Palestinians live in so-called...
Here, oh, you wanted me to show the Israeli ID system?
Israel maintains a single stratified population registry for everyone in Israel and the occupied Palestinian territories.
So weird. It's not an apartheid state, yet Israel has a population registry for all the occupied territories as well. This is why I say it is already a one state. Okay? It's been a one state. It's been one fucking singular state since 67. Except it's been an apartheid state.
Of the West Bank, East Jerusalem, and the Gaza Strip. At birth, Israel assigns each person an ID, and your ID determines your degree of freedom. According to Israel's 2018 nation-state law, only Jewish people have the right to self-determination in Israel. Over 50...
Ask him what hafrada means in Jewish? No, you mean in Hebrew. Yeah, I mean, that's the funniest part about it is that, like, again, in Hebrew or in general, like, everybody understands what this is. My man said in Jewish.
The Israeli laws discriminate against Palestinian citizens of Israel. For example, laws allowing for admissions committees can prevent Palestinian citizens of Israel from living in numerous small Jewish-only towns in Israel. After illegally...
That's why Chatter said, well, in urban areas, they can get fucking homes. For the record, that was cope. That was a way for him to try and dance around the actual issue that he is aware of.
Annexing East Jerusalem in 1967, Israel assigned a residency ID to Palestinian inhabitants of the city, a precarious status that Israeli authorities can revoke at their discretion. Israeli planning documents for Jerusalem include an explicit goal of maintaining a Jewish majority in the city. Since 1967, Israel has revoked 14,500 IDs from Palestinians in East Jerusalem. An estimated 10,000 Palestinian children are unregistered due to
Yeah, if you also leave, like, even in the West Bank, if you leave, you're not allowed to come back. Like, it's ridiculous.
the difficult process of obtaining a Jerusalem ID. In the West Bank, Palestinians carry a green ID. Palestinians with a green ID are only allowed to live on 40% of land in the West Bank. They face numerous barriers to movement and are barred from using certain segregated West Bank buses and roads designed to serve illegal Israeli settlements. Palestinians in Gaza.
No need to clown on that chatter. Yiddish technically would translate the Jewish. Yeah, but they don't speak Yiddish in Israel. They speak Hebrew. As a matter of fact, that distinction is quite important because some would even say that the revitalization of the language of Hebrew came at the cost of the destruction of Yiddish, which was seen as like, which was literally seen as like, seen in negative ways by the original Zionists as lesser than. No, I know. It's just not that crazy to say. Yeah.
Gaza are barred from living outside of Gaza, isolated from other Palestinian communities, and forced to live with the devastating effects of Israel's siege since 2007. Finally, millions of Palestinian refugees are excluded from the system altogether, since Israel denies their right of return.
It's so funny to be like, Palestinian citizens of Israel and Jewish citizens in Israel are seen as the same in the eyes of the law. West Bank and Gaza are not Israeli citizens, don't face Israeli court. They're under occupation, which should end as soon as Palestinians decide on a government that the government they allow to govern. Yeah, which government they allow. Okay? Once again, they're not Israeli citizens, and they don't face Israeli court because they face military court if they're in the West Bank. And also, who's going to allow them to govern themselves? Israel. Please stop. Stop. Dude. This kind of liberal Zionism, like soft Zionism, is not going to fucking work in here. It's just ridiculous. Still picking dumb chatters to respond to. The Zionist movement is the same as any other government or conquering entity. Don't defend the ignorance of saying speak Jewish. I'm not. Why are you yelling at things that I'm already doing? What's the excuse for the turning down of shared state other than it's our land? A shared state? Yet another defender of the Israeli actions here that is completely oblivious to the minutia, the details, or any of the fucking historical events that have taken place. Palestinians in the West Bank do not have the same amenities that the Israeli citizens, the Palestinian citizens of Israel do. I love when speak on the things that were turned down. Every single peace negotiation since Yitzhak Rabin has been conditions that are immensely unfavorable, immensely and utterly unfavorable, as the two-state solution has historically been dangled in front of the Palestinian population as a fucking carrot as they continued to build more settlements. It was never even a question. The number of Jewish settlers in the West Bank increased from 80,000 in 1990, okay, to 750,000 or 80,000 in the West Bank, not including occupied Jerusalem, okay, to 450,000 in the West Bank over the course of the past 3 decades. That is ridiculous. And it was never even a question, just like having a standing military was never even offered as an opportunity. The right to self-governance and autonomy was never a question. The right to return for Palestinians was a non-starter. Yeah, no water rights, no arms, no airspace control, no border control, no control of airwaves. IDF can come in at any time and disrupt your process. You can only hold elections if the IDF allows it to happen. That's no fucking state. That's just like bullshit. There were so many different moments. Where even with all of those awful conditions, which amounted to having like a Bantustan, okay, which is what an apartheid state is, for the record. And Bantustans did have their own personal forms of governance, okay? These people need to read B'Tselem and Adallah. I know, but they don't want to because that'll make them feel bad because they want to continue having, squishy liberal, soft Zionist tendencies. And it's scary. It's scary. It's a national security concern that if we let all the Palestinians back in, it's a national security concern. Anyway. Yeah. If democracy is a security concern for the Israeli nation state, then something dramatically awful has happened here. And we have to completely rewrite the Constitution. Okay? It's nuts. You can't just simply say it's complicated and move on. It's not just complicated. It's completely morally repugnant, impermissible, not allowed. Not a 21st century situation. It's not complicated. No, it's only the morality of the situation is not complicated. The morality of the situation is very clear cut. Okay? You, on the other hand, want to maintain that it's complicated because although you got banned originally, I think, and you said, are we still justifying launching rockets from civilians because poor Hamas? And then I replied to you and said, give Hamas guided munitions, the opportunity to utilize guided munitions and see where they actually fire them, whether they hit military targets or whether they hit civilians. The morality is definitely complicated. No, it's not. The morality is not complicated at all. Nothing is black and white with war. The morality of an apartheid regime is not complicated. It's bad. That's it. Not complicated. What caused it? Brother, here's why this is so stupid to ask. What caused it? Do you think that the white South Africans didn't have legitimate security concerns in the maintenance of their own apartheid state? They did. You just don't believe them. Do you think that Nazi Germany didn't present a certain set of reasons as to why they were putting Jewish people in concentration camps? They did. We understand that that is completely still repugnant, okay? And those security concerns that they presented were bullshit. The only difference here is you're saying your security concerns in Israel are actually valid. And yes, of course, plenty of people who lived in Nazi Germany considered those security concerns to be valid, and that's why they probably thought it was complicated. And just like the very same people in apartheid South Africa, no, don't fucking do this bullshit. You're saying Israel's doing the same thing as Nazis? In a situation where you want to compare either party's actions, whether it be the militant cell that engages in acts of terror versus the apartheid state, which one is the militarized machine of death and destruction, you think? So yes, one is closer than the other. And the side that is closer is not Hamas. Ridiculous. Don't try to fucking shroud this with like, oh, you're being anti-Semitic by making this comparison. The morality of the abolition of slavery was not complicated. The morality of destroying the Nazi Germany regime and liberating the concentration camps was not complicated. It was complicated only to those who were perpetrating those acts of violence. But we have the hindsight of recognizing that it was not complicated at all. Not even a little bit complicated. Just like right now, what Israel is doing is not morally complicated. Not. You got to stop preaching the one-state solution. It'll never work, and overall a silly idea. Brother, it is already a one-state. Israel currently occupies a one-state. It's just an apartheid state. I want that apartheid to end. Now let's watch Mohammed Hijab versus Rabbi Shmuley. Both people are,
Piers Morgan uncensored.
I would say, extremists in their own regard. Let's take a look.
Israel at war, the uncensored debate. Mohammed Hijab is a Muslim philosopher, scholar,
He is he's a very good debate lord, though.
Whose first appearance on the show was viewed by more than 8 million people. Rabbi Shmuley Botiak has been called the most famous rabbi in America. He is the international best-selling author of Kosher Hate and The Israel Warrior. Both men are passionate, both men are influential, and they both have vehemently opposing views. Tonight, they go uncensored and head-to-head. We're bringing together two very opinionated, passionate, influential people, very opposing views, and we're going to have a proper debate, and we're going to see if somewhere...
It's so funny to have Piers Morgan moderate a proper debate. Okay.
There is perhaps more that we can agree on than we first imagined. So thank you for joining me, gentlemen. We tossed a coin before we came on air tonight, and actually you won the toss, and you said you want to go second.
I defer to my brother.
And the way this will work, Mohammed, we have 4 sections of this debate, and at the start of each one, you'll both get 1 minute uninterrupted to say what you want to say about each of the themed titles of each block. So you go first, and at the end of your minute, you'll hear a sound, and when you hear that, you end, and then Rabbi Shmuley gets his chance to speak. So the first theme is a simple one. Are Hamas to blame? You have a minute, Mohammed, from now.
From one perspective, Hamas started the battle because obviously from October 7th, even they themselves title it Tufan al-Aqsa or the flooding of al-Aqsa. But from another perspective, if you really look at it from an international law perspective, we're talking about 1967, we're talking about Syria Resolution 242, in which it is actually stated that Israel is in a belligerent state because they're occupying the West Bank, East Jerusalem, and Gaza.
True.
And they have been, so therefore the war has been continual for a very long time according to international law. But let's remove Hamas from the situation altogether. Let's remove them. What do you have? You have the West Bank. And what do you have in the West Bank? You have 187 children who have been put in prisons. They have been put in prisons, according to Bet Salem, without charge. You have 44 children before October the 7th that have been killed before October the 7th in just 2023 alone. So if you remove Hamas from the equation, what you have the West Bank. You remove dominance from the equation, you have the West Bank, and what do you have? You have occupation, you have settlement, which you condemned, rightfully so. You condemned that on your show. The settlement's there.
Okay. Rabbi Shmuley, 1 minute to respond.
Resolution 242 in the UN.
The fuck?
Doesn't mention a single thing about aggression or aggressor. That is a total
Oh, okay. That was on the fucking show, right? I was like, was that me?
fabrication, and it speaks about disputed territories. But let's be clear. The occupier of Gaza is Hamas. They won an election in 2006, had a civil war.
Wait, what do you mean won an election? They did win an election.
With Mahmoud Abbas, took the Palestinian Authority officials, threw them off buildings, killed Muslims, killed Arabs. Mahmoud Abbas is afraid to go to Gaza. He's terrified of Hamas.
God, he's so bad. This stuff is so... I mean, this is so easy to make mincemeat out of, okay? That was America's doing. It was America's design. No, but Palestinians have never had, like, the autonomy to be able to conduct elections. Why can't they do one now, okay?
Hasn't been there since 2007. And let's be clear, Hamas is an abomination to Islam. Sultan Salah al-Din, the greatest Muslim conqueror of all time, after whom the main artery in Gaza is named, he said that you have to allow all prisoners to be redeemed. He would never hold hostages. And remember, Islam is about fair treatment of prisoners of war. Hamas beheaded Thai non-Jewish workers. You asked in your last appearance here for real first-hand sources. I'm the first-hand source. I saw it in Kibbutz Alumim. They raped women. They had sex with dead women's bodies. They are evil and do...
What? I'm sorry. Yo! Dude, he is nutty, dude.
Do the right thing and call them evil.
All right, we've had a minute each. Okay, we've got a passionate start. Mohammed, let me ask you about Hamas.
I think that's... So, for the record, I think Rabbi Shmuley hitting that fucking bar makes him look utterly unhinged to the average person. Like, I think he went way above and beyond. Now, that is the difference between Hasbara propaganda that those who want to defend the state of Israel have basically maintained for, I don't know, the past like 30, 40 years, that was like uncritically reported on, versus like what people's perspectives are now. There's no way you could just hit that fucking line like that at a time when, like, I think even those who are very much in support of Israel outside of Israel are aware of how much Israel, the Israeli government just lies about this shit. The fact that he just said something along the lines of they had sex with dead bodies is an alt. And he alted so fucking fast that, like, most people are going to turn around and be like, okay, dude, what the fuck are you saying? But he doesn't even realize. I don't think he realizes how that comes across to the average person who is, like, only aware of like the actions of Israel or Palestine from, like, what they've picked up in the news as they're, like, kind of paying attention.
I want to first, before you do that, I want to commend you, Piers, honestly, because bringing me on for the second time, I have to commend you.
No, for Islamophobes, it's still easily believable. No, the level of Islamophobia that you need to be at to believe that is far higher than the average Islamophobia of the average person. You have to build up to that.
The fact that you actually condemned...
Motherfucker said he watched Hamas people, like, rape corpses, dude. That's an insane thing to say. It's, guys, you know what this is like? This is exactly like forgetting the top of the hour ad break and running it at 2:30 instead of at the top of the hour. I'm going to do that right now. It's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. You get 1 free Prime subscription a month, or you can get gifted a sub. Here's my alt. Okay? So, no. You know what this is exactly like? It's like Matt Walsh and his inability to read the room because of his zealotry. Okay? Matt Walsh is so transphobic that he is off-putting to, like, the average person who demonstrates a level of transphobia. Okay? When you are so transphobic that you're constantly yelling about, like, children's genitals being cut off or whatever the fuck, the average person hears that and goes, I don't really understand. Like, these people are kind of weird. Like, trans people are kind of weird, but, like, you're fucking gross, dog. You're being gross right in front of me right now. Why are you talking about this shit? And while I, of course, maintain that there are a tremendous number of Islamophobic people in the Western world as a consequence of their social conditioning that justifies the actions of their states historically, but specifically during the war on terror, when you say a lie like that, you're going to be off-putting to a lot of people. People are going to go, that's insane. I don't really like Muslims and I'm scared of them, but I think this guy's out of his mind.
The settlements is very good, but people want to know, do you think the IDF are a terrorist organization?
No.
You don't think they're a terrorist organization? Okay, well, if you look at the UN definition of terrorist organization, they say killing civilians for political gain.
You're asking my opinion.
No, but if the UN definition, according to the UN definition, it's killing civilians for political objectives. Why are they not terrorist organizations?
Well, you've asked me a straight question. I don't think they are a terror organization.
So when you see babies like this, the ones who kill babies like this are not terrorists.
It's horrific.
So the people who kill babies like this are not terrorists.
Well, let me respond.
Yes.
Let me respond.
It's not your turn.
You can both get into this. here's my response to that. And I thought carefully about this. I've been very honest about my own feelings. I have a real moral quandary about this because as a father,
Because I want to defend Israel, but also Israel's doing indefensible things.
hate these scenes of kids being killed in Gaza. It's horrific, right?
You're making it hard for me to defend Israel.
I'm about to explain to you what I think my position is. My position is after what happened on October the 7th, it was so barbaric, so disgusting.
So you can kill children?
Well, no, what you can do...
That's exactly what terrorists say, by the way.
Let me answer your question.
This is not a debate. This is someone else becoming the host of the show and now interviewing you. I thought we're being interviewed. Mohammed, you and I are being interviewed. You're not here to interview him.
You're going to have your chance.
Mohammed, you can put it down.
Don't make him lose control of his own show. You do this all the time. I'm not going to let it happen tonight.
All right, Rabbi Shmuley, let me answer...
Please have respect for the...
No. Stop interviewing the interviewer and be respectful. And be respectful.
Dude, this man does not know what respect is, okay? If it smacked him in the fucking face, he wouldn't know it. Get the fuck out of here. Rabbi Shmuley is not that good of a debater. I mean, he's a very good media personality. Been around for a while. I mean, big-time Trump guy, right? But, like, him crying about decorum is pretty funny in this circumstance because, like, he literally, you saw how he opened up on Jank.
Tell me, sorry, is it a terrorist organization or not?
No.
Why not?
I do not believe so.
They kill civilians for political
objectives. You have
objectives.
to let me answer.
Go ahead.
Okay. Here's my answer to that. When Hamas did what they did, two things. One, Hamas knew exactly what Israel's response would be. They knew they would come incredibly hard back.
I don't absolve them.
Wait a minute. I'm not absolving anybody.
I'm not absolving them.
Yeah, okay.
I'm saying the West Bank is West Hamas.
I know.
West Hamas.
You have to let me answer.
You've got 44 children killed like this in the West Bank.
This is ridiculous.
Wait a minute, Rabbi Shmuley. Let me just answer you quickly.
Go ahead.
I believe Israel has a right to defend itself from after that terror attack.
But can they kill children?
Wait a minute.
Can they?
Wait a minute. Particularly after the Hamas spokesman only last week said that they want to do this again and again and again. That's an existential threat to Israel.
Why don't they fight them man to man? Man to man. Fight them man to man. Why do you have to kill children?
Wait a minute. Let me
Why do you have to kill?
Fight them man to man. No shot.
Let me answer you, Mohammed.
Why?
Let me answer you.
Of a ratio of 100 to 1, by the way.
Let me answer you.
100 to 1 ratio.
Let me answer you.
Go ahead.
Otherwise, it's pointless.
Go ahead.
So, I agree that Israel must defend itself. I agree.
Why is Piers defending Shmuley's position? Because he's dick riding Israel, but it's like becoming harder and harder to maintain a position that could be seen as charitable while doing that at a time when, 11,000, 12,000 children are 11,000, 12,000 Palestinians are killed. Hold on. Kırmızı harissa. It's too difficult. It's too difficult for Piers to maintain an ounce of credibility in the situation and not admit that this is ridiculous.
They have to get rid of Hamas because Hamas is wedded to an ideology of existentially removing Israel.
Is this acceptable?
Wait a minute. I'm coming to your answer.
Is this acceptable?
I'm coming to your answer.
Chat, you can't see it from that angle.
This is not
even.
Wait a minute.
It's not. Hold on. They don't blur it in every angle, I don't think. But it's not. Anyway, it's okay, it's fine. Just shut the fuck up. Let's continue.
Conversation.
Wait a minute.
Listen, I came all the way from the United States for this debate.
Let me finish.
And he will not let anyone else speak. And if that's how these shows work, no. You are rude. You are a bully. You just are trying to interrupt people. I'm going to have a chance to speak, or there's no point in doing this show. He did this last time, and you allowed him to, but I won't allow him to, because I will never be bullied by a bully.
At the moment,
let me be clear.
Wait a minute. No one's allowing me to answer your question.
Go ahead, sir.
And it's this. I believe Israel has a right to defend itself.
Okay.
I agree that they need to get rid of Hamas.
This way? way?
Who are terror groups.
In this way?
Well, here's the quandary for me morally, right?
Why is that a quandary, though?
I'll tell you why.
With Hamas, it's not a quandary,
I'll
but
tell
with
you
Israel,
why.
it's a quandary.
Because in war, when you declare war, as Britain did with the Nazis...
100 to 1 ratio.
No,
100
of course,
to 1.
There are
combatant to non-combatant ratio.
a far higher number of children in Gaza, proportionate to population, than almost anywhere in the world.
Piers,
so when they go after Hamas...
Give me a chance.
Very sadly... Mohammed, let me finish.
This is becoming ridiculous. No.
Very sadly...
You are the one who insisted on equal time. I never did, but you will not respect equal time.
I will come to you literally in 30 seconds.
He's going to ask you a question.
In 30 seconds, I'll come to you.
He's going to come to you afterwards.
Let me finish, please. I am in charge here, Mohammed. So my final point on this is, unfortunately, in war, civilians
100 to 1 ratio. 100 to 1 ratio.
Yes.
100 to 1 ratio.
Yes, they get killed.
No, not 100 to 1 ratio. It's an unacceptable ratio.
Get killed.
Piers, listen.
Rabbi Shmuley, in you come.
You know, Piers, can I say respectfully, and I mean this as no insult, I'm amazed that you're intimidated by this man. I feel, well, with all due respect,
if I can speak,
he brought me in the second time. He brought me in the second time.
I wouldn't bring him back if I was intimidated.
If I can speak.
And he raises a very valid question, by the way.
No, he does not, because I have. Before he
Rabbi
did this debate,
Shmuley is losing
he went
Piers.
on X on Twitter and said, I'm only doing it if there's equal time. And then he is violating that. I never asked for equal time. I just want to be heard. But he won't even let me be heard. Let me explain something to you. You said in a video the other day, and you can look me in the eye, you said that Jews are now trembling. Mohammed, I am not. No, don't interrupt me. I am not trembling. It's all on my Instagram page. Now, you see this yarmulke? It means that I represent something. I'm an ambassador. You're an ambassador of Islam. You are talking about a religion that started the world's first universities, educated women. Fatima started the first university in the 9th century in Fez, Morocco.
Irrelevant.
Now we have a man who says that he's a representative of Islam.
He's meant to be speaking to you, right?
He goes to Speaker's Corner. He speaks about whether 5-year-old girls are old enough for sex. He says that gay men are dying of AIDS as a punishment from God. And I'm sorry to have to say this.
Yeah, by the way, this is Rabbi Shmuley's move, it seems. Is just like, don't address the talking points, immediately fucking engage in character assassination. And I don't know anything about Mohammed Hijab and his background, but I suspect, knowing what I know about Cenk and what he said about Cenk, he's just probably lying.
To the listeners, that blood is gushing from their backsides. They're better off. You know what it is? Because you are desecrating a great religion. Now let me tell you why. Let me tell you why it appeals. Why it's here? Because he will defend. I will.
Bring it back to the topic.
He will defend Hamas's butchery, savagery. He doesn't care that Hamas is an abomination to Islam because Islam.
But he hasn't done that.
The children in Gaza are dying because Hamas uses them as bulletproof vests. The United States and France and England said yesterday that the Al-Shifa hospital is a military base. It has a tiny veneer.
Let him have his minute.
It has a tiny veneer of emergency rooms.
Not a minute.
But underneath all of it is a military base.
You have a minute.
And let me tell you something. If it's true that any of these countries care about the Muslims in Gaza because they believe what he's saying, that Israel's killing them, this is a map of all the countries that took place last week in Riyadh to save the Palestinians of Gaza from Israel. Do you know how many? That's Israel, a tiny thing. You know how many of them took in even one Palestinian from Gaza? Zero, nothing. Look at that map. Because they want to. The Arabs want to see. The Arabs want to see Hamas. Don't intimidate me. Don't bully me. Don't intimidate me. I'm not afraid of you.
I've got to be able to ask questions. It's a debate. Let's come back. Let me ask you one specific question which he raised, which I don't think actually is your belief. I don't think you have defended what Hamas did on October the 7th.
Yeah, I haven't.
I think you share our...
Are they evil?
Unless I'm wrong.
Are they evil? Are they evil?
Stop speaking. Is it me or him I'm speaking to?
Evil?
Rabbi Shmuley,
it's Hamas.
You're now doing what you accused him of doing.
Stop speaking.
Let me ask you, what is your view of Hamas post-October 7th?
I think that they, just like anybody else, have to be examined, have to look at all the...
What's your opinion about them?
Yeah, I think that... Look, here's my opinion. Let me be straightforward about this, right? Anybody who kills civilians, anybody, whether it's the IDF, I'm consistent in this manner. If it's proven beyond reasonable doubt that these people have killed civilians in both of our faith traditions, in Islam and Judaism, in the Quran is mentioned, in the Prophet, he said it himself, you cannot kill a woman, you cannot kill a child. I condemn them. That's what I do. Straight away, whether he's Muslim, whether he's non-Muslim, whether he's Christian or anybody else. I've already said that. So I'm not being inconsistent here. My question is, if that is exactly the barometer that we're using, if that's the moral reasoning that we're using, then we have to say, look, if you have a 100-to-1 ratio, and that's what it is, a 100-to-1 ratio. And do you know how I got this figure? I got this figure from the IDF themselves because they have reported to
but let me ask you this. Does Hamas deserve to stay in power after what they did?
I don't think we should have Hamas in power. What I think we should... Okay. No, let me tell you... we should have...
How do you get rid of them?
We should have a Palestinian Authority with bigger armies and airports, with proper tanks and with airplanes like every country in the world.
You know what? You might be right. But
absolutely. They won't allow it.
How do you get
the Israelis won't allow that.
How do you get rid of Hamas?
What you don't do, I can tell you for a fact, is try and kill 30,000 of them with a 100-to-1 ratio. Because if you do that, then you're committing genocide. Because you'd have to kill 3 million Palestinians.
Rabbi Shmuley?
Do you even know the definition of genocide?
I haven't said genocide.
What's it? You just said it.
No, I said
if you. What is the definition of genocide? What's the definition?
I said if you do.
You always claim to be an academic. You're always touting your Oxford credentials. What is the definition of
conditional?
Genocide. Genocide is where. Genocide is where.
You'll be genocidal.
Genocide is where.
I didn't accuse.
You target an ethnicity for extinction. Ethnicity side murder.
Yes, if you...
Yeah. Okay. Ethnic displacement is also a part of this, though. Like, what do you mean? Like, ain't nobody out here around these parts is going to be like, the Armenian genocide wasn't a genocide. Or Manifest Destiny wasn't a genocide. It was. Forcible replacement of an ethnic group from an entire, like a civilian population from an area, forcibly relocating them to another area is still definitionally a part of genocidal strategies. Also, the definition of genocide isn't like, oh, you hit the certain number and now it's officially a genocide. Ding, ding, ding. No. That's actually a post hoc definition that you add. And the reason for why we have that definition is so that we don't do it ever again, which is why it's perfectly permissible to consider something like this, especially when Israel has demonstrated intent, to be a forcible ethnic cleansing and ethnic displacement campaign. They've said as much time and time again. Okay? It's not a genocide once it's like fully implemented.
You do it. If you kill 3 million Palestinians, are you genocidal or not? If you kill 3 million Palestinians, are you genocidal or not?
Don't speak over each
other. There are
1.8
1.8 million Muslim Arabs who live in total peace in Israel as equal citizens. In fact, Israel practiced reverse discrimination against the Jews because the Jews are conscripted to fight Hamas. So, if Israel...
Wait, what? So the... Oh my God, he said Israel's actually racist to the Jewish, he said.
Excuse me. No, you will not interrupt me. If Israel, you will not interrupt me. You will not interrupt me. You will not interrupt me. You will not bully me. You will not interrupt me. I am not afraid of you. Stop saying the Jews tremble. Now, let me be clear. Let me be clear.
We're getting nowhere if you shout over each other.
Well, then you need to control your guests with all due respect. Okay? He said he said equal time, and there's no equal time. Now,
there's no equal time.
If Israel was interested in a genocide of the Palestinians, why do they have 1.8 million equal Arab Muslim citizens who are in the Israeli Supreme Court, who are 1/3 of the medical profession? Do you know that an Arab judge put the president of Israel in jail for accused rape? That was Moshe Katsav. That's how little Israel's an apartheid state, genocidal state. This man sitting next to me, Mohammed Hijab, will not distinguish between self-defense when Hamas comes to...
Notice the soft liberal, the soft Zionism of the squishy liberal earlier in the chat. No one will say Rabbi Shmuley is a liberal, nor is he a soft Zionist. And yet, for some reason, they're both engaging in the same exact strategy. As a matter of fact, he's doing a better job than the chatter did originally. That's really interesting. Because when it's an apartheid regime, it doesn't matter if you're a soft Zionist or not. if you are defending the apartheid regime, if you're defending the apartheid, if you're defending that structure, you're still defending something that is utterly unjustifiable, immoral. Okay?
Brutalize and murder your people versus when an army like Britain, like France, stops, retaliates to simply protect their citizens. You don't believe the Jews should have a right to defend themselves. Say it outright then say it.
The Jews have the right to defend themselves.
They do.
Yes, they do,
So
of
that's
course.
why we have to go.
Everybody has a right to defend themselves.
That's why we have to go into Gaza to stop Hamas.
Yes, they can go into Gaza and stop Hamas.
But
no, they can go in, but don't. No, hey, hold on. Let me tell you my position. Let me tell you my.
So they can go in. Thank God.
He asked me a question. Can I answer it? Yes, they can go into even fight. Even Abu Ubaidah, the general of Hamas, he said, "Nahnu fi intidharikum" in Arabic. We are waiting for you. That's what he's been saying. Hold on. You've asked me a question.
Go ahead.
They do have a right. What I've been advocating all along is face-to-face confrontation. What I'm against, hold on, excuse me. What I'm against is 100-to-1 ratio, because if you have 100,
let me finish. Come to this in block two.
All right. Okay, fine.
Hamas is hiding under hospitals.
Okay.
What face-to-face confrontation? Hamas is shooting children who are going south.
I'm okay with face-to-face confrontation. I like it.
Block two is exactly.
It's the honourable way.
Block two is exactly this question.
Go ahead, let's go.
My only observation, Rabbi Shmuley, so far, you're being more personal and ad hominem than he is.
With all due respect, I think that's extremely unfair. Because
you are.
every time I say
no, it's
anything,
not, you fucking bitch. You stupid fucking donkey. What do you mean? You've brought forward zero evidence so far. You said, why won't the remaining Arab nation states that are like American client states allowing us to continue with our ethnic displacement campaign? That was the one factoid that you brought to the table. The other was to deny that the apartheid even exists by lying and claiming that the Palestinian citizens of Israel, the 23% of the fucking population, you don't need to call him a donkey, dumbass will do. Yes, wait, what? Why? No, donkey's fine. I call everybody a donkey.
You keep answering
also,
for
there's
him.
no racialization of the term donkey. It's a safe one.
Actually, ask him questions
because he won't answer. If Mohammed's job wants to be a representative and ambassador of Islam, then he has to take responsibility for his position.
I don't want to be any of that.
He actually said that Islam believes in death. You're not going to beat us because we want to die. We're prepared to lose thousands of people. Is Islam really a religion of death? You are a poor ambassador of your faith. You believe in martyrdom.
Of course.
You want to be a martyr?
Yeah, absolutely.
You want to die fighting the Jews?
I didn't say Jews. Who said Jews?
Okay,
do you know
want to be a martyr where? What does it?
Whoa. See, Rabbi Shmuley does this thing where he knows how racist the audience is, and he leans on it so much. Like, he's getting away with an unimaginable amount of Islamophobic shit, like to be like, oh, you want to be a martyr? Being a martyr doesn't mean that you're fucking blowing yourself with a suicide vest or whatever. Mohammed Hijab is supposed to describe that in this situation, but before he can even describe that situation, okay, he immediately hits so you want to kill yourself fighting Jews? This is so intellectually dishonest, which we already know. Problem is, Rabbi Shmuley knows how this is going to be seen, how this is going to be viewed. It's really fucked up.
Yes.
Calling a Jewish person donkeys anti-Semitic is pointing to the Jesus story, riding a donkey back to Jerusalem. Wait, what? Shut the fuck up.
The Prophet Muhammad told us,
really?
"Man qutila duna malihi fahuwa shaheed." Whoever dies defending themselves, defending their wealth, is a martyr. No.
Do you want to die defending Islam, but do you want Islam to be a religion of peace?
Hold on. This child for us is a martyr.
You're right.
Do you agree or not?
Because Hamas is using him as a human shield.
Really?
No.
Yes, Hamas.
That's gross. That's gross. No, he's still doing it. He's fucking doing the thing where he's like, oh, when Muslims say someone is martyred, they mean, oh, like they died as a human shield, which is very fucked up. Islamophobic as shit right there, dude. Straight up. No. Martyrdom happens in any cause whatsoever, but if you are unjustifiably killed in a situation like this, even if you're a child, you are still considered a martyr. That's why the glory to the martyrs sentiment is not about like, Hamas militants or anything like that. Even though Americans don't know that, and they equate it with terrorism. Shireen Abu Akleh would be a martyr in this circumstance, even though she's Christian.
She's hiding behind him.
Let's
Correct.
go to the next section.
Condemn
All right,
Hamas.
All right, let's time out.
Come on, man. This
Let's
guy's
try
wasting my time.
not to talk over each other because the viewers can't hear it, right?
Let's go
I don't
please.
mind the passion.
Sure.
I don't mind the debate. I don't mind the fire. I do mind if we can't hear what you're saying. It's pointless.
Yeah, let's do the minute
Let's
thing.
go to the second topic, right? This time,
Has he had his minute, by the way?
Rabbi Shmuley, you will go first with a minute to say what you want to say, and then Mohammed,
what's the
you'll
question,
get yours.
please?
So the theme is this, and the question is this for Block 2. Has Israel gone too far in its response to the October the 7th terror attacks? Okay, Rabbi Shmuley, you have a minute starting now.
I just came here by taxi and passed a statue of Winston Churchill. That's in the lifetime of our parents, okay? He is the greatest British statesman of the 20th century. You know what he did when he had a genocidal threat, knowing that Hitler wanted to eviscerate, annihilate Britain?
Wait. Bro, Winston Churchill literally did a genocide. A massive, massive racist. Not exactly fond of Jewish people either, as far as I understand, but...
He carpet bombed all of Germany, Dresden, Essen, Hamburg. Israel has not even gotten close to that. Israel does not send its Air Force to carpet bomb cities. It sends in its military. I have a friend who died, six children, 39, because he was personally trying to stop a Hamas terror tunnel. Israel is surgical. Israel is only going after the fighters. Israel has opened humanitarian corridors for the Palestinians to go south. Hamas shoots them and makes sure they don't go. Hamas builds its military...
Yeah, all of the times that we've blown up people in the South, that was also Hamas.
Structures, right? Shifa hospital is this much hospital and it's this much military. They love using Palestinians, and that's why they've stolen their money. They got about $16 billion from the international community. There isn't one bomb shelter in Gaza.
I love this take. You're so fucking stupid. Why would, first of all, a Mark 84 rocket, a missile, doesn't discriminate against bomb shelters. Bomb shelters only work if you're lobbing bathtub rockets that the Palestinian forces have been able to fucking put together. That's number one. Number two, Israel bombs hospitals. Why wouldn't they destroy bomb shelters, you fucking idiot? What do you mean? What bomb shelters? They can't even fucking, they don't have cement for the desalination plants that they destroyed.
Gaza. They don't care about the civilians at all. Israel's doing the right thing.
Mohammed,
Hamas.
you have a minute.
What I'm saying is the 100 to 1 ratio comes from the following figures. We know that 10,000 civilians have died. Of them, according to the IDF, as reported by The Guardian, 60, dozens, they say, about 60 Hamas died, which we're being liberal by saying 100 to 1 figures. For every one Hamas, you have to kill 100 civilians. That's effectively what we're saying. If the trajectory continues as it is, then you have to kill 3 million Palestinian civilians in order to kill 30,000 Hamas fighters. If you want to extinguish them, eviscerate them, annihilate them, destroy them, you have to do that. Now, you have Herzog, who is the president that you interviewed, saying that all Palestinians, they are responsible. This man is being more slippery. He's being more slippery than the lubricants that he sells in his daughter's sex shop. And that's the reality of the situation.
Did you really just say that? You know, you seem obsessed.
Wait. Fucking got him! That's good. That's good. Little ad hominem in there. Sneak that shit in there. Bro, I don't... Listen. This is... You can't fucking start the convo with immediate ad hominems. I love that he just went and Wait, hold on. We're going to run that again. I love the fact that Rabbi Shmuley started the convo with ad hominems and got so pissed. So fucking pissed when he got hit with it. Okay, where look.
Slippery. He's being more slippery than the lubricants that he sells in his daughter's sex shop. And that's the reality of the situation.
Did you really just say that?
Look. Immediately checking his watch.
You seem obsessed with...
He's like, all right, turning on the time now. Top of the hour ad break. That's what I was looking for. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. You get 1 free Prime subscription a month. The Raging Hupper, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Cap Calloway, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, allowing 15 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Is a 3-minute ad break now.
Jewish sex. It's bizarre. Yesterday, you actually spoke about Ben Shapiro's wife.
Yes,
you
I did.
actually, you said
Yes,
to Ben
He said, yes, I did.
Shapiro,
Yes, I did.
your wife's a carrot. Well, you're more of a man. Is that what you're trying to
Yes,
say?
I did.
Then you said that Jews have BDSM. You're speaking about sexual lubricants while people are dying.
Yo, you're getting fucking cumstered, brother. Sorry, you can't get mad, dude. You can't get fucking mad at the ad hominems if you can't fucking get it launched back at you. You can't get mad when you're the one who's fucking going nutty with it. You said you're slipperier than the lubricant that your daughter sells at her sex shop.
You know, Mohammed, get your head out of the Jewish bedroom. It's really bizarre.
Can we get it?
Let me be clear.
No.
Sexual lubricants? How embarrassing.
You sell dildos, don't you?
Can we get it back?
You sell dildos, don't you?
Can we get...
Yeah, she has a kosher sex shop. Hannah Boteach, also, for those of you who don't know, I think is the same daughter that was beefing with motherfucking, that was beefing it up with Drake. The same one that was like complaining, or the same one that was saying that she thinks it's awesome that she can hear like Gazan children dying with Israeli rockets. Yeah, there's some dildos in here, yeah. God damn, bro. He fucking cumstered him. Okay.
Get it back to the topic.
You speak about 5-year-old girls being ready.
He said, your daughter's selling dildos.
Come on, listen. Let's go back to the issue.
Let me ask a question.
Why are you shaking? I've got a vibrator in your pocket.
Come on, it's a serious debate.
I think he's got one of his daughter's vibrators in his
Come on,
pocket.
leave it, please.
You are just humiliating yourself.
We're going to cut this.
Oh, fuck, dude. That was, okay. I'll take it back. That was pretty good. Mohammed, good job.
Back to the issue.
We'll cut all this stuff out. So there's no point.
Why? Leave it. People should see what he represents.
There's no point abusing each other personally.
Okay, Piers.
I want to stick to the debate.
Let's get to the debate.
If you don't want to do it, we'll end the debate.
Let's get to the debate.
Right, let me ask Mohammed a question. Right, I don't disagree with you.
Let me ask you a question, Mohammed. Would you use the kosher lubricant that Rabbi Shmuley's daughter sells at her sex shop? Would you do that?
So far, it seems to me, obviously, a fact that many, many more Palestinian civilians, innocent people, are getting killed as retribution by the Israelis for what happened on October the 7th. That's indisputable, right? Their argument is that they're going after a terror organization, Hamas, and unfortunately in war, as Rabbi Shmuley correctly said about what Churchill did in World War II.
Churchill was wrong.
A lot of
Churchill was wrong.
Was he a war criminal?
Yes, he was.
All
Yes, he
right.
was.
Churchill was a war
Yes, he
criminal.
was. Churchill was a war criminal.
All the British
Let me
people
do
who
this.
lived
Churchill
there
was a
were
war
criminals.
criminal.
Okay,
Yes, he was.
and George VI was George VI war
all of them
criminal?
war criminals.
Really?
Like
George
it's
VI
like
war
all of them.
criminal.
Yes, of
So
course.
anyone that, hang on.
Listen, Mohammed Hijab might lose the British audience for saying that, but he's winning me. I respect the shit out of that. Okay. Like I said, I don't know what this dude's fucking deal is. I don't know what kind of shit he's on. Okay. I feel like he's definitely one of those like I mean he like argues for, he's like the Islam debate lord, right? Like he loves Islam. Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of that type of shit. I don't really care for it. In this circumstance, however, he's doing a pretty decent job shitting on Rabbi Shmuley.
Rabbi Shmuley,
war criminal.
Let me get this
Absolutely.
straight. You think
Collective punishment.
You think Winston Churchill
was a war criminal
in standing up to the Nazis
by killing the
who
babies,
killed 12 million people?
I believe he was a war criminal.
By doing what he did was a war criminal.
By killing in Dresden and Hamburg, by the indiscriminate killing, collective punishment. My morality says that's impossible.
Okay, that means the British people who
That's
supported
impossible.
him and
Kill
voted him
children.
in, they were
My
also...
morality says that's impossible.
Just a second.
That's why I believe.
But the British people...
Yeah.
You believe he was a war criminal?
Yes.
So therefore, your belief is that no retaliatory action.
No, you can retaliate to the man, not to the babies.
Tell me a war in history.
Yes.
Where civilians haven't been killed.
No, I'm not saying civilians haven't been killed. It's
Just
about this ratio.
war or
It's about the
otherwise.
ratio. It's
No,
about the
no.
ratio.
What is the ratio?
What about the
What's the
ratio?
100 to 1 is unacceptable.
Actually, morally,
100 to 1 is unacceptable.
Actually, morally,
Do you accept?
Okay, well,
101 is an
101 is
invention.
hang on, Rabbi.
Okay. The real counter to this is simply that we brought about Geneva Conventions specifically because of the actions that not only the Axis took, but the Allied forces also took in World War II. And according to at least legal scholars now, looking back at the bombing of Dresden and many other parts of Germany and the firebombing campaign in Japan as well, even though Americans are a little less interested in making assessments about their justifiable war crimes at the time, it is one of the only instances, like what you're describing is one of the only instances where like the otherwise completely justified military action was not necessarily morally permissible. Okay? There are 1,000 different things that you can point to during World War II that are completely appropriate. No one will argue against it. Okay? No one. So why is it that you try to grab onto the one instance that is still in contest, like it's still contested? Especially after we created new rules of conduct. Another good counter is, why are we basing our morality in the 21st century on the barbarism of the past? That's kind of what I'm saying. But at the end of the day, it's literally about the ratio. How beneficial is it for the war effort versus how many civilians will die? No, I mean, the Dahiyya doctrine is impermissible. It's not allowed. It's not like legally appropriate. It's a violation of international law. And same for America's actions in many other places as well. The difference is this. If Dresden was conducted as an on-the-ground military operation, people would consider it a genocide. But because it was done with aerial bombardment, it's not considered that. That's the only thing. Aerial bombardment makes it, in our minds at least, more morally permissible. If you had boots on the ground military forces driving through fucking streets and personally shooting every civilian, it would not be considered appropriate at all. Okay? The same goes for the atom bomb. Can you imagine if American forces went in to Hiroshima and Nagasaki and killed hundreds of thousands of people and shot them dead or lit them on fire? No, absolutely zero people would think about that as anything but the most horrific actions, the most unacceptable actions. But because it's a firebombing campaign conducted with an air force or a atomic bomb, you don't think about it in the same way. That's it. Basically, how the U.S./West differentiates Nanjing from Dresden. Nanking. But again, remember, the firebombing of Tokyo, firebombing of Japan was also unacceptable.
Rabbi Shmuley, so let me give you a ratio.
Yeah.
How many people did the Nazis kill?
I don't know.
You don't know?
We know they killed 6 million
They
Jews.
killed 12 million people.
I don't know. We don't know.
Including
exactly.
6 million Jews.
Sure.
Right?
Sure.
So
12 million
how many died in Dresden? How many civilians died in Germany? Do you know?
I don't know exactly.
Right, so you don't actually know what you're talking about.
I do know what I'm talking about because
You
I know in
called
Dresden
Churchill-
and Hamburg.
3 million.
You said it's about...
Right?
Unless I'm wrong.
Yeah, go ahead.
Unless I'm wrong,
Yeah, go
you
ahead.
said it's to do with the...
Ratios.
The ratios.
Yes.
But you don't know the ratios. When
No,
you
no,
call,
I know for a fact
You
Dresden
call
and
Winston Churchill
What
a
are the
criminal.
numbers?
Dresden and Hamburg.
What are the numbers?
Wait
Dresden
a
and
minute,
Hamburg?
Rabbi Shmuley. When you
Dresden-
call Winston Churchill a criminal
Yeah, I believe a
for
war
basing
criminal.
it on ratios, you don't even...
Bro. Let's see. Total number of civilian casualties in Germany, World War II. Oh, I was wrong. The German government reported that they lost 4.3 million dead. Civilian deaths during the war include air raid deaths. Estimated German civilian kills by Allied strategic bombing have ranged from 350,000 to 500,000. To be fair, still a better fucking ratio. Once again, the topic is not on the Palestinians. I know, it's really stupid. Also, if you want to talk about Churchill being a war criminal, then talk about the Bengal famine. There's no reason to talk about anything other than that. I mean, he is a genocidal freak. He is a massive racist. All of these things are true. Ultimately, it's not only strategic bombing. No, it's still legally in the gray area, in a sea of things that you can talk about in World War II that is not. Okay? I mean, it was the bombing campaign over civilian areas in Germany was so radicalizing that we have two, not one, at least two authors and scholars that came out of that participated in the bombing campaigns. One is Kurt Vonnegut. The other one is Howard Zinn. Howard Zinn literally rewrote his entire brain after that. He was like, this is the worst thing I've done. I can't believe that I did this. It made him reconsider everything that he had known. It made him reconsider his worldview. That's the reason why he became one of the best, in my opinion. Rest in power. Vonnegut was Vonnegut was a prisoner of war who witnessed it, not a pilot. Sorry. Well, Howard Zinn was a pilot. Howard Zinn literally was an Air Force pilot at the time who participated in bombing campaigns and said that it was unimaginable. Lol, Howard Zinn was bombing Kurt. 25,000 civilians killed in Dresden intentionally, no military targets. Anyway, This is a stupid fucking conversation. It's a stupid back and forth because I know what Piers is going to say. He's going to say, well, do you think that the British were the worst? The British were worse than the Nazis because of the civilian killings is what he's going to say. And that's a stupid fucking argument because the militarized death machine in this equation that we're talking about in Palestine and Israel that's closest to the Nazi militarized killing machine, which is historically one of the worst killing machines of all time, okay, engaging in ethnic cleansing campaigns. The closest in that equation is Israel, not a fucking militant faction like Hamas.
Even know what they are.
No, I know. There's difference of opinion among the scholars.
No, there isn't.
There is difference.
Tell us the opinions. What are they? Tell us what they are.
Hold on.
How many in Dresden?
Excuse me. Stop speaking for
How many in Dresden?
Am I speaking to him or you?
How many in Dresden?
Whatever the number.
You don't know
if
it
it's
all.
indiscriminate, I'm against it.
No, he doesn't.
Rabbi Shmuley,
you respond.
Dresden's about 25,000. And at the time, the Germans were saying 250,000. We know it's about 25,000 today. Let me be clear. Winston Churchill was the greatest statesman of the 20th century. He saved the world from Nazi terror.
Yeah.
That you could live in a country that is only around today because of the bravery of that man showing no gratitude is the height of...
Stick on topic.
And to call all the British people who defeated the Nazis... Stop interrupting me. Who defeated the Nazis, war criminals, his parents, all the other people, war criminals...
Let me ask Rabbi Shmuley a question.
Wrong. No, let me be clear. Let me be clear. Mohammed Hijab trades in falsehoods. 300 to 1? What are you talking about?
100 to 1.
And now he says the Jews are about to kill 3 million Palestinians.
I didn't say they're about to. I said if.
God, he's so... Dude, I hate Rabbi Shmuley. He's such a fucking asshole, dude. He is such a fucking asshole, dude. He's so fast and loose with, like, the substitution that he does all the time with, like, Israel and Jews. And you have to catch him and correct him every time. Always. Always. He'll just go, oh, now he's saying the Jews are going to kill 3 million Palestinians. He's like, he didn't fucking say that. One, he never said Jews, okay? He said Israel. And two, he said in order for Israel to kill Hamas, okay, to eradicate Hamas, as they've stated, going by the current murder ratio that they have of innocent Palestinian to Hamas militant, they would have to kill 3 million innocent Palestinians to get rid of Hamas in its entirety. I hate him. God, he's so fucking...
That this man considers himself an Oxford academic. I was a rabbi at Oxford University for 11 years. This is a travesty.
Did you graduate from there?
This is a travesty.
Let me ask you a question, Rabbi.
Did you graduate from any university?
I have a rabbinical...
Did you graduate?
Let me answer.
You're excommunicated.
Let me answer.
Oh, shit. He said you got excommunicated. Do you have a rabbinical degree?
Let me answer.
I
am a rabbinical...
Honestly,
can I speak?
This is pointless.
Go on.
Rabbi Shmuley, is there a limit to the number of civilians in Gaza that Israel can kill to try and eliminate
That's a good question.
Hamas?
That's a great question.
Yes, there is.
Thank you, but let me ask you.
Not even one. Not one beautiful Palestinian child should have to die.
He's such a piece of shit. You know. Oh, he's such a piece of shit.
Because Hamas kicked out Mahmoud
That wasn't
Abbas,
my question.
And not one should have to die.
God, he's making me hate Mahmoud Abbas even more by bringing him up. Like, the worst person, the biggest Trump dick rider, the absolute worst motherfucker who loves Mahmoud Abbas. Palestinians will never recover from this, okay? The PA is never recovering from that. But of course, for the record, there you have it. He fucking loves Abbas because Abbas is Israel's guy.
What the answer to your question is that Hamas, if they surrender unconditionally, then
which they're not going to do.
Okay, fine.
But is there a limit?
Let them allow all the civilians.
Is there a limit?
Israel said that all the civilians can leave. All the civilians should go south. They begged them, and that's something that militaries never do. Churchill did not tell the people in Dresden, come on, and you came with all your notes.
We get the point.
I'm not here.
We get the point, Mohammed. I get the point.
This is all
proof that he can't debate me. So he has to use these images. Debate me. We didn't ask you to come on with all your exhibits.
Rabbi Shmuley, let me ask you a question. A member of the cabinet in Israel was actually quoted as saying that nuclear weapons were an option that Israel could use. No one's ever confirmed Israel has nuclear weapons. It's long been suspected. That seemed pretty clear confirmation.
Why are you against nuclear weapons?
Hang on.
If you're not against Dresden, why are you against nuclear weapons?
Let me ask the question.
No, but why are you against it?
I've done this before, this job. Let me do it.
Go on.
Okay? So when that guy says that, if you're living as an innocent civilian in Gaza, what the hell are you thinking? That an Israeli government member threatens the use of a nuclear weapon, which would obliterate pretty much all of Gaza and everyone in it.
Absolutely.
Thank you for the question. If that were true, why hasn't Israel used nuclear weapons against Nasser when he invaded?
It's true.
Well, hold on.
It's true this guy threatened it.
And the answer is no. I know the guy, and I spoke to him about it. His name is Amichai Eliyahu. Israel has never carpet bombed any Arab.
Hang on, Mohammed.
Ever. Now,
my favorite is literally going, Israel has a really powerful military, and they're not using their nukes, so obviously they're good. He's like, oh, Israel doesn't have nukes, because if they did, then they would use it. But also, the fact that they're not using their nukes, also I will use as an opportunity to demonstrate how much restraint they have. Love that. It's the classic, dude. Every fucking fascist has the exact same arguments, always. My enemy is both weak and strong. We're both small bean and constantly under attack, but also the most powerful, and also incredibly restrained in our reaction. It could be so much worse. Yeah, no, it's literally the same as fucking Russia. It's the same as Russia. Russia has nukes. Why didn't they nuke Ukraine? The abusive husband is such a good guy. He could kill his wife at any point, but he chooses mercy and only beats her every week. Yeah.
Now,
1967 was preemptive.
He was asked a question by a...
Israel would never carpet bomb a city is so funny because it's like, yeah, through precision-guided missiles, we've been able to destroy 42% of the fucking standing infrastructure in the entire Gaza Strip, most densely populated area. It's like, okay, so you're not indiscriminately bombing, you're discriminately bombing, but you're still reaching the same fucking conclusion.
Provocative interview, and he said, well, if you're going to bomb the same thing, it was a Mohammed hijab type. You want to kill all the Arabs, 3 million people, just drop a bomb. He said, well, if you want to drop a bomb, drop a bomb. He was being dismissive and stupid, and he put out a statement the next day saying that never in history would the Jews ever even contemplate doing that. Let's remember one thing. The only place in the Middle East, one second, Piers, the only place in the Middle East where Arabs have any freedoms, Israel. The only place where they vote openly, Israel. The only place where Palestinian women can dress the way they want, Israel. And let's be clear, when Mohammed hijab gets up and says that we Palestinians want to be a religion of death, you know, I just got a haircut coming here by an Arab barber here in London, and he said to me, I hope you defeat this guy because he doesn't represent us. We want to live. We want to have good lives. We want to be religious. We want to eat halal. But we don't want to die for martyrdom. You are not a Muslim. You're an Islamist.
Let me ask Mohammed a question. Hamas has 240 hostages. Hamas has 240 hostages they took, including babies, young kids, grandmothers who survived the Holocaust. I mean, an unspeakable further criminal act. We can agree, right?
Of course.
Why should Israel agree to any ceasefire so long as those hostages are still being kept hostage?
Look, my position is very clear. They should fight man to man on the ground. On the ground.
Well, they are.
That fighting.
That's exactly what they're doing.
That fighting, no one can. This is
Mohammed, that's exactly what they're doing.
I know.
Man to man, they took hostages.
Excuse me.
They took babies as hostages.
He's asked me the question.
They took infants as hostages.
Let him answer the question.
You're getting excited here. I know it's your sexuals are implying you're the sex rabbi.
Now you're back to my sex life.
You're getting overexcited.
Get your head out of my bedroom.
Nukes are a no-go in the modern era. What Israel understands, you could drop the nuke equivalent of conventional bombs over a month and get away with it. Exactly. There is no shot Israel gets to nuke Gaza. One, because nuclear fallout would literally harm Israel as well. Now, of course, Israel doesn't really care about Jewish citizens or protecting them as much as they care about killing as many Palestinians. So you could literally say, like, they could still drop it. But the real thing that stops Israel from dropping a nuke is that they have to rely on Western support. Okay? Obviously, the fallout and the effects on the land would be awful, and those are the primary considerations. But the major consideration here is that they can't fucking do that. Because if America goes, what the fuck are you doing? We're pulling support. They're done. They're done. It's over. It is Jover. It has never been more Jover. BDS would absolutely stop Israel dead in its fucking tracks for this very same reason. And that's precisely the reason why it's illegal in 36 states. Because of the American-Israeli lobby. Those motherfuckers saw BDS shred the South African apartheid regime. And they were like, oh fuck, one of our allies got eviscerated. We have to make sure this doesn't happen to us.
Beneath you.
He's getting excited with me.
Let me ask the questions.
Honestly.
You guys answer them. Mohammed, answer my question. Why, if you're Israel, would you ever agree to a ceasefire if those hostages aren't released?
I'm telling you what my position is. My position is man-to-man combat.
Which is what they're doing now.
No, that part of it is understandable. Do you understand?
That's what they're doing.
No problem. But what I think is not understandable, what is not acceptable, because you said, what's a proportionate response? That's the question you keep asking everybody. My answer to you is a proportionate response is one where in which the ratios are not 100 to 1.
That's
on the,
your invention.
Excuse me, please.
Where does that come from?
I'll
What's
tell
your
you what.
source?
Okay,
Tell me the source. Tell me the source.
IDF.
The
can't go
IDF.
time.
Yeah, sure. Tell
Can't
me
go
when.
time.
When did they say it?
They said,
I know all the IDF spokespersons.
No, you don't.
I
I know
know
it.
Jonathan
Daniel
Conricus. Daniel Hagari said what? When?
Okay, so let me
say,
explain.
No.
Kaya's getting one of her favorite treats again.
Excuse me.
When did he say we're killing Palestinians 100 to 1?
10 days ago, and it's mentioned on a website. I'll tell you
The
website.
truth is, they don't.
He never said this is pure fabrication.
Let me finish. You asked me a
Which
source.
website?
You asked me a source.
Which website?
You asked me a source.
Al Jazeera?
No.
Is it Al Jazeera?
You've asked me a question, right?
Okay.
Are you scared to hear the response?
Go ahead.
Okay, the response is as follows. The Guardian has reported that the IDF have said that in terms of the numbers of Hamas that have been killed, I'm answering this question.
I know.
The Hamas that have been killed, they say, quote unquote, dozens. Now listen.
Hamas or civilians? You said civilians.
No,
wait a minute.
You said civilians.
Wait a minute.
I'm telling you where I got the 100 to 1 ratio.
Mohammed.
100 to 1 ratio comes from
the numbers have
dramatically. 10,000 civilians, 60. It's actually more than 100 to 1.
As soon as you call him out on anything, he has no sources. He has
no one can hear what
primary
you're
sources.
saying.
Okay.
Let me respond to him.
This is a blood libel,
Let me respond.
Piers. The Jews have a right to respond
I'm about
to a blood
question
libel.
him.
It's a blood libel.
Here's the reality. I read that report. That was about at least 2 weeks ago, right?
10 days, yeah.
The numbers have changed a lot.
Yes, they have.
Israel now believe they've killed a lot more Hamas. They don't know exactly how many, because actually, how do you tell on the ground
By the way, Piers,
to a Hamas fighter and a member of the general population?
Do you know, according to the IDF, and we've done a study on the names that they put on X, they had 1,280 names that they put on X, and according to Haaretz, they put, Haaretz is, as you know, is a left-wing newspaper in Israel. They also put the names of those who have been killed. Guess what? According to them, 340 military have been killed, which means Hamas's ratio of combatant to non-combatant is 3 to 1.
All right.
Imagine Hamas is doing...
Yo, he's right. Dude, lesser evil. Hamas is the lesser evil. I'm a lesser evil voter, guys. I'm a lesser evil voter. Thank you for accurately calling the American-Israeli lobby and not the Jewish-American lobby. It's so funny. It's so funny that these guys are like pro-Israel, but so anti-Semitic at the same time. Like, they're pro-Israel because, you know, Israel's killing Muslims, and that's fucking awesome, right? But they're so anti-Semitic that they're like, can't stop doing Nazi propaganda in the midst of like defending Israel. They literally, hey, by the way, the ADL can suck my nut, okay? The ADL, top to bottom, suck my fucking nut. Jonah Greenblatt going on MSNBC being like, the IRS should go after pro-Palestinian supporters and whatnot. Bitch, what are you doing? What are you doing? These motherfuckers are running rampant, but hey, they're pro-Israel, so they can say whatever kind of fucking Hitlerian anti-Semitic conspiracies they want to. Because ADL's too busy trying to fucking dox and maybe even criminalize anyone that says Palestinians are human beings. Where's your fucking smoke for Elon Musk? Where's your smoke for the likes of Charlie Kirk, Tucker Carlson? Fuck are you doing, ADL? You fucking monstrous pieces of shit. Demonstrating that you're not in it for like actually combating anti-Semitism and cynically weaponizing anti-Semitism against fucking peace activists and shit. It's so nasty, dude. It's so fucking nasty. Damn, bro, you just made the list? Yeah, whatever, dude. Suck my dick. Kanye was just a few months too early from being in respected panels on Newsmax. I saw some tweets saying like Kanye was a few months too early with his anti-Zionism. Anti-Zionism. His anti-Semitism. He'd be popping off right now. And what I wanted to say to that was, if Kanye West was fucking pro-Zionist and also anti-Semitic, okay, he would literally be regarded as like, just like Charlie Kirk. Like, they would just be like, yeah, we don't really care. He'd fit right in. So many of these motherfuckers who are like, I love Israel. Israel can do whatever it wants. Israel has a right to defend itself. Then turn around and say some of the most insane bullshit about Jewish people. Literally Hitlerian propaganda, which we will get to in a little bit. That's why I was going to talk about Elon Musk and his anti-Semitic takes.
Doing a better job in protecting civilians than Israel. 3-1
I would say that Hamas, by what they did on October the 7th.
100-1 versus 3-1.
Wait a minute. Ordered, by doing what they did, they ordered de facto the disintegration of northern Gaza that we're seeing.
Of course.
And
all the civilians
and the
suffering.
deaths
Have you seen
the
Piers?
deaths of thousands of civilians.
Let him finish.
They knew what was going to happen.
I agree with that.
So that's why they should go.
In 2005, Israel unilaterally withdrew from Gaza and allowed, Hamas won an election in 2006. They could have built Singapore. You know what they did? They took larger foreign aid per capita than all of Europe received from the Marshall Plan. And look what France and Britain, look how beautiful London is. They took that money and they bought bullets and bombs. They did not.
Dude, this is so funny. No, the reason why all of that aid amounts to nothing is quite literally because you keep bombing. And not even him. I'm talking you as in, like, obviously Israel. He's speaking on behalf of Israel. He loves dick riding Israel, let's be real. But it's just fucking ridiculous. Like, what do you mean, dude? Oh, man, this aid surely doesn't work because we keep blowing it up. Also, the other part of this is like really fucked up. He's American. Yeah, his daughter lives in Israel, and his son is, I think, literally fighting in the IDF right now. He is Israel's biggest dick rider. Don't fucking act like he's not. Don't do that bullshit where it's like, oh yeah, he's not speaking on behalf of Israel right now. He's just speaking as an American rabbi. Anyway, it's fucking nuts. Because, like, everything he says about, like, Gaza is still, I think he actually lives in the UK. Wait, he does? I thought he lived in America. He's like a massive Trump guy. Anyway, the point I was trying to make is the reason why Gaza hasn't been able to fucking do anything with like all of the aid is because Israel benefits from that aid. All that aid still goes through Israel. You have to go and buy shit in Israel to bring it into Gaza. What you can bring into Gaza is also very limited. And then on top of that, Israel blows up all the shit that they build anyway. life is severely restricted inside of Gaza.
Not built hospitals, not schools. They stole it from the Palestinian people. Ismail Haniyeh is worth $4 billion.
I don't care about
Khalid Mashal is worth $4 billion.
Why are you talking about
Call him an evil criminal. You're afraid to. Because he won't. You see, he will never condemn Hamas because
he has condemned
Hamas.
No,
go ahead.
I've heard him do it.
Excuse me.
No. He condemned Hamas's attack. He's never condemned Hamas.
Well, let me ask you: do you condemn Hamas?
On what basis?
Here we go. See?
No, hold on.
Do
you accept now?
Let me ask you a question.
Every answer is on what basis? On what this? What's your source?
Even if you ask me, if you do condemn the IDF, I'll say specify your context. In what exact context do
you defend Hamas as a terrorist organization that just went and killed 1,200 people, burned them alive, beheaded them, and took 250 hostages? Do you condemn them or not? Do you condemn them or not? Get your head into the debate, and do you condemn them or not? See, this is a debating tactic.
It's 2-on-1 now.
Let him answer.
Let him answer.
It's 2-on-1. It's become 2-on-1.
Let him answer.
You're not a victim. Stop the victim, but now it's 2-on-1. Stop the victim. You love portraying yourself as a strong man. Now you're a victim, it's 2-on-1. You probably could take 2-on-1. So answer it. Answer the question. Is Hamas a terror organization you condemn?
Yes, is that something you and your
daughter said? Is Hamas a terror organization that you...
It's a reasonable question because you asked me, is the IDF a terror
Okay, beautiful. I'll answer your question directly. Hamas is as much a terrorist organization. No, Hamas shouldn't be called a terror organization if the IDF isn't. Why? Because it's either both or not.
There we are. This is
either both or neither.
Okay, but just to extrapolate your position, because you believe the IDF is, then you're also saying that Hamas is.
Let me tell you my position.
Say it. Say it.
I missed it because I saw a new Al-Qassam Brigade thing. Sorry.
I'll say specify your context. In what exact context
do you defend Hamas as a terrorist organization that just went and killed 1,200 people, burned them alive, beheaded them, and took 250 hostages? Do you condemn them or not? Do you condemn them or not? Get your head into the debate, and do you condemn them or not? See, this is a debating tactic.
It's 2-on-1 now.
Let him answer.
Let him answer.
It's 2-on-1. It's become 2-on-1.
Let him answer.
You're not a victim. Stop the victim, but now it's 2-on-1. Stop the victim. You love portraying yourself as a strong man. Now you're a victim, it's 2-on-1. You probably could take 2-on-1. So answer it. Answer the question. Is Hamas a terror organization you condemn?
Yes, is that something you and your daughter
said? Is Hamas a terror organization that you...
It's a reasonable question because you asked me, is the IDF a terror?
Okay, I didn't hear what he said because... I didn't hear that. He just kind of dropped that.
Beautiful. I'll answer your question directly.
Mohammed Hijab is an amazing debater. Not this topic though. I mean, dude, listen, dude. I would not be able to debate Rabbi Shmuley. 100%. He's very good at like destroying your composure. He's such a shitty person. I would lose my mind. I would probably try and fight him. Like, there's no way. When I saw the Jank debate, it made me angry. It made me so fucking angry I couldn't watch the rest of it. He doesn't care about debating on the merits. He knows he can't debate you on the merits, so he'll only debate by getting under your skin. He's just insulting. Like, he'll just lie, smear you, insult you, get under your skin. And then when you get emotional, he'll go, why are you yelling at me? Why are you yelling? You're such a big, scary guy. You're such a big, scary Muslim man. Hey, Piers, you should shackle your big, scary Muslim guy here.
Hamas is as much a terrorist organization.
Doesn't that kind of make him a shitty debater, though? It doesn't matter. Nobody gives a fuck about... Chat, please. No one that loves debates can ever be yelled at about not liking sophistry. People that love debates love stupid, pedantic, nonsensical tautologies. They love all the back and forth. They love the drama. This is not a debate. This is like debate pervertry. Debate pervertry demands this kind of back and forth. This is great.
No, Hamas shouldn't be called a terror organization if The IDF isn't. Why?
Okay.
Because if it's either both or not.
There we are. This is
either both or neither.
Okay, but just
Either both or
to
neither.
extrapolate your position, because you believe the IDF is, then you're also saying that Hamas is.
Let me tell you my position.
Then say it.
Hang on.
Say it. Say it.
Am I going to speak? Am I going to speak?
Hamas is a terror
Rabbi
organization.
Shmuley, let me get the answer.
The unholy Shmuley won't let me speak.
Right, I'm asking you a question.
My
At least that was funny.
answer
That was
is
the first rhyme you did the whole time. Maybe we could be friends.
Let me ask
Unholy Shmuley.
Let me ask it
Unholy
again.
Shmuley. Let me answer.
Given you've already stated you believe the IDF is a terror organization.
Yeah.
Am I to assume
legally or
that
morally?
you believe...
Legally or morally?
Well, hang on.
Go on.
Am I to assume that you believe Hamas is now?
No, this is my position. But you have to give me 10 seconds at least to answer, right? Legally, I think you shouldn't call Hamas a terrorist organization if you're not calling IDF a terrorist organization. That's my position.
But you do both. Call them terror organizations.
Hold on.
Let him answer.
Hold on, let me finish. Because as we said, the UN definition of what a terrorist organization is to kill civilians in order to achieve a political objective. However, on a moral and theological, philosophical level, I agree with Rosalind Higgins, who was the justice of the International Criminal Court, right? The Court of Justice, ICJ, a British justice. By the way, she was a Holocaust survivor as well. She was Jewish. And her position is that she believes that the word terrorism or terrorist is actually useless. And she says that it's... I'm putting to her...
Can you answer my question?
He's going on for 10 minutes just to evade the question.
Let me finish. So I'm answering your question. So I'm saying that as a moral construct, I think it's a neo-colonial social construct used by people in order to label some people as terrorists and other people as well. So as a moral category, I don't designate it as a moral category. But as a legal category...
Do you believe, do you personally, Mohammed, do you believe that the IDF and Hamas...
That's why I separate between like actions and like the civil governance of like the reason why terrorism is such a powerful statement is because that way you can literally cast aside the Gazan Health Ministry by being like Hamas is terrorist. Well, the Gazan Health Ministry, they're terrorists. They're backed by terrorists. Like ridiculous. That's a ridiculous statement. America is a terrorist state. If someone were to come up to me and say, I don't believe in the fucking vaccines because like the CDC and the FDA are pushing these vaccines, I'd be like, you're a fucking stupid person. These are entirely separate, these are entirely separate institutions built by people that are doing entirely different things. They have a different set of standards. It's so stupid.
Are both terror organizations.
Not entirely separate? No, it is. It is separate. Their goals are separate.
I think yes. If you say yes to IDF, you should say yes to Hamas. If you say no to IDF,
I'm asking you what you
Hamas
believe.
is a terrorist organization.
What you believe.
If you say yes to IDF, you can say yes to Hamas.
No, I'm asking you what you believe.
Yes, I believe legally, according to the definition. If you say yes to Hamas, you can say yes to the IDF.
Pierce, we could go on for the next.
We are going to the next.
Dude, ask him to condemn the IDF, man. Condemn the IDF. He keeps talking about how sad he is that people are dying.
Say no to the IDF.
It's fine. We're going to the next block. But that's interesting.
But morally, I don't believe the category has any weight.
No, but
morally, it has no designation.
But you have made your position clear, which is that you believe they're both terror organizations.
I believe that according to the law, absolutely.
Okay, and that's interesting to me. Okay,
but I have to say,
wait. Let's come to
when you call the IDF a terror organization, the IDF keeps 1.8 million Arabs alive in Israel.
100-to-1 ratio.
Oh my God! So the IDF keeps 1.8 million Arabs alive in Israel. Like that's a threat. He's talking about it like they're hostages, dog. What the fuck? Yo, his racism jumped out a little bit.
This is invention. It's a fabrication.
Let me move on to the last
Get more pictures out. It's unbelievable.
This
is how you lose a debate when you need to bring... I brought nothing with me.
It could be like this.
No, my son
is... He could be dead like that.
My son is in the IDF. You're here in the safety of a studio talking...
Wait, yeah, his son's in the IDF. Yeah, your son is doing acts of terror right now. Probably.
About how you want to do martyrdom. You're really risking your life here. You're big talk.
Your son could be dead right now.
You attack Ben Shapiro's wife.
Your son is an IDF.
You actually.
Like, what do you mean? Like, you can't just be like, yeah, my son's in the IDF. He's like in Gaza right now. Okay, what's going on? What's he doing?
You actually posted a clip saying that someone else saying that Islam teaches you how to get women to listen to their husbands.
So if you think you're in the IDF, you're a terrorist. If you're currently fighting in Gaza, you are most likely engaging in acts of terror. Yes. If you're a Palestinian militant conducting a military operation on October 7th, the likelihood that you engage in active terror is high. Very, very, very high. Okay? I don't have that issue. I don't have the classification there. That's an act of terror. Okay? Indiscriminate killing of civilians, that's terrorism. That's precisely what the IDF is doing in Gaza. Precisely what the IAF is doing in Gaza. That's precisely what the IDF is doing in Gaza right now. Yeah. You can't have it both ways. I'm nice enough to at least like put an even moral playing field between the IDF and a fucking militant faction that is violently in using acts of terror in resisting an apartheid regime. The fact that like we're making a moral equivalence here shouldn't you should be excited at that prospect because there is no moral equivalence in that circumstance. Okay, it's fucking ridiculous. Of course, if you put it on the same moral playing field, the IDF, again, not lesser of two evils here, it's the worst one out of the two, just simply looking at, casualty numbers, targeting of civilians versus military security forces. The Palestinian militancy has, demonstrated more restraint on October 7th than Israel has. So, looking at it from a purely mathematical perspective, that is the truth.
This is all false bravado, false machismo. If you're a real man, go to the Middle East and fight. What are you doing in a television studio?
Let me move to the last one.
You should be there. You have the right to fight with the IDF.
No, I'm not.
You use your son as a human shield.
You try to bully people in debates, and it's being allowed.
He's using his son as a human shield.
I want to move to the last ironically themed subject. Is peace possible? Okay. Not on this basis, right? But we've got to try and get to peace. So you get a minute each again. Mohammed, you'll go first this time. So you get a minute from now.
Okay, so I just want to say that this man is...
No. Is peace ever possible?
I've got a minute uninterrupted.
Is peace ever possible?
Can I speak uninterrupted?
No, you've got to speak about the subject.
I can say what? He's been attacking me.
Don't attack him personally. We're not going to use it. It's pointless. Okay. I'm going to take it, just for the record, we'll put it on YouTube so people can see it all in context, right? But on my show, I'm just not going to have half of this, what I thought was going to be a serious debate, taken up with you two personally abusing each other. It's pointless.
Von Bismarck said, I repay people with the currency that they pay me with. Right. If he's going to come with ad hominems, as you've acknowledged, I can come back with
Right, but you did, and you shouldn't have done, because you had the high moral ground.
Ad hominems?
No, you don't.
This man is bringing up Jewish sex non-stop in this entire debate. Where have I even mentioned that?
On the personal stuff, you've been as bad as each other. Let's start again. You get a minute from now. Is peace ever possible? Go.
Justice is a prerequisite for peace. In South Africa, when the apartheid system, which we know for a fact Israel is an apartheid state because it has laws like the right of return, which only allow Jewish people to come into the country. And if they convert, by the way, to Christianity or to Islam, they are stripped from that right, it meets completely the definition of apartheid as per Cornell Law School and according to the UN Convention 1973. It's an apartheid system. And as a prerequisite of an apartheid system, you have to be a racist. If you support that, you're a racist. No doubt about it. So number one, 1973 apartheid law. If the black South Africans have been displaced, by the whites, and then they were trying to come back into their country and they were not allowed, and then you ask them, is peace possible? That's not the question we'd be asking them. We'd be asking them, is justice possible? And that's the question that we're going to be asking. Because he can sit there and talk about all these things where the IDF, his son Mendy is being attacked vibrated by the rockets, and he's selling him and his daughter selling vibrators to the public.
Unnecessary thing at the end again.
I hope you keep that.
I don't think he should have said that because he was spitting. Because he was spitting pretty fucking hard. You don't need to dilute your message at that point.
Rabbi Shmuley, 1 minute on is peace ever possible?
But it's fine. I mean, he still spit.
I revere countries like the United Arab Emirates, Dubai, Abu Dhabi, where I've spoken several times. I am safer as a Jew wearing a yarmulke in Dubai and Abu Dhabi than I am on the campus of Columbia University or even...
First of all, this is a two-parter. It's a two-parter because it's like, dude, why do you automatically assume that, like, as a Jewish person, like, you're definitely under threat in Dubai? It just depends. It depends on where you go. Okay? It depends on where you go. It depends on who you encounter. There are anti-Semitic people everywhere. This is correct. Okay? The idea, however, that he's like, oh, yeah, I'm safer wearing a yarmulke in Dubai than I am in Columbia campus, like, you know, the Columbia University, is psychotic. Okay? It's psychotic. First of all, you're literally safer in America in a college campus, unless we're talking about mass shootings, in which case, you know, that's, you know, not great, but you're safer in America in a college campus than you are in fucking Tel Aviv. Like, what do you mean? What is this, like, safety argument? It's so stupid. It's like you literally are safer as a Jewish person in America than you are in Israel because Israel maintains an apartheid state. And because of Israel's maintenance of an apartheid state, there's also rocket fire that happens to fucking fall on top of Israel regularly. It's so stupid. It's yet another idiotic way in which Israel is making the world less safe for Israeli citizens. Like, its own inception, its own design is supposed to be that, like, this is a safe space for Jews that you can always go to no matter where you are. 16 million Jews on the planet. You can always go to Israel. This is your safe space. That's why we have to maintain this demographic dominance that we have over our own apartheid state. And ironically, that interest in maintaining this demographic dominance has made the world less safe for Jews in general. It always does. And it always does for Israel too. To wear a headscarf is a sign of solidarity? You mean a keffiyeh? Yes, of course. Don't let anybody tell you you can't wear fucking a keffiyeh. That's like, that personally is like, nice, dude. We got some real brilliant debaters in the chat today. Yeah, Palestinians will always tell you to wear it. They think it's awesome. Don't listen to anybody that tries to tell you, like, oh, it's actually, you're stealing their culture or anything like that.
In Harvard these days. The Mohammed bin Zayed is just an incredible leader. I saw in the Gulf states the Islam that Ahmadinejad rejects, but the Islamic world embraces. That's why they made peace with Israel. It's a technologically advanced, tolerant, forward-looking, very traditional, very religious Islam, and that's why they've made peace with Israel, and peace will continue to be made. All of these countries are praying for Israel to destroy Hamas, because Ahmadinejad is an outlier. He's an extremist, and his views, his views as he represents them at Speaker's Corner of things about women being subject. Okay, but let me just be clear. All of the Arab countries want Hamas destroyed. And the proof is, when they had their conference Riyadh last week, they did not even once call to bring in any evacuees.
It scares the shit out of me every time, bro. Okay. Go drink your water.
Because they want Israel to establish a more democratic regime in Gaza, which...
What was that? It's the top of the hour ad break alert. Wee woo, wee woo. Telling you that if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or free with Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get one free Prime subscription a month. Oh, yeah, baby. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Which they will do. Israel's winning this war.
Here's my follow-up to both of you, right? Just give me a very, very quick snapshot of, in 20 years' time, how peace could have been achieved. Very quickly.
Okay, the first thing is, when Israel withdrew in 2005, almost 20 years ago,
if Hamas had not come to power, if they had taken all the international aid that they got, tens of billions of dollars, peace would have been achieved by building businesses on.
It's so funny. Yeah, totally, dude. Yeah, definitely. Hey, why couldn't any Palestinian Authority, as a matter of fact, rebuild the oh my God, why am I fucking forgetting the word for this? Oh my God, holy shit. My brain is the airport. Thank you. The word I was looking for is airport. Oh my God. In 2001, Israel blew up the airport in Gaza. No, I always fuck this up. I always forget the word airport for some reason. I don't know why. It always escapes my brain. I'm vaxxed. That's what it is. Anyway.
Entrepreneurship
How do we get there
schools.
now?
Okay, we get there now by destroying Hamas, making sure that there's democratic elections, that the Palestinian people, not Mohammed Hijab, not Shmuley B'Tzeach, not Piers
I mean, you
Morgan,
both
speak for them,
agree Hamas
but
should be gone, right? We can agree on this, right?
We agreed that there should be a bigger Palestinian Authority with armies and airplanes.
And the way we have
They
peace,
should have tanks.
in the history of the world, no two democratic
and rockets
powers have ever gone to war. That's why since the end of the Second World War, there's been no war here in Europe. We need to see a democratic Gaza. Hamas won an election in 2006.
There's a war in Europe now, by the way. In
Correct,
Ukraine.
because it's against a tyranny. I said no two democracies ever gone to war. Putin is not a democracy; he's a tyrant. In the history of the world, no two democracies ever fought a war. We have a democracy in Gaza.
So what does peace look like in 20 years?
Peace looks like the Arabs voting for their rulers.
I guess he's not wrong. Israel is not a democracy.
Voting and backing them, seeing Israel as a partner, not being humiliated that because of this tiny little red dot surrounded, that's humiliation.
Two-state solution?
I'll tell you. If two-state solution is a Hamas state wanting to eviscerate Israel,
he doesn't believe in it.
But he doesn't believe in a two-state solution. He believes in a final solution. That's what really scares me. You don't believe in a two-state solution. You believe in a final solution. The way you speak about Jews.
Oh my God, it's too much.
You believe in a final solution, and it's scary.
Do you believe in a two-state solution?
I love Jewish people.
If that second state is Mexico
Jewish
and
people
Canada,
are fantastic people.
If that second state is Gaza, then of course not, because it'll just become another genocidal enemy wanting to wipe Israel off the map.
That's pretty unequivocal. He doesn't really want a two-state solution.
I don't want a two-state solution. That's a terrorist state to destroy Israel.
I personally believe this whole question should be left to the Palestinians of what kind of solution they want. However, having said that, this man has written in his book, A War in Israel, that is the settlements.
I didn't write a book called The War in Israel.
It's called the Israel Warrior, something like that.
Thank you. Thanks for plugging it.
Fantastic.
I appreciate that.
Fantastic.
Thank you very much.
In that book, he writes that the issue of settlements that me and you both condemn, Piers.
I do, yeah.
Yeah, we do. He doesn't condemn it because he sees an ancient biblical reason to be in that whole land.
I think Arabs and Israelis should be able to live wherever they want. I want Arabs to live in Jerusalem. I want Arabs to live in Tel Aviv. I want Jews to live there. I don't believe in the Judenrein in Israel. I don't believe in Ireland. I am so proud that Israel has 1.8 million Arab Muslim citizens who are protected by the IDF. He calls the IDF a terrorist. They are defending Muslim lives.
What you should be less proud of is the rapid expansion of these settlements on the West Bank. It has been incredibly divisive.
Do you condemn that?
It's been, in my view, illegal. It's been declared illegal.
Illegal by everyone's view.
Well, Piers,
the UN, human rights.
There are many things I'll defend Israel about. That is indefensible.
But let me answer. Absolutely. If you go to places in Judea and Samaria and the West Bank,
why do you call it Judea and Samaria?
Because those are the biblical lands.
Who cares?
Why do you call something Arabia? It's where the Arabs are from. Judea is where the Jews are from. Now, you don't know history. It was always Judea and Samaria.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Why can't we have one? Why can't we have one? It's just such a stupid fucking argument.
Bank is the West Bank of a river.
According to the Bible.
We don't call California the West Bank of the Mississippi River. Now, let me go back.
Call it Canaan.
If you go to the Barkana Industrial Park in Judea and Samaria, you will see, I've met the Palestinians, I've interviewed them. They are paid 20 times the salary working for people you call settlers. They want them there. It brings civilization. It's only jihad.
Oh, it's so gross. They're bringing civilization. Dude, yeah, it's the same barbarism that you see from colonial powers. It's just like the colonialist defense. No, Israel is not bringing civilization. If Israel was a civilized nation, it would not maintain an apartheid state. You cannot consider yourself to be civilized. Gross.
Who don't it's only jihadis, and that's why
that's
you're
not
saying.
True.
Yes, it is true.
That's not true.
I've interviewed them myself.
I know many Palestinians who definitely do not want them to.
You know.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. There's only jihadis that don't want the West Bank to be occupied. Fucking filth. Piece of shit monster.
Excuse me. You know Palestinians want to live under Mahmoud Abbas with no democracy.
Let me come to Mohammed.
And afraid to criticize him and throw him into jail.
Mohammed.
Yes, my friend Mohammed. Go ahead, Mohammed. Please. You're wearing my favorite blue color. Of course I'll let you speak.
Fantastic. For that reason?
Yes,
brilliant.
Thank you.
What, just because I'm wearing the blue?
My mother loved that color, and she passed away
I thought it would have been because of Israel, because you...
Oh, that's right. You wore the Israeli colors today. Mohammed, my brother, can we shake hands?
No, please. I don't want to, because your hands are shaking. Your hands are shaking.
Sorry, but I mean, look how peaceful.
Why
you wouldn't shake my hand?
No, I'll shake hands with you.
You wouldn't shake my hand?
After what you said today about me, I can't shake your hand. But
after what you said about my sex life, and I'm shaking your hand.
Stop. I just want to say.
You won't shake my hand.
Let him speak.
You won't shake my hand.
The problem is let him speak.
That's really sad. I guess there will be no peace.
You know, what he said there is a little bit telling, because you know the blue colors in Israel and all that kind of stuff. He defended Dershowitz, which was Jeffrey Epstein's lawyer, for that very reason, because he's a supporter of Israel.
I defended Dershowitz. Dershowitz and I fought over him going to Qatar. You don't know anything.
You wrote on the Observer.
You're abysmal, ignorant, it's shocking. Me and Alan Dershowitz had a huge fight over him defending Qatar.
Did you go to the island?
Come on, guys. Get back to topic.
Did you go to the island?
Mohammed.
Mohammed. Anyway,
20 years time.
Mohammed, wait.
20 years time. No, I don't care about Alan Dershowitz. I know Alan Dershowitz. We're not going to use the stuff about Alan Dershowitz. Forget it.
What is your obsession with sex? I don't get it.
We're not going to use any of both of you seem totally obsessed with sex.
Unbelievable. Well, I wrote a book called Kosher Sex for Marriages. I didn't write it to get into other people's...
Wait, what the fuck? He did. Bro. No, he literally wrote an article, bro. I didn't know this. Bro, Rabbi Shmuley Boteach. Where are the Jews to defend Alan Dershowitz? The legal legend and tireless Israel defender faces toxic and unsubstantiated accusations. Ain't no fucking way, dude. He just got dershed. That's crazy. Alan Dershowitz is among the finest debaters I've ever encountered, both live and in print. Some of the arguments he has advanced on Israel's behalf are legend. Some of the arguments literally are like why sometimes killing people inside of a hospital is necessary. That's the argument that he was launching last night, Alan Dershowitz was. Responding to the Palestinian argument that humiliation at the hands of Israel is the reason they've resorted to terror, Mr. Dershowitz said that even if that were true, which it's not, no one people in history have ever suffered more than the Jews of the Holocaust. There's simply no excuse for the murderer, and one retains the power to choose another. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Now come to the scurrilous and downright weird accusation that Mr. Dershowitz and Prince Andrew engaged in underage sex with a woman tied to a once jailed financier. That's a very weird way to say a victim that was sex trafficked by Jeffrey Epstein. Underage woman. So he tried to be like, oh, I fought Alan Dershowitz over him going to Qatar, which he did. So that's kind of crazy. There's no way any of us can know if it's true, but I believe Mr. Dershowitz, and not just because he denies it. Rather, it would seem that if any of this happened, the woman in question would seek criminal charges against Mr. Dershowitz or at least civil damages. Wait, what? She has. Rather, she has implicated him in a civil suit against someone else. We are all mindful of the women who are victims of sexual crimes. What the fuck?
Bedrooms.
I don't care about either of your sex.
Mohammed Hijab said, did you go to Jeffrey Epstein Island?
Lies. Okay?
He seems
Let me
pretty
ask you,
interested in mine.
20 years' time.
I'm not interested.
20 years' time, what does a potential peace look like?
I don't know. But that's a speculative question, to be honest. You're asking me a hypothetical. You
Two-state solution?
I don't know. You're asking me a hypothetical question.
I
asked you a hypothetical. You said I don't do hypotheticals.
I wanted to give me hope.
Why did you not answer my hypothetical question? If you're asking me a
Which
hypothetical
one?
question, the Belfast question. Why?
Huh?
Remember, I asked you the Belfast question and you didn't answer it.
I don't think there is. The only parallel.
Why didn't you answer that one?
Because they're different situations.
No, but it's hypothetical. You're asking me a hypothetical now. Why?
But you don't have to answer. I'm just asking you.
No, but why do you have a double
standard? I don't
standard?
think asking you how peace might look like is hypothetical.
No, it's talking about the future in a hypothetical.
How would you like? Let me rephrase it. How would you like it to be resolved, this crisis?
Okay, fantastic.
Okay.
Okay, look. Yeah, let's look at history.
River to the sea. That's how you want it, right? No Israel.
Let him answer. Don't answer for him.
Honestly, you'll be surprised to know this. And people talk about, you said this, and I have to correct you. I looked at the Hamas charter, Hamas themselves, yeah? In Article 16, even they say you can have, in Article 31, they say that you can have peace between, they can have a shared land between Christians, Muslims, and Jews. They even say that. I think the most radical elements, everybody you want, the jihadis, these one, that one, no one actually wants the extermination of Jewish people. That's a lie.
Actually, that's not true.
The Hamas charter. Wait. Now, let me say.
He hit the kh. I feel like I want to skip the rest of this. Like, I can't believe they go on for another, 20 minutes. It's crazy. We watched 45 minutes of this shit. And it's, hurting my brain. There's a lot of other stuff that I want to cover. Like the U.S. and its European allies are pushing a plan to deploy an international UN peacekeeping force in the Gaza Strip after the war, according to people familiar with the matter. There's also anti-Semitism on the right that, for some weird fucking reason, I wonder why,
You want to get to trade.
the ADL is not predisposed with, as they are endlessly seeking out campus activists that aren't even anti-Semitic, but simply anti-Zionist. How? Why? Nobody knows. Well, I do know, actually. What is this?
Israel has hypnotized the world. May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings.
Fucking idiot. That's my favorite Trump quote. We got Dexerto doing breaking news. U.S. Congressman George Santos repeatedly used campaign funds to get OnlyFans subscriptions. We got to talk about that still. We haven't yet. But we'll get to the George Santos stuff in a second. We have the AIPAC lobbying, putting together $100 million against $100 million against progressive politicians, the Progressive Caucus. So we're going to move on to that. But let's get started. So yesterday, something incredible happened. And I think you guys saw this already. If you were watching the broadcast, you saw it. I was covering it in real time pretty much. There was a video that came out from a conservative Jewish person in Florida who resurfaced an older video, like an older anti-Semitism, like Stop the Hate campaign video with a father saying like, oh, I saw that you were saying anti-Semitic shit online. Like, how about you say that to their faces? Right? It was like, It's a funny ad. To which some random dipshit responded with, actually, Jews are doing anti-white hate and also are participating in like destroying and doing white genocide by bringing barbarians into America. So now that those barbarians hate the Jews, like they can't cry foul, which is a very anti-Semitic conspiracy. I mean, it's the most like Hitlerian thing that you could say. Normally, when you look at a situation like that, when someone is just like popping off with, the most Hitlerian argument you can come up with, right? When the Hitler particles are completely off the fucking charts. Okay? What a normal person would say is, wow, that's disgusting. Anti-Semitism, not allowed. Ew, gross. Unless you're Elon Musk, in which case you reply to that Hitlerian argument with, this is the most truthful thing you could have ever said, my friend. Okay? And he was supposed to be the expected speaker at the APEC CEO Summit in San Francisco and was dropped almost instantly after his reply. Okay? $44 billion achievement unlocked. Be Hitler online. He just straight up was like, yes, you are so right. You are the most right anyone has ever been to the ancient, like, the ancient classic fascist argument that Jews are destroying the civilized Western world that is comprised of white people by creating, bringing in people from all different parts of the world by doing white genocide deliberately. Now, here it is. Here, I wanted to show this to you personally. Elon Musk pushing unvarnished anti-Semitism at a time of rising anti-Semitism and violence against the Jews. Okay, Jewish communities have been pushing the exact kind of dialectical hatred against whites that they claim to want people to stop using against them. I'm deeply disinterested in giving the tiniest shit now about Western Jewish populations coming to the disturbing realization that those guys don't like them, blah, blah, blah. Elon goes, you have said the actual truth. Just straight up. Now, of course, you could take the boy out of the apartheid, but you can't take the apartheid out of the boy. Yeah. Now, of course, where's the ADL on this? I don't know. They're too busy fucking like trying to kill campus activists or some shit. Okay. They're too busy. They're too busy looking at like the actual anti-Semitism that's happening all around. But that hasn't stopped some of the biggest right-wing content creators, and why should it actually, from also channeling that exact same argument. Here's Tucker Carlson. Again, just literally Hitlerian, Adolf Hitler.
Then I thought, well, wait a second. If the biggest donors at, say, Harvard have decided, well, we're going to shut it down now, where were you the last 10 years when they were calling for white genocide? You were allowing this. And then I found myself really hating those.
Wait. When white genocide was happening?
Have decided, well, we're going to shut it down now. Where were you the last 10 years when they were calling for white genocide? You were allowing this. And then I found myself really hating those people, actually. That you're okay with that? On what grounds were you okay with that?
And this is what I've been trying to explain to the pro-Israel lobby, that what you are seeing as lack of support is people that are asking the question is, where were you as we have endured all of this?
You were paying for it.
He literally said white genocide, and Tucker Carlson said white genocide. Sitting across the table from Tucker Carlson is who? Candace Owens, a black woman who is just going along with it. That's why I say she's a white supremacist, okay? Candace Owens. Come on now. Come on.
Actually,
right.
You were paying for it.
You were paying for it.
You were calling my children immoral for their skin color. You paid for that.
And
so why shouldn't I be mad at you? I don't understand.
And so that is, obviously you have a ton of white people that are asking this question, and they're now being called anti-Semitic.
First of all, like, they low-key aren't, because the major institutions that combat anti-Semitism, at least like the shitty ones, are way too busy trying to defend Israel right now. Okay, so like, no, a lot of this anti-Semitism is like gone unnoticed, it seems. Okay.
And I think that that's wrong. I think these are meaningful questions that deserve to be answered. Why was this sort of verbiage allowed into the curriculum? I mean, could you imagine if in the curriculum it said that every Jewish person born...
He said white genocide. She said we. I think she forgot. Maybe ain't no mirrors in the crib. I don't know what's going on there. How do you say we to white genocide as a black person, as a black woman? Like, I don't understand that. This is adjacent to Musk's great replacement conspiracy theory. One thing it borrows from the far more extreme right, however, is the idea that Jews represent the worst of both the left and the right. In their minds, we are multiculturalist Marxists and also right-wing tribalists. Basically, it takes the segments of the Jewish population, stitches them together, imagines they all have power, and thus creates a supervillain out of them. It is hate, bigotry, naked anti-Semitism. We have now reached a new level, and you should all be concerned. I agree, 100%. Elad Nehorai is 100% correct. One last note, there's a ton of energy being put into left-wing anti-Semitism at the moment, including by Jewish orgs. Much of it is legitimate. I don't agree with that, I don't think. But the over-focus is a purposeful acquiescence to the power players on the right. See the differences in focus? It endangers us all. You just say Nazi? Why do you think they're wrong? That's a great question from someone who is literally, I assume, sympathetic to the cause here, the Nazi cause, that is. Stop Hitlerian, bro. Explain the reasoning you have and criticize theirs. I'm not totally disagreeing with them, and I'm Arab-born and raised in France. You just say it's Nazi, but you don't bring any argument against that. First of all, if you're Arab-born and raised in France, you are doing white genocide by existing in France, you dumb fuck. Oh my God, it's Zemmour. Oh my God. We found him. He's in the chat, dude. It has to be, right? Are you Eric Zemmour? Be honest. You have to tell me if you're actually Eric Zemmour. I love the motherfuckers going, Eric is Jewish. Yeah, he is. Except he's also Arab, is he not? The fuck do you mean? I love... He's not... He's Algerian. He's from Morocco, not Arab. Okay, my bad. He's... Wait. Eric Zemmour is a Berber and a proud one. Okay. I don't think you guys understand, okay? Dude. When I talk about this shit, like, white people in Europe don't fucking make these considerations, okay? They do not care. It doesn't matter. In their eyes, you're not French. Okay? I'm white as fuck. I'm Turkish. In America, I'm more white than I am in Germany. Please. Anyway, he's far right. That's why I was saying, are you fucking Eric Zemmour? Because you literally said, what is white genocide? I kind of agree with what they're saying as an Arab person in fucking France. White genocide is not real because white is a political concept designated or designed around the boundaries of proximity to blackness. Okay? It's based around purity. It doesn't go in the direction. You can't become more white. You can only become less white. What causes white genocide? Miscegenation. What causes white genocide? Immigration. That's not a real genocide. There has never been a real genocide like that, ever. It's just completely made up by racist fucks. It's designed around the principles of the one drop rule, which dictates that if you have one drop of black blood in you, you are no longer considered white. People migrating into a country voluntarily and consensually is not the same as resettlements, and it's not the same as genocide. Okay? So when these guys say, oh, white genocide is happening, and I say that's Hitlerian, the reason why I'm saying that is because that's exactly what Adolf Hitler said. Adolf Hitler had the exact same opinion on Jews. He said that Jews were trying to destabilize Germany and the entirety of the white West by allowing moral degeneracy to happen and making sure that these areas became diverse. Okay? What's miscegenation? Race mixing. Voluntary, consensual race mixing between two loving partners. Now, they don't say white genocide, usually, except Tucker Carlson let it slip here, just like they don't say cultural Bolshevism any longer, or Judeo-Bolshevism any longer. Okay? Nazis used to say Judeo-Bolshevism, and now right-wingers say cultural Marxism. They swapped the language around a little bit, but the energy is still there. Okay? Because white identitarians are usually neo-Nazis and fascists who understand that everybody knows that Nazis are bad. So they have to like constantly update the messaging a little bit. The concept is still the same though. Okay? The guy who came up with the great replacement was literally a French asshole who hated Muslims, Lamau. That one chatter is the OG replacer, Renaud Camus. I understand your point. I wanted you to develop. Bitch, what do you think I do normally? The fuck do you mean? I've explained this concept so many times. Yeah, this motherfucker was Arab born, but let me tell you, he is so French with this condescension. I just wanted you to simply develop your ideas. Thank you. Anyway. I'm here. I'm new here, bro. Look when I started followed. Yeah, I got it. Okay, so anyway, the concept in and of itself is a fascist one. It's built around purity, and it's also the exact same thing that Adolf Hitler literally said. So that's what's going on. Okay? You're just not allowed to assume chatters can perceive pure Nazi race science themselves. Yeah. So that's it. That's what Tucker Carlson is doing here. It's oldest trick in the book. Okay? That's why I say it's Hitlerian, because Adolf literal motherfucking Hitler said the same shit. Okay? Anyway, Elon Musk got clapped for his anti-Semitic sentiment. However, there's more. Here it is. The New York Times plans an event with Elon Musk despite his history of attacking the outlet. Also, an article came out showing that what? Hitler said the sky is blue too? Wait, what? Please don't. God, fucking French people just have this like it's so weird. You have to be anti-Semitic, I think. Yeah, Hitler said the sky is blue. Okay. Do you think that the sky is blue has the same level of emotional and moral weight as Jews are creating a structure that is destabilizing the entirety of the Western civilization by pushing for more immigration and diversity in the population that I consider to be white genocide? Do you think these two things have the same level of weight? Brother, if you're Arab French, like you weren't even a part of the group at any point that was like, yeah, no, actually, let's allow the fucking Germans to take over. Not saying that the French entirely were on board. I'm just simply stating that he wasn't even a part of that group. You know what I mean? When you were calling Tucker Carlson a Hitlerite, he thought you were saying he thought the sky was blue. Yeah, that's probably what. Elon had more to say about the ADL in that thread. Oh, here. The ADL unjustly attacks the majority of the West, despite the majority of the West supporting the Jewish people in Israel. This is because they cannot, by their own tenets, criticize the minority groups who are their primary threat. It is not right. It needs to stop. Yo. Yes, but this is not fair to say or truthfully say that Jewish communities promote dialectical hatred towards white. Say what you want about the ADL, but don't generalize the Jewish community. Wait, what? You're right that this does not extend to all Jewish communities, but it also is not just limited to the ADL. And at the risk of being repetitive, I'm deeply offended by ADL's messaging and any other groups who push a de facto anti-white racism or anti-Asian racism or racism of any kind. I'm sick of it. Stop now. ADL should stop focusing on the anti-Semitism of white people and only focus on the anti-Semitism of minorities is a wild take. When ADL focuses on none of those things, they seemingly, and by their own definition, focus on not anti-Semitism really, but instead anti-Zionism. I guess Elon Musk is mad that the ADL, although they did try hard enough, they didn't try hard enough to save apartheid South Africa. It is true. They did work. They did collaborate with the apartheid South African spies. Thread. A new poll of American Jewish voters concluded November 5-9 by the Jewish Electorate Institute illustrates how striking the generational political divide is within the American Jewish community at this moment. 80% of American Jews overall strongly or somewhat support aid to Israel, but among American Jews 18 to 35, just 51 support it and 49 oppose it. My kings and queens and MBs in the American Jewish community, the HasanAbi heads represent 49% of this poll. Do you see this? In this age group, in this demographic, the Themperers. Okay? That generational divide exists everywhere, for the record. I'm proud of you. I hope one day that you can change the minds of your parents as well. Probably not going to happen, but, you know, who knows? 85% reform. 85% of Reform Jews support. 15% oppose it. 100% of Orthodox Jews in America support Israel. That's crazy. Anyway, when it comes to concerns about anti-Semitism on U.S. campuses, just 37% of those 18 to 35 think it's a problem. Compare with nearly 80% of other age groups. They rate racism and Islamophobia on campus as bigger problems. Very interesting stat from the age group actually on campus. I wonder why so many people not on college campuses have an opinion on what's going on in college campuses that is infinitely more reactionary, perhaps because they watch fucking Fox News and mainstream media nonstop, who pumps them full of this like specific narrative. Yeah, people that are not, this has historically always been the case, for the record. Always, on everything. Free speech, they said. They talked about free speech debates on college campuses over and over again at a time when I was like becoming more of a known entity in the political sphere. And it's an argument that I had to withstand all the fucking time. It's just like, It was always the people that are not in college that were more aggro about free speech on college campuses than the actual college students themselves. That's not true, lol. There are both little Orthodox Jews that don't support Israel. Yes, there are. However, I feel like they're more prominent. They're more prominent in both the UK and especially in Israel rather than in the United States of America. They probably couldn't find like a Neterai Karta member who was an Orthodox Jew. Because like the New York City Orthodox Jewish community is pretty fucking right-wing. New Jersey as well. Like, you know, pretty right-wing. Like very, very, very right-wing. This is a poll in America. Anyway, young Jewish voters much less supportive of Biden visiting Israel and attending war meetings than older voters, much more supportive of calls for humanitarian pause. There's no question about ceasefire, but only 45% of young Jewish voters support U.S. vetoing ceasefire resolutions. It suggests a divide between the young Jews calling for ceasefire and the rest of the community is not a social media mirage, but an actual phenomenon, and one that suggests the political future of American Jewishness is contested. It is. 100%. I think those invested in Hasbara propaganda recognize this reality and don't know how to deal with it. So all they're doing is literally trying to criminalize or make it impermissible to say things that are anti-Zionist on college campuses. And what they don't realize is that's a negative radicalization that will occur as a consequence of that. You literally end up polarizing your position further. And the Democratic Party is contributing to this as well. When you are a fucking Democrat and Jewish Voice for Peace is outside of the DNC trying to hold a fucking candlelight vigil, and you get the cops to come in and destroy the vigil and fucking pepper spray the Jewish protesters at the behest of defending the state of Israel or whatever the fuck, okay? And then some dumbass Democrat comes out and literally says, openly says that those Jewish protesters are anti-Semitic and they attack the cops or whatever the fuck. What are you doing? Those are your voters, dumbass. Why are you yelling? Yo, I think I went to high school with you. Did you graduate in 2022? Yeah, man. I'm 19 years old. Huge age gap in support of Biden's handling of the war between 18 and 35, 53%. Older voters, 82%. And it's not even a question of younger voters criticizing him from the right because those voters also support Biden generally more than any other age group in the poll. Yeah, this was the best Will Stansel take of all time. A person that I knew nothing about, but everyone kept dunking on him. Except this take is correct. You know, if I was an elected Democrat in Congress, I really might start to wonder why I should go to war with my own voters in defense of a far-right government that wants to elect Donald Trump, or why I should hand that government a virtual blank check to massacre civilians. He's absolutely correct on this. The fuck are you doing? What is wrong with you? Just absolute brain-dead behavior. I don't think the U.S. Democrats have a lot of control over a government run by Netanyahu, but at the very least, it should cut the other way. That government shouldn't be able to bully U.S. Democrats into self-betraying, self-destructive positions. Maybe a divorce is in order. And it will come. For the record, it will come. That divorce is coming with the AIPAC. With the latest AIPAC decision, there's no shot. What gets me here is the way we're supposed to ignore what Israeli leaders are. Far-right goons who, shortly before blundering their way into a security disaster, We're in the process of trying to crush the judiciary. We're supposed to get all righteous in defense of them. Now you might say Israel is more than its leaders. Its people deserve not to be massacred in their homes, no matter what its leader do. I'd agree with you. Their problem is, guess who else that principle applies to? There's no logical way out of this. There's no way to separate the dignity and the rights of Israelis from the repulsiveness of their rulers without doing the same for Palestinians. And the only way a double standard makes sense is if you think Palestinians somehow count less. But they do. But the difference is they're alienating younger voters even harder. What was the AIPAC decision? I'm going to get to it right now. Hold on. But before I do that, while we were on the subject matter of like anti-Semitism coming from the right and how fucking gross it is, yet it somehow goes unnoticed if you are pro-Israel. Here's Charlie Kirk.
Now, we don't know what part Elon is saying is the actual truth. So let's go through this. Again, it's double negatives and misuse of the word disinterested. It's a strange tweet that Elon pinpointed on here. But the first part is absolutely true. Let's go to this. Jewish communities have been pushing the exact kind of hatred against whites that they claim to want people to stop using against them. Now, I don't like generalizations. Not every Jewish person believes that. But it is true the Anti-Defamation League was part and parcel with Black Lives Matter. It is true that some of the largest financiers of left-wing anti-white causes...
Bro, they can't stop themselves. Like, they literally... It's so funny. They have to be like, no, Jews are doing diversity in America, and it's bad. Like... yeah. They're like... Dude, this is the funniest thing, because, like, they have to do the fucking Nazi shit. Like, the mask slips off every time. He's one step removed from starting to say Juden, okay? He's just straight up, just fucking, he's like trying so desperately to try to triangulate an appropriate message here while simultaneously being like, but the Jews, they love diversity. You know what I mean?
Have been Jewish Americans. They went all in on woke, and it wasn't just ADL. It was some of the top Jewish organizations.
I think the funniest part about this is that, like, the only Jewish people that they ever interact with are, like, the psychotic, monstrous right-wing guys. So, like, they can't comprehend. They think they can, like, bully the 75% of the American Jewish population that reliably vote Democrat into going, yeah, we hate diversity now. No, Jewish people, first and foremost, through understandable historical education about the Jewish existence, always being always being contested by pogroms and by the Holocaust, are very aware of this kind of fucking rhetoric. Like, this is ridiculous. There's 0% chance, no matter how fucking dick riding of Israel a Jewish American might be, right? They hear this shit, they're going to be like, oh, dude, what the fuck? That's crazy. The only people that hear this and go, yeah, that's kind of true, are going to be like the likes of Ben Shapiro, who have been so invested in the right-wing fascist project that like, he doesn't give a shit. He's heard it a million times over. It's crazy. It's crazy. This is straight up Nazi propaganda. Hold on. I want to find like the direct Hitler quote on this thing. Let me see if I can find it. I'm trying to find like Hitler's sentiment, not on the Jewish question, but like specifically about immigration. No, not anti-communism. No. This is I've done this a lot. I've shown this quite a bit. This is not it. No, white genocide, like Jews committing white genocide, is like is a fascist argument as well. I feel weird typing these words into my. Extracts from Mein Kampf. Essentially, maybe. Yeah, replacement. The irony, of course, is that like my NSA spies following me would be like, oh, finally, he's on our side. We got him. Okay, no more need to surveil this guy. That's what they would say. Where the fuck? I wonder if I can find it. Slowly, fear and the Marxist weapon of Jewry descend like a nightmare on the mind of soul of decent people. Ultimate national political designs. If they lie, will designers try to make the rest of the world? I can translate this probably. Enough Nordic blood. I can't find it. My NSA agent said we didn't even have to make him a liberal first. Yeah. He's like, damn, he finally jumped to the right side. And also tries to systematic for a racially pure people, which is conscious of his blood, can never be enslaved by the Jew. In this world, he will forever be a master over bastards and bastards alone. And so he tries systematically to lower the racial level by a continuous poisoning of individuals. And in politics, he begins to replace the idea of democracy by the dictatorship of the proletariat. In the organized mass of Marxism, he has found the weapon which let him dispense with democracy, and instead allows him to subjugate and govern the peoples with a dictatorial and brutal fist. He works systematically for revolutionization in a twofold sense, economic and political. It's so strange. I feel like if more people did unironically read Mein Kampf, like this country would be polarized in a really fucked up way, where so many Americans would be like, "Damn, this guy's got some great ideas. Like, I agree with him. Actually, holy fuck!" And then there would be a tremendous number of Americans who go, oh my God, what the fuck? Every Republican is this. Do you think with the upcoming election, you will be the face of Twitch? I don't know. In economics, he undermines the states. I mean, this is identical. It's identical to what fucking Republicans say, and even some liberals say, as a matter of fact. Yeah, this is the Bin Laden message book for right-wing boomers. I'm literally on your side for 99% of the things you say, but white people are going down in percentage. Yeah, but that's nothing. Because that's not like a real concern. You know what I mean? White people are not unified in any way, spiritually or culturally. There's Irish people, English people, German people, Dutch people, and then also secondary white categorizations that have been brought into the white umbrella as a way to maintain a white majority. It's a completely fucking made up subject. You have Slavs, you have Greeks, you have Italians who are even considered white. You know what I mean? Like, it's nothing. It's not a real thing. Whiteness is completely made up. And the only people who care about like the white birth rates are racist people. The argument isn't is the population percentage of white people going down. Because there's no argument there. That's true, and that's precisely the reason why now Hispanics are considered white as well. Okay? However, the real argument is it good or bad? Or is it just a thing, right? Especially considering that we've been, spending a shitload of time talking about a nation state that is really considerate about its own demography, right? I hope that people can understand why that can turn into fascism real quick. Anyway.
Nations in the country that have done that. In fact, we have seen this with the recent retreat of Jewish donations that are no longer going to be administered to colleges, right? Mark Rowan, Leon Copperman. Can we get that full list? It's very powerful.
Uh-oh. Charlie doing the second thing that Nazis love doing, a list of rich Jews.
The part of the... so that's totally true. And by the way...
He's like, come on, bring the list. Uh-oh.
Tucker Carlson reinforces this. So I'm going to kind of... it was quite a day on the internet. Tucker Carlson...
Anyway. So that was another thing that I was going to talk about. Let's move on from that. And let's talk about the drama here after we talk about Israel.
Negotiation also over.
Oh, we covered this already earlier.
Here in the USA, a protest for peace descended into violence last night in Washington. Police used pepper spray on demonstrators outside the headquarters of the Democratic National Committee. The organizers.
So this is correct. This is a correct assessment of the events that took place last night outside of the DNC. However, having said that, the Democrats themselves that were a part of this or were inside the building went on fucking Fox News to lie about their own young Jewish Democratic voting constituents.
Organizers say they were there to demand a ceasefire in the war between Israel and Hamas. Nicole Killian has more.
Pro-Palestinian protesters blocked the entrance of the Democratic National Committee Wednesday night as officers tried pulling them away from the door. Several members of Congress were inside at the time. CBS News has learned that included the top 3 Democratic leaders in the House. California Congressman Brad Sherman was also there.
We heard the demonstrators outside. They disrupted us a bit. And then we were told we were in lockdown and would not be allowed to leave.
The lawmakers were evacuated as the violence escalated blocks from the Capitol, where House office buildings also went into lockdown. Capitol Police said about 150 people were illegally and violently protesting.
People getting thrown down the stairs.
The demonstration was organized by a coalition of groups. Some protesters blame police, many wearing riot gear for the violence.
I was shocked by the police, by seeing police officers throw protesters over the railing, over stairs, by macing them and pepper spraying them.
According to U.S. Capitol Police, 6 officers suffered minor injuries from being pepper sprayed.
Oh no, 6 officers were pepper sprayed. Oh, shit. I wonder who the culprit was. Guess we'll never know, dude.
Sprayed, punched, and shoved. One person was arrested, accused of assaulting an officer. For CBS Mornings, Nicole Killian in Washington.
Democratic Congressman
Democrat calls out pro-Hamas protesters that turned violent. Again, you got Christian motherfuckers saying Jewish anti-Israel protesters are pro-Hamas and anti-Semitic. God, the gall, dude, the audacity. I'm telling you, man, Christian Zionism is crazy. Christian Zionists unironically feel like they're more Jewish than like actual Jewish people. As long as they're pro-Israel, they're like, no, I'm better at being Jewish than you are, actually, as a matter of fact. Fuck you. Running around fucking calling anti-Zionist protesters like capos and shit. Like, it's nuts. The funniest version of this, of course, is when Germans do it, and it's like, I'm sorry. What do you mean? What?
Brad Sherman actually posted that he had been evacuated from DNC headquarters after pro-terrorist, anti-Israel protesters grew violent, pepper spraying police officers and attempting to break into the building.
Bro, give up. Give up. The fuck are you doing? Give up, dog. What is that, dude? That's like you can land a plane on top of that shit. Come on.
And then he added, thankful to the police officers who stopped them and for helping me and my colleagues get out safely. Democrat Congressman Sherman joins me now. So first of all, why the Democratic Party headquarters for this? Do you know?
Look, we had 200.
Yeah, I wonder why. Perhaps, I don't know. Perhaps the fact that 67% of Americans and like the broadest majority of Democrats are totally in support of a ceasefire. I wonder why. Because ain't nobody's motivating the motherfucking Republican Party to do shit. What the hell? You hate white people? Oh, I fucking missed it. He said, do you hate white people? You sure are extreme with these anti-white comments, so you're not outright saying racist things, but you sure are attacking frequently in your speech. Brother, I'm white. What do you mean? What do you mean, do you hate white people? You don't think I'm white? What's going on? Am I not white to you? Is that what it is? What's happening? Also, I don't know if you're familiar with this, but you are in the presence of an anti-white extremist, racist. I don't know if you knew that or not, but I have been banned for anti-white racism before. Anyway.
250, 300,000 peaceful.
No, I unbanned them.
Pro-Israel demonstrators on the 14th. This was a group of 200, but they felt that by breaking the law and by assaulting police officers, they could get perhaps some portion of the attention that 250 or 300,000 people got, because they know that violence is a force multiplier when it comes to demonstrations.
You know, I want to get into politics a little bit here. I mean, they targeted the DNC. They're angry with President Biden. They're angry with many of you because you're getting in the way of what? Why you?
Well, the object here is the attack. The Hamas object was to attack and kill as many Israelis as they could, 1,200 on October 7th, retreat, regroup, and then do it again. And that's not me speaking. That's top Hamas.
It's pretty fucking shameless and pretty nasty and pretty gross to look at If Not Now and Jewish Voice for Peace, two Jewish-led anti-apartheid, anti-Zionist institutions, and fucking be like, yeah, these are pro-Hamas guys that love terrorism. On Fox News. What a psycho. You are a fucking freak, dude. Like, the fact that you are saying this as a Democrat on Fox News, like, what's wrong with you? Why would you ever do that? Have you no shame? Have you no decency? Do you not know what Fox News pumps out on a daily basis? Their most popular news anchor straight up every night would talk about how George Soros and other Jews, which he now very openly is saying, were engaging in the ethnic cleansing of white people, the Great Replacement theory. The fuck are you doing? Tucker Carlson had a literal Nazi as his main producer. He got fired when he got outed.
Hamas leadership. And I think some of the demonstrators support that plan. Others are duped into the idea that somehow a truce that allows Hamas to regroup and repeat will bring peace. And obviously that isn't the case.
Yeah, that's the goal here. He's literally doing a call-in town hall tonight. Oh. Well, you know what to do. If you're a constituent of Congressman Brad Sherman, you should let your opinions be heard. You know? Not to sidetrack, but your opinions and coverage on George Soros shows you despise the anti-Semitism law over the last years. Yeah, I mean, I don't like George Soros, obviously, for ideological reasons. He is a billionaire and a liberal billionaire. And, you know, there's definitely disagreements that I have with him, but I'm not going to sit here and be like, he's the guy who's manipulating society. He's the puppet master. That shit is insanely anti-Semitic, especially when George Soros is a bit of a broke boy in comparison to, like, the Koch brothers, you know what I mean? Or the Koch brother now. The Wilkes bros. Anyway. Islamophobia and anti-Semitism reports soar as students say campuses feeling hostile.
A Palestinian flag dominating the skyline. As students in Birmingham stage a mass walkout.
Occupation no more.
Across campuses, the Israel-Hamas conflict is igniting protest and passion.
I cannot stand there and just watch a genocide happen.
So you wanted to come out and make your voice heard?
Yeah, definitely. And this is about the innocent people that are dying. I understand that there are people dying on both sides, and this is why we're here as well. We don't want any people dying. We want a ceasefire now.
It's been peaceful here. Lots of people have been talking about the need for a ceasefire, supporting people who are stuck in Gaza. There have been some chants which some Jewish students say they find very offensive.
Some chants have widely been labelled as anti-Semitic.
Israel is a terrorist state.
From the river to the sea,
Palestine will be free.
I don't think people understand that every single Jewish student was scared to come to campus today. From the river to the sea, in terms of, you know, wiping out Israel from the map, which means wiping out Jews.
Watching from a distance, I meet Ruby, president of the university's Jewish Society.
We've spoken to a couple of the protesters who say that when they chant things like that, they're not referring to Jewish people, but to the state of Israel.
Yeah. The deep connection that most Jews have with people in Israel, regardless of the state, but people, I don't think people understand.
How does it make you feel seeing the protests going on?
When we say free Palestine, what do we actually mean?
We have no issue with the cause. I'm fine.
I think you do, though.
Finding it quite difficult.
Like, here's the thing. David Graeber talked about this extensively when discussing the anti-Semitism accusations launched towards Jeremy Corbyn. I think it was Graeber who talked about it. Rest in peace. Where as a British Jew, David Graeber talked about how the hysteria that the otherwise incredibly right-wing and completely anti-Semitic British media had whipped up every single person in the UK into legitimately believing that Corbyn was, Graeber was from New York. Well, I mean, he was living in the UK at the time. No? I thought he spent his life in the UK for like his last couple decades. Are you talking about the UFO guy? No. Anyway, I think it was David Graeber who said it on Double Down News. I don't want to fuck it up, but anyway, he was talking about how like newspapers had created this phenomena that Jeremy Corbyn was so anti-Semitic when there was literal anti-Semitism, like much worse anti-Semitism happening on the Tory party, on the Tory side, and it had whipped up the Jewish community in the UK into believing this like mass hysteria. That British Jews, by incredible margins, were talking about leaving the country if Corbyn was reelected, if Corbyn was elected. It's crazy. At a certain point, you have to realize, like some of these arguments, some of these fears are not coming from a legitimate place. Like some of these fears that you have been taught as far as Palestinian emancipation goes is incorrect. And it's been weaponized by those who are cynically weaponizing anti-Semitism, a real fear of anti-Semitism, by conflating it with anti-Zionism. The problem is, however, anti-Semitism is a real issue, and it does grow, especially at times like this. It always does. And he starts at 3 minutes and 35 seconds. Here, I think this is where he talks about it, maybe.
Something he wrote. Now, find me anybody in the Labour Party who's done something like that. Yet, if you look at the number of mentions of Tory or conservative anti-Semitism versus Labour anti-Semitism in the media, at its height in 2018, there were over 6,000 articles mentioning Labour anti-Semitism, and the number of articles mentioning Tory or conservative anti-Semitism was 0. It is probably significant that not only did the Conservatives oppose the condemnation of Viktor Orban, who's a classic right-wing anti-Semite, Johnson put in his platform specifically to criminalize travelers. And I don't think there's any precedent for a political platform in the UK of a political party to specifically mention an ethnic group and say we intend to persecute them. And it's a very group that, second to the Jews, was the most persecuted by the Nazis. Anti-Semitism has to be fought like any other form of racism. You can't single it out and say the rules are different from some people than for others. All of these forms of structure.
Yeah. Anyway, the point is this. Okay, the point I was going to make is this. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. The second point is, someone said, how do you combat that? How do you combat that cynical weaponization of a real problem such as anti-Semitism? I try to do it every day. I combat anti-Semitism. I will always fight against anti-Semitism unflinchingly and unconditionally, okay? While also simultaneously describing what anti-Zionism is. That's it. Even on today's broadcast, I talked about anti-Semitism just before this video.
You know, I'm sorry.
Don't worry.
Everyone's feeling very tense.
Universities admit it can be difficult having to balance the rights of those who feel offended with the rights of those accused of offending, who are feeling just as tense.
I'm about to try not to get emotional. It's an emotional subject for a lot of people, isn't it?
It's very emotional.
Second-year student Fatiha felt she had a duty to come out and call for a ceasefire.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Some of the slogans that you were chanting, a lot of Jewish students say that they find them very offensive.
From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. All we want is freedom. We don't want violence. We're not enforcing violence on anybody. If you say you're scared, how do you think black people feel every day when they wake up and they leave their houses?
Preparing ahead for the Shabbat dinner, the Birmingham Jewish Society is one of the biggest in the country.
Every Friday night we run weekly Friday night dinners.
It's traditionally a time to cast aside the week's distractions, but since October the 7th, it's becoming more difficult.
This one in particular, if only Hitler could make a surprise
Yeah, and that
entrance.
was a Holocaust survivor talk. I run the Instagram for Birmingham JSOC, and we've had a lot of anti-Semitism.
What was it like for you seeing all of these messages every day?
Really distressing. Waking up to it every day was not very pleasant at all, to say the least. I actually had to go home from university for a bit because it was all just becoming too much.
Jewish organisations warn that on campuses across the country,
it's not entirely unrelated, chat. It's opportunists who fucking hate Jews using this as a way to just like spear dick their own narrative. There's many different kinds of anti-Semitism. Okay, you have like the neo-Nazi anti-Semitism, which we're all very familiar with. But of course, there's anti-Semitism on the ostensibly leftist side as well. There's anti-Semitism in the pro-Palestinian movement as well. Of course, there's anti-Semitism everywhere, right? Of course. That should not cloud the overarching message, however. And I will never let anti-Semitic sentiments being expressed by either opportunistic neo-Nazis who don't give a shit about Palestinian emancipation, or actually people who are anti-Semitic that are inside of the Palestinian emancipation movement who are earnestly pro-Palestine, distract away from the overarching cause. Bro, this take you have is dumb, especially relating to anti-Semitism in the UK. Anti-Semitism issue in the UK could be, but Jewish people have their hospital, their own police, their own... No one else has that in the UK. First of all, that's not even true. You're just specifically talking about like one... you're talking about Orthodox Jews, okay? And secondly, that doesn't change the reality that anti-Semitism is still a real issue. What the fuck? There's literally anti-Semitism in the Zionist movement as well. Yes, of course. And that kind of anti-Semitism is like still considered permissible by the same institutions that actually are supposed to combat anti-Semitism. Or even the likes of Ben Shapiro, for example.
the conflict has fueled anti-Semitism, with some students feeling they have to hide their Jewish identity. We put their concerns to the Deputy Vice-Chancellor of Leeds.
A lot of Jewish students have told us that they feel physically unsafe on campus, that it's no longer a welcoming place.
They're in a difficult moment. They feel upset. They don't feel as if the community or the campus is particularly safe for them. Our Muslim students say and feel the same things.
What are you doing to support them?
Number one is we are proactively listening to them, meeting with them. We have a number of mental health and academic support services. We live in a world, and the world walks on our campus.
The government has written to universities ordering them to take swift action against threats to Jewish students, but face criticism for failing to make specific reference to protecting Muslim students.
For each rose, it represents a person who was killed in Palestine.
Safia from Leeds University's Palestinian Solidarity Group says there's been a rise in Islamophobia.
So you've been called a terrorist. People have been saying that about you.
It's Islamophobia, and I think just general racism. We've seen Instagram posts under things about our university telling Arab students to be deported back to where they came from.
Universities say they're working to stop the conflict being played out on campuses, to promote harmony, not hate.
Good message, man. Osama bin Laden's letter to America is going viral. I feel like it's a little bit of a like crazy story to say that it's going viral. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like there was a couple of viral TikToks, and now it's like popping off on Twitter because Yashar posted it. And it's definitely played up a little bit. I mean, we watched it. We watched some of the videos yesterday, and at first I was shocked by it too. But overall, like, I think
this morning I read Letter to America, which is Osama bin Laden's letter to America explaining why he attacked Americans. And I am ashamed to say that I not only have never read this letter, but I didn't even know this letter existed. It's wild, and everyone should read it. If you haven't read it yet, read it. However, be forewarned that this has left me very disillusioned, and I feel the same exact way I felt when I was deconstructing Christianity. I feel...
Bro, this is like... The problem with this is something I've talked about quite a bit. It's just, if you don't have an honest and earnest approach to global conflict, as consent has been manufactured for years and years to make Americans think that, like, Arabs are just, you know, haters of America and their freedoms or whatever. The first time you actually approach the sentiment from the perspective of the Saudi fail-son, nepotism recipient, CIA operative, anti-communist Osama bin Laden, you're going to go, oh, what the fuck? This guy isn't just, like, saying shit. He doesn't just hate my freedoms? Like, what? That's what I've been told my whole life. This is the negative consequence. This is yet another part of the negative consequences of just, like, lying to people nonstop. This is exactly what you said about Mein Kampf in the U.S. before. No, earlier, that's what I said. Except the difference is Republicans are Nazi adjacent, but it still comes from a lack of understanding. It is a lack of understanding and making honest historical materialist assessments. Okay? Like, all Osama bin Laden had to do was be like, I'm so pro-Palestine. And also, Jewish capitalism has, like, robbed America or some shit. For these people to go, oh, yeah, what the fuck? Yeah, no shit. If you don't understand why, for example, Nazis did what they did and simply think that they are just pure evil and they were motivated by pure evil, then you're going to end up being confused when you read, like, their own fear-mongering. You know what I mean? And then end up believing it. It's so stupid. Osama bin Laden, not a good guy. Not a good guy at all. But that doesn't mean that in all of the sentiment that he expressed in his anti-American hatred, that there weren't real reasons or valid reasons even. His actions were not valid. But that was basically what I said when I was talking about how America deserved 9/11. It's blowback. The lessons that you have to draw from that is that obviously meddling in the affairs of countries overseas, especially as you, like, radicalize and arm certain militant factions because you think they're going to go up against our enemies, is going to have an inevitable blowback effect. The first step of resolving the issue is understanding both sides, not necessarily agreeing with both or either, but we can't resolve an issue if we look at it from one side. With Osama, it was very personal, though. Yes, bin Laden was 6'7", and that did play a role, I think. Anyway. Why are you anti-Islamist? Some Islamists are okay, though. Man, what are you saying? Osama was cooking. Azov's prominence is going to be a mistake? Yes, 100%. 100%. His acts weren't justifiable, but America's actions aren't either? No, America's actions are not justifiable either. If only someone wrote an article in 2017 about how 9/11 was bad, but what America did afterwards was much worse. If only. On 9/11 2017. I guess the point I'm trying to make is our actions inevitably lead to a reaction. Understanding that is key to preventing such violent reactions and retaliations from occurring in the future. Same goes for the maintenance of the violent maintenance of an apartheid regime in Israel. This does not make October 7 to be valid or just, okay? But it does certainly make it an inevitability. Issue is, people try to make it seem like history started on 9/11 when they talk about the war on terror. People try to make it seem like Israel's actions are justifiable in Gaza because the Israeli history started on October 7.
A little bit just confused, like I have entered into another timeline. What is this? And yeah, so go read it.
So I just read A Letter to America, and I will never look at life the same. I will never look at this country the same. I will never, please.
Osama bin Laden is right timeline. No, I don't think these people are personally saying that Osama bin Laden is right, or maybe they are. I don't fucking know. There's a lot of stupid opinions on TikTok, but I think this is an inevitable consequence of like those who have been taught something entirely wrong, engaging in an act of overcorrection that ends up causing them to be polarized in the opposite direction, also in a negative way and in a silly way, really.
Read it, and if you have read it, let me know if you are also going through an existential crisis in this very moment, because in the last 20 minutes, my entire viewpoint on the entire life I have believed and I have lived has changed. Please read that entire letter.
I need everyone to stop what they're doing right now and go read. It's literally 2 pages. Go read.
This literally also is unironically the same like good-bad dichotomy that Americans engage in. It is a lack of materialist thought, and it is a major issue. Good-bad, always. Like, oh, well, you know, America is the good guys, and Osama is the bad guy. He's doing bad things because he's a bad guy. America's doing good things because we're the good guys. And then you read into it, and you're like, wait a minute. It turns out he made some... He brought forward some perspectives in a sea of like ridiculous anti-Semitism and a whole bunch of other like reactionary takes, by the way. And you laser in on the parts that you agree with and you go, what the fuck? He had his own motivations, some of which I even understand where he's coming from. Well, maybe he's the good guy and we're the bad guys. It's so stupid.
Read A Letter to America. And please come back here and just let me know what you think, because I feel like I'm going through like an existential crisis right now, and a lot of people are. So I just need someone else to be feeling this too.
I need you to stop what you're doing and go read A Letter to America. It is literally the craziest thing I've read in a while. And while I can't say that I'm that surprised, I am pretty shocked. So go read it.
Yeah, it's the problem because like, you're right. Americans think every enemy of the state is like a cartoon villain. And their modus operandi or their worldview is just like backed by villainous hatred. Like, that's not how this works in the real world, okay? Every single bad guy who is known as a bad guy throughout history has had their own personal motivations. This includes the Nazis. This includes slavers. These two groups are objectively bad, okay? Historically, I've talked about how they are irredeemable. And they are. Their actions are irredeemable. They're unimaginably cruel. They are unacceptable, okay? This doesn't change the reality that they had their own personal motivations. They didn't act out these actions because they were just bad and thought bad things and were born bad and could never be good. Okay?
And tell me what you think, because I really also need to talk to other people about this. And actually, before you even read the letter, I did want to mention, in reading the letter, I could only think of this tweet that I saw the other day. Under settler colonialism, any kind of resistance is branded as terrorist because the only acceptable violence is violence by the occupier.
So this is fucking insane. I just read Osama bin Laden's letter to America, which I will be going through right here, but it's actually so mind-fucking to me that terrorism has been sold as this idea to the American people, and honestly just so many Western inhabitants within certain nations, that this group of people, this random group of people, just suddenly wakes up one day and just fucking hates you, just wants you dead, wants you gone. And this
is like, well, these are not so bad as they're funny. This is the worst of both worlds, dude. It's like, instead of retriangulating your position to recognize that, like, manufacturing consent is real, and that your consent had been successfully manufactured into believing that there's a group of individuals out there who are just like behaving in a bad way because they're bad people and they're barbaric and they're jealous of America's like success or whatever the fuck Americans told each other to justify the war on terror. And then instead of going, maybe that's not correct, and that there was a action that predated this reaction, and perhaps in order to avoid certain instances of violence in the future, we must eliminate the action at its heart. They just go and turn it in the other direction and think, oh yeah, the other guys I think they're good. They're the good guys. I was wrong about that. I don't know. I just don't think that these guys are going to fucking turn around and, join a Salafist movement or some shit. But even then, it's crazy that there is this level of like supposed quote unquote, whether it's for clout or not, radicalization happening.
This is all because they believe that they're better than us. Like, that is the root of terrorism. It doesn't make sense. They just hate your fucking nation. But reading this letter, it becomes apparent to me that the actions of 9/11 and those acts committed against the USA and its people were all just the buildup of our government failing other nations. My voice just wants to leave you.
Knowing he was right, like, he was not right, man. What the fuck? I can't believe this. I'm the 9/11 guy. No. Why can't these motherfuckers, like, read one guy that isn't the guy that's objectively wrong? Like, literally from the jump, he's talking about, like, Jewish control.
In majority of these situations, and this letter was insanely eye-opening. I really urge everybody to Google and read it, because I thought that I had quite a lot of media literacy, but this takes it to a whole nother fucking level where I was just like, holy shit, like, propaganda is genuinely so deeply embedded into our fucking DNA.
Read a letter to America. You're probably waking up. You probably have a lot of questions. Welcome to the club. But we don't have a lot of time to sit and talk about everything because there's still so many puzzle pieces that we just do not know about.
Go read A Letter to America. Like, seriously, go read it.
Oh my God, they're watching Zeitgeist. That's awesome. Zeitgeist is a classic. You gotta watch Zeitgeist. I'm getting. This is so nostalgic, dude. Bush era liberalism is back, baby. It's back. Let's go. It's time to bring forth the 9/11 truther movement, you know? Zeitgeist is a documentary alongside, I think, Loose Change. That was just, it was a banger at the time. Oh my God. It was, you know, pivotal documentary.
Type a letter to America in Google or whatever you use, then come right back. Because this makes a lot more sense. It explains so much, and I guarantee you it's going to blow your mind. And let's talk about it. So go read it, come back. Whew, it's a lot. It's a lot. My voice just wants to leave you. Life does not. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Hey. Are you even paying attention to me right now?
I read Osama bin Laden's letter to America.
The way this letter is going viral right now is giving me the greatest sense of relief. If you're Muslim and you've lived in the US since 9/11, you know more truth than the typical citizen. Now it's all coming to light because of Palestine.
Hey. Are you even paying attention to me right now?
Your notice of the media is trying to bury it. I think it was the dumbest thing. For The Guardian to delete the article was the stupidest thing they could have ever done. Legitimately. Now motherfuckers are going to unironically be like, oh yeah, it's because it's the truth. All these schizos.
You have declared a jihad against the United States. Can you tell us why?
The US government has committed acts that are extremely unjust, hideous, and criminal through its support of the Israeli occupation of Palestine. And we believe the US is directly responsible for those killed in Palestine, Lebanon, and Iraq. Due to its subordination to the Jews, the arrogance of the United States regime has reached the point that they occupied Arabia, the holiest place of the Muslims, who are more than 1 billion people in the world today. For this,
it's so funny to be a fucking Saudi kingdom-backed, Saudi Arabian guy who's like, man, I really hate that. I really hate how America is occupying Saudi Arabia and is completely captured by the Jews. It's like, bro, fix your own house. Fuck you mean? Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Israel's greatest ally in the region, Saudi Arabia.
and other acts of aggression and injustice, we have declared jihad against the U.S.
Is the jihad directed?
He was not backed by the government. He absolutely got money from the kingdom, not directly from Mohammed bin Salman, but he got money from the family. He 100% did. That's crazy. MBS wasn't around then, bro. I'm saying like not the king at the time. Sorry, I shouldn't have even mentioned MBS. MBS was a baby. Is this further proof that motherfuckers will believe anything you say when you're 6'4 plus? Yeah, it's true.
Against the U.S. government or United States troops in Arabia? What about U.S. civilians in Arabia or the people of the United States?
We have focused our declaration of jihad on striking at the U.S. soldiers inside Arabia, the country of the two holy places, Mecca and Medina. In our religion, it is not permissible for any non-Muslim to stay in Arabia. Therefore, even though American civilians are not targeted in our plan, they must leave. We do not guarantee their safety.
Yeah. Listen. Oh, the great leader is bestowing us with the gifts of friendship. San Francisco, Chinese President Xi Jinping signaled that China will send the new pandas to the United States, calling them envoys of friendship between... Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Dude. There you go. He's doing the damn thing. Oh, fuck. God damn it. So many of motherfuckers responded that before me. I'm deleting it. I'm deleting my reply in shame. Here's Xi Jinping in San Francisco gracing the presence of American soil with his beautiful, handsome mug.
Whatever stage of development it may reach, China will never pursue hegemony or expansion and will never impose its will on others. China does not seek spheres of influence and will not fight a cold war or a hot war with anyone. China will remain committed to dialogue and oppose confrontation and build partnerships instead of alliances. It will continue to pursue a mutually beneficial strategy of opening up. The modernization we are pursuing is not for China alone. We are ready to work with all countries to advance global modernization, featuring peaceful development, mutually beneficial cooperation, and common prosperity, and to build a community with a shared future for mankind.
The GOAT. This is how the next virus will start. You can't deny it. COVID was planned. The GOAT, dude. My GOAT. My king. So he said he wants the friendship to exist, but of course, you know, that naval missile nuclear buildup and daily gray zone attacks in the South China Sea and Taiwan Strait say otherwise, says Chris Falco. Okay. A prominent member of OSINT Twitter, one of the last remaining OSINT Twitter Andes, the fucking Ukrainian flag in the bio. Okay. All the Ukrainian flag in the bio OSINT Twitter guys packed it up. They moved on to the next thing. Finding their next American incursion, you know what I mean? That means China won't export socialism, right? Yes, that's what he's saying. This was really funny. Fake friend Biden, by the way. Phony ass, bitch ass Biden. Look what Biden said immediately after having a friendship meeting with President Xi Jinping.
Mr. President, after today, would you still refer to President Xi as a dictator?
Look at Blinken's response. It's so awesome. Look at Blinken's face when this whole thing is happening. Look.
It's a term that you used earlier.
He almost goes, "Oh, fuck, who just said that?"
This year.
Look at the face. Look at despair, fear directly in his eyes. He's like, "Oh fuck, what is he gonna say?" Oh no, dude. Look. He's like, oh god damn it, Joseph. He's like, bro, you know how hard we worked on this shit? What are you doing? Oh, fuck.
He is the guy who runs a country that is a communist country that is based on a form of government totally different than ours.
Mr. President, after today, would you still refer to President Xi as a dictator? This is a term
Oh, it's so good. It's so good. Does this mean no pandas? Wait, there was another facial reaction to Israel too. He reacted to the Israel thing too. Joe Biden admitted something though. Has a different governmental setup than us equals dictatorship. I mean, yeah. Joe Biden admitted two things. He also said the first war crime was done by Hamas, implying that Israel is also doing war crimes, but it's somehow permissible because the first one was done by Hamas. Joe Biden wait, what? GB News? Really? We got GB News in the building? Fucking fake ass British Fox News, wannabe Fox News?
Agreed to. It's down to, well, I'm getting too much detail. I know, Mr. Secretary, I'm going to stop.
No.
The Israelis have agreed to. It's down to, well, I'm getting too much detail. I know, Mr. Secretary, I'm going to stop. But I am mildly.
Like, stop. Bro, that's crazy. He is so senile, dude. He's so fucking senile. And then look at our governor, dude.
Thank you for.
Dude, I swear to God, I think Xi loves Newsom. Chinese people may never give Xi Jinping a tank top because of his size unless they want to be arrested. Oh, God, shut up. Fucking asshole. Oh, my God. Oh, panda shit.
You're warm welcome when I visited a week or so ago. Thank you. And we left you a little gift.
He fucking loves him, dude. Look at his face.
I'm not going to give it to you now unless you want. Golden State, the Golden State Warriors. California, the Golden State Warriors.
But we know, okay, we know that in his heart of hearts, he yearns for one state. That's right. It's not California. It's motherfucking Iowa, baby. You know, or was it Idaho? I thought it was Iowa. No, he yearns for Iowa, dude. His heart. He left his heart in Iowa.
Would
I be as great if I wear that?
Hey, that's it. Oh, that's it. MVP.
Yeah. Xi Jinping. Chinese leader's surprising ties to rural Iowa. Biden checked out his car too.
It's a beautiful vehicle. Oh, it's like that Cadillac we have over there. International meetings, they fly those with me. You know what they call that car? They call it the Beast. Thank you.
See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Fuck, man.
Welcome back. We want to turn now to the fallout from
Biden-Xi meeting lowered the chance that China will invade Taiwan, expert says. Bro, they literally, okay, it's really funny because before the meeting, the United States immediately dropped the, we are not changing our, strategic ambiguity. It's one China. always and forever. But in the meeting, one of the points in the meeting was that reunification will occur no matter what, and that America can't say anything about it. Straight up. Said it.
From the president's highly anticipated meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping amid rising economic and military tensions with Beijing. There were no breakthroughs, but in a press conference following yesterday's summit, the president said real progress had been made. And according to the White House, the two leaders agreed on steps to stem the flow of fentanyl from China to the U.S. and to reopen military-to-military communication channels.
I believe that they're some of the most constructive and productive discussions we've had. I've been meeting with President Xi since both of us were vice president over 10 years ago. Our meetings have always been candid and straightforward. We haven't always agreed, but they've been straightforward. And today, build on the groundwork we laid over the past several months of high-level diplomacy between our teams. We've made some important progress, I believe.
And as we reported at the top of the hour, in a sign of how complicated the United States' relationship with China is, here was the president's response to a question about...
I thought fentanyl was coming in from Mexico. No, I mean, it is coming in from by way of China, usually. It might come in through Mexico as well, but it's still Chinese fentanyl, I think.
Whether he still considers Xi to be a dictator.
Look, he is. I mean, he's a dictator in the sense that he is the guy who runs a country that is...
Bro, why you gotta fucking talk shit, dude? Why? Why do you got to talk shit on the homie right behind his back, right after you guys had fun? It's so fucked up. It's so fucked up. You're so phony. You shook the man's hand, talked about his car, and then all of a sudden you're like, as soon as his back is turned, you're like, oh yeah, listen up, Jack, look alive. He's a dictator.
It's a communist country that's based on a form of government totally different than ours.
I'm joined now by Victor Cha, Senior Vice President for Asia and Korea at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. Victor, thanks so much for joining me. Really appreciate it.
My pleasure.
So, Victor, big picture, do you consider President Biden's meeting with Xi Jinping to be a success? What are the key takeaways for you?
So I would say, Kristen, that it was a success in the sense that the purpose was to reestablish communications. The two leaders had not spoken in a year. And moreover, next year, there's very little chance that they'll be able to meet again because there are elections in Taiwan in January, our elections in November. Xi Jinping is not going to come to the United States 2 years in a row, and President Biden won't have the time to go to Asia. So it was important for them to meet, reestablish contact. It's still a very competitive relationship, but at least there's dialogue to ensure that this competition doesn't escalate into a conflict. So in that sense, it's important, but modest progress.
Let's talk about what happened at the end of the news conference there. The president was asked if he considers Xi Jinping to be a dictator. He said, well, he is. You heard his response there. There was some reaction, of course, from the Chinese side. The White House is downplaying this and say, look, big picture, this was a success. This is nothing new. What do you make of it? What should we make of a moment like that? Does it in any way undercut the progress that was made?
I don't think so. What was interesting this time, Kristen, was that he was asked a question and then President Biden paused for a second and then he said yes, which again reinforces the way he frames the relationship. This is democracy versus dictatorship. And again, some of these items that you mentioned that they made progress on, establishing military-to-military communication, stemming the flow of fentanyl precursors from China to the United States, trying to regulate the use of artificial intelligence in the military. These are very important things. And both sides see value in making small progress, again, just establishing working groups on this, but making small progress on them, because they're very important issues for the relationship going forward, and indeed for the world going forward.
One of the key concerns, of course, has been the issue of Taiwan. There has been increasing concern among people that I've been talking to that China would, in fact, invade Taiwan. Do you think that this meeting lowered the temperature and lowered the chances?
I don't get it. Like, if China was going to invade Taiwan, why didn't they do it, like, literally right before this meeting? Why didn't they just do it at a time when, like, America's interests are so spread thin in the world? Like, there's never going to be a better opening to invade Taiwan if that is your legitimate fucking purpose, when America is both invested in Ukraine and also in Israel. You know?
That China might take that step.
I think it did. I think the Chinese wanted a more forward-leaning statement from President Biden about opposing the independence of Taiwan. In fact, in their readout of the meeting, they referred to language that President Biden used in Bali a year ago, rather than the language he used, in the meeting at APEC in San Francisco.
Preparation to invade Taiwan are among the most dangerous things any nation is doing right now, but the question is how they get them to stop. Maybe they won't if we don't shit all over East Asian peace relations. There's no reason to invade Taiwan. America should stop using Taiwan as a cudgel, as a weapon against China. Let the motherfuckers do their thing.
Francisco. The United States is very clear on this. It doesn't support any sort of unilateral change to the status quo in the Taiwan Strait. So President Biden certainly didn't give any ground in terms of the U.S. support for Taiwan, and also certainly didn't give any license to Xi Jinping to think that he could exert any sort of influence or use of force or economic coercion on Taiwan.
And Victor, just finally, what are the benchmarks you will be watching for in this next year?
It's not off the table for China, especially if Taiwan actually goes ahead and declares anything resembling independence. I feel like that'd be wild for them to do so. And I don't think there's enough appetite. Hasan, you've never talked about this topic before. I'd love to hear some more of your thoughts. I mean, I haven't looked at the latest results, latest polling data, but I don't think there's enough appetite for a declaration of independence. Hold on, Austin. Jesus Christ, with your cop knock. Holy shit. Taking the goddamn house. Trying to unlock it. Wait. What about Austin Gather?
Here, as you say, the president is entering a re-election campaign, so it's not like there's going to be a second meeting that is expected. What will you be watching for?
So on these three items, military to military communication, will all the channels be reopened? The Chinese didn't agree to stop fentanyl precursors to the United States. They just agreed to a working group. So how that moves forward. Same thing on AI. But also, are the Chinese going to do anything with regard to the war in Gaza or the war in Ukraine, where they arguably have influence both on Iran and Hamas, as well as on the Russians?
All right. Victor Cha, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Great to see you. Really, really appreciate your insights.
Thanks for watching.
I value the autonomy of every individual and every nation on this planet. This extends to Taiwan as well, and Taiwanese independence as well. But as far as I've seen, from what I've seen, Chinese nationalists are way more eager for reunification through any means than the government actually is about national pride more than anything that's really beneficial for either side. As far as I've seen, the appetite, there is a plurality of supporters for Taiwanese independence, of course. However, the broad majority consensus is still not rocking the boat. Status quo. Leaving things as is. What do I mean by this? The number of people that want to go independent and want Taiwanese independent is definitely the plurality at a certain point in the future. Those statements are fundamentally contradictory. No, it's not. Because every person that at least is close enough to the issue recognize the realpolitik of it all. And the realpolitik of it all would greatly disrupt the current circumstances that both China and Taiwan enjoy. Because China would consider Taiwanese independence to be a America-backed push. People look at the situation as though it is like Chinese mythology and like blood and soil nationalism that is the reason why China wants Taiwan. I'm sure that's a motivator, part of the aspirations. But I think the real primary reason, the largest reason, is of course that they don't want, as a country, as a massive country, they do not want an American unsinkable aircraft carrier that is, by its closest vestige, 100 miles off, or a mile off of the Chinese coastline. Their airspace intertwined with one another. It's a perfectly understandable national security concern for China. It doesn't matter what I think about Taiwanese independence or what the Taiwanese people want. That's it. Yeah, the 1 mile narrative is so fucking stupid. The closest island is a mile off. It doesn't matter. Its airspace is intertwined. Fuck do you mean? Isn't Taiwan just China's Cuba? Is a great question. It is not. The reason why Taiwan is not just China's Cuba is because the Taiwanese independence movement or the Taiwanese revolution is not what you think it is. Historically speaking, Taiwan was originally considered the real Chinese government by the American authorities. They were fascist. They were counter-revolutionary. This part is true, and many will admit to that. Obviously, modern-day Taiwan is not the same. I would not say that. But no, America has only been involved with Cuba as far as arming the Batista dictatorship, trying to stop the Cuban Revolution from happening, failing to stop the Cuban Revolution from happening, and immediately placing the country under a crippling blockade, permanent blockade. If anything, you could say it's like Cuba with the Soviet Union. However, it's still not the same because it's not like it's comprised of, Cuba is comprised of Americans that tried to do a communist revolution in America and failed and were pushed into Cuba and just remained there. Does that make sense? Taiwan is basically the stronghold for right-wing reactionary Chinese nationalists who were against Mao. Yes, but I don't think that is the same any longer. I don't believe that. However, American influence in Taiwanese politics is still, of course, very real. Other differences between Taiwan and Cuba is that there are... Do I have towels? Yes. It's in the go upstairs in the hallway. There's like a small closet for... Yeah. Of course I own towels. He asked if I have towels. What a crazy question. Saying Taiwan is still nationalist China is like saying California is still Mexico. I didn't say that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying it's greatly different now. It's very different now. However, American influence still remains in Taiwan. This is the reason why the national security considerations come into play. However, there is a lot more commerce between Taiwan and mainland China than there is between like America and Cuba or any, like there's no comparison there. But the reasons that I mentioned are the reasons as to why most people in Taiwan are still in favor of not changing the current situation. That's it. I got a few towels too, Hassan. Don't be acting tough.
Stay.
Taiwan was fascist until like 35 years ago. That's not that long ago. It doesn't matter. This is not Mexico, says person who lives on Los Angeles Figueroa Street. It's a swing enclave / outpost, could go either way, and therefore remains at the stake for both China and U.S., a sort of status quo for the Taiwanese right now. Also, the other part, it'd be like if there was a separatist movement in Puerto Rico. Yes, if a separatist movement in Puerto Rico was like backed by the USSR or something. I guess. But the difference there is that like there were Puerto Ricans there, you know what I mean? Whereas Taiwan was comprised of Han Chinese that went there and also engaged in like obviously the well, not just them, but with Japanese too, death and destruction of both other suspected communists and the indigenous population. It's still different than having a separatist movement in Puerto Rico. It'd be like if the Confederates went to Puerto Rico, slaughtered the native population, and then got backing from a foreign power for a separatist movement. Yeah, but then also cleaned up their acts over the, course of the past, like, multiple decades. Does that make sense? And weren't still, like, in the business of slavery or anything. But were still being used as a destabilizing force. If Hassan said that Russia was right to invade Ukraine and they deserved it, at least half of your viewers would agree. Why are we fantasizing about this when I've said the exact opposite and yet people still fucking yelled at me nonstop? My question always is, why do we fucking act like America genuinely gives a shit about Taiwanese independence? Like, just like we have to lie to ourselves and to one another that like America gives a shit about Ukrainian independence. only to find out that, oh, no, they actually don't. And they never did. And they never will. I don't understand this at all. I will never understand this. It's just so wild that there is an entire fucking group of people that unironically sit back and regularly claim that, like, well, this time it's different. This time it's different. This time actually America's on the right side. Please don't question it. Don't question their motivations. Okay? Don't do it no matter what. Anyway. That's what I got for today. My guests are here. I am going to do my podcast. So, what's good? That's all for today, folks. Love to end it on a high note about Osama bin Laden and then China. But the pandas are coming home, lads. The pandas are coming home. And that's what you must remember. Not in the new set yet. Bye, everybody. See you tomorrow.